it seems. Pull me out of this place in the middle, nothing more to embrace in the middle, If I try to climb up the wall, everyone can see when I fall.
This is a true crime discussions channel. We speculate. This is all just speculation. Because it's true crime, it's for mature audiences only. There will be no children allowed, no exceptions. Everything on this channel falls under fair use. Please remember to like, comment, subscribe, and share. It's free. Hey y'all, good to see you. Thank you for being here with me this this Friday morning, so very early. What is a good carrying oil? I actually use different oils. If you're gonna do it with hold on. If you're gonna do a carrier oil like to make a roller or something, I'll show you what I use. As I've told y'all, I use doTERRA. They recently started, like, just this month carrying castor oil, which I found interesting. But I usually will use their fractionated coconut oil because coconut oil is a good carrier oil and it doesn't get hard. Like, it doesn't go back to being a solid again. Their coconut oil doesn't. Um, but they just started carrying castor oil, and I'm excited to try to order some of that and try that while we're here. This is what I take, Adaptive Calming Blend capsules. I take these for my anxiety and things like that. When you become, like a loyalty rewards member, you get it for $42 a month. I think mine's 30 something, but I don't know. Anyways, good to see y'all. Thank you for being here. Let's talk about today. Heather Ann, good to see you. Heather Ann said, "What a great way to start my morning. Heard about the HVAC, baby." Yes, we're going to review that real quick. Dandelion said, "Black seed castor oil is great for the hair and scalp." And I've made some stuff for my scalp. I have black seed oil, actually. I didn't even think about using that. So thank you for saying that. Mine has castor oil and some other uh, essential oils in it. Southern Cats, good to see you. Graham Cracker Measles, good to see you. Kim Gettle has entered the chat. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Dandelioness again. Southern Cats again. Karen, Connie's sister, good to see you. Bethina and Lola's mom, good to see you. One sunny day, I know it's here. Donna Lee, thank you for being here. One sunny day said, "Yay! Forgot we were coming on early." Yes, ma'am. Bella Rose, thank you for being here. Let's talk common sense. Good morning. Good morning to you. Thank you for being here. Jenny Jen, good to see you, my love. Thank you for being here. We are rolling in early this morning. This morning. All right, so let's talk about this trial. This trial is called the You'll Be Fine trial. Daisy Link shot her man at the time in the leg after an argument. She claims it was self defense, that he had beaten her for a couple of days beforehand. She shot him in the leg and then he died. Um, they're claiming that he was a good man, and she had said right when the police got there, he was a good man. He worked. They got in some kind of altercation. She shot him and he died. Let's talk about the kind of miraculous events of this trial. Jenny Jen, a member for a whole damn year. Good gracious in the morning. She said 365 days already. Love you all. Love you too. Oh my goodness. We got to do something for that. A whole year? My good Lord. We'll do a basil.
Amazing!
Thank you, Jenny Jen. That's amazing. I didn't even know I'd been monetized for a year. My goodness. Thank you so much, my love. That is amazing. Thank you for being my friend and for being here for a whole entire year. That's awesome. Thank you so much. Hey, Amber. Good morning. Good morning. I listen while I clean as well, a lot of the times. All right. So, the miraculous events of this trial, as I stated yesterday. Kelly, good to see you. We're going to talk about the trial. Um, As I stated yesterday, she shot him in the leg. I do not think that she intended to kill him. If she intended to kill him, I would think she would have shot him in the chest or the head. However, when she shot him in the leg, it hit a main artery or something to that effect, and he died. Rumor has it, I haven't been able to verify it yet. We'll probably verify it today. From what I've heard, she shot the ground and it somehow traveled up his leg, through his foot and up his leg, and then he died. Like, first of all, to die from a gunshot wound to the leg is interesting to me. Of course, you could hit a main artery, but the chances of hitting a main artery when you shoot somebody in the leg are just, I mean, I don't know statistically, maybe it's very probable, but for me, it's interesting that he died from being shot in the leg. But then if it is true that she shot at the ground, it traveled up through his foot and hit him in the leg in the artery where he died. That's like, whoa, like all the stars had to align for that to happen. But then we need to talk about the other thing that happened and basically why we're here and why we're watching this trial. The stars also aligned in that jail in Miami when these two uh I don't even want to know, I don't even know what to call them, stains of society decided that they were going to make a baby so that they could sue the jail. And basically he got saran wrap from his biscuit, like when you get biscuits or cornbread or whatever in jail, they wrap it in saran wrap. So he saved the saran wrap. He choked the chicken into the saran wrap, wrapped it up like a cigarette, dropped it in the vent. She took a yeast infection applicator and inserted it into her lady parts, and they created a baby, having never met, having never had the thing go into the thing to create a baby, doing the nasty. They never did the nasty and created a baby. They reinvented conception. They sure did. Lola's mom, I'm trying to figure out right now. So is she lucky or is she hanging with a black cloud? Like, I don't even know. I feel bad for the baby because to know that you were created like that, as I'm sure she will one day, would be messed up. But then to know, that it was just a plot to sue the jail system, like, I mean, you'll hear the phone call. I don't know if it's in this one or not, but they say, "Do you want to make a baby?" Yeah, I don't care. It is what it is, basically. We can try whatever. It's cool with me. Like, what? I don't know. So we're going to play this part about what happened while she was in jail, and then we will go to the trial and talk about the events that landed her in jail in the first place. I didn't know how else to say it. Spanked the monkey, choked the chicken. Why do we put animals when we talk about that? Let's leave the animals out of it. Jenny Jen says, "Good morning to everybody coming in. You're so sweet, my A1 since day one." All right, so we're gonna look at this real quick, talking about the HVAC baby, and then we'll go to the trial.
This is 7 News at 10. Now at 10, an inmate getting pregnant in jail without ever meeting the father.
She's a miracle baby. She's a blessing.
How could this happen?
So I don't know how they were talking on the phone. I don't know if they were both calling somebody who was putting it on three-way, but like even to do three-way call, right? Like somebody calls you, you switch the phone and then you call a number, you enter a number, you get them on the phone and then you come back. But in order for them to talk to anybody outside the jail, they would both have to call. I don't know how three-way. I mean, I guess that if they both called, they could put the calls together. Maybe his mom was helping them. I don't know. Jerking his gherkin.
Through the vent.
Just one station with a bombshell behind bars.
Hello again, everyone. What happened inside a jail in South Florida made national headlines.
Now tonight, for the first time, we are hearing exclusively from both the mother and father. Investigative reporter Heather Walker is on the night team tonight. She's at the Turner Guilford Night Correctional Center in West Miami-Dade. Heather.
7
Right,
News
Athena?
broke this story back in January when the woman's family wanted to know how this could happen here. The DNA results are in, and the dad is another inmate.
Okay. So Bethina said if they never actually came together, how could jail be responsible? That's a broad conception. I was wondering that myself. Like, how were you planning to sue the jail for shit that you did that there is no way. Like, yes, they know that we would talk through the vents and talk through the toilets. They would talk shit and pick on us for it. Those that did it more, I didn't do it that often. And they knew that we did that. Like, they would just kind of laugh at you and blow it off because never in your wildest dreams would you think that something like that would actually work. At the same time, I don't think she was going to the correctional officer and being like, "Hey, he's sending me his man babies through the vent and I'm trying to get pregnant." I don't think she ever said that. I think it was done very much on the down low. And while they might have known that inmates were talking through the vent, you wouldn't see that coming. Kim said they probably called someone on the cell phone and then merged the calls. I mean, they would have had to cuff in the Carrick. I just couldn't figure it out. I didn't think it worked like that if you both called, because they both would have had to call the same person. Heather said, yeah, he actually wanted a kid because he's never getting out, but she agreed only because she wanted to sue the jail. That's it, Heather Ann. Yes, ma'am. Exactly.
Boom, 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 bop, bam.
That's exactly it. Rubbing the chubbing. We're gonna have a time today. This case is too wild. Tried to explain it to my card team last night. Finally had to show them you're live to get them to believe me. Oh my God. Well, thank you for sharing that out. But yeah, you literally wouldn't see that coming. Hey, Mark, good to see you. I'm glad you're here this morning. Good to see you.
Hello?
For the first time, Daisy Link is talking about how she became pregnant in jail. In an exclusive interview with 7 Investigates, the 29-year-old says even she can't believe it happened.
It's a real twist. It is. Everybody says it to me. This is like some Lifetime movie network.
Link is locked
No, that's the Meth Time movie network. The Meth Time, not the Lifetime. Shucking Kern.
up awaiting trial, charged with second-degree murder. Police say this is Link holding.
So this is the crime that she's on trial for right now that we're going to look at today. This is video from that crime.
Second-degree murder. Police say this is Link holding a gun after shooting her boyfriend in the leg, killing him. She has been an inmate at TGK for more than 2 years, but in June, Link gave birth to this baby girl.
She's a miracle baby. She's a blessing.
A miracle, because Link says she's never met the father of her baby face to face.
I've never met him. It's crazy.
He was also a TGK inmate and, like Link, is charged with murder. The DNA results show inmate number 200147865, Joanne DePaz, is the baby's father.
This call is from the Miami-Dade Metro West Detention Center.
So you guys have never physically touched each other?
Never. Like the Virgin Mary.
The big question here is, how did this happen?
She's not the Virgin Mary. She has other children, by the way, but he doesn't. And his mother now gets to be a grandmother, which I'm happy for her, to be honest. The Meth Time movie network. It really is, though. Had they filed charges for the pregnancy scandal? There was an internal investigation done, but I don't think that they could file charges because there's no way in hell you would ever think that would work. So the COs can't be held accountable for that. She was trying to sue the jail and just got 24-hour lockdown while she was pregnant, which would have been about, at least 6 months if she was a little bit pregnant when they figured all this out. And then had the baby, and she doesn't get the baby, so that's enough of a sentence for her. I don't know how you would charge that. What would be the charge? You know what I mean? Good morning, Scratch. Good to see you.
Through the vent.
Link says she and DePaz started talking through AC vents in their cells.
You would knock on it, and you can hear the people from the different floors. You would stand on the toilet, actually, to be able to talk to them.
They say they also...
See, remember I was telling y'all yesterday you could stand on the toilet and you could talk to them through the vent if you weren't talking in the toilet.
Passed notes and pictures.
Being in isolation for so long, you begin to spend hours and hours talking to this person,
Right, because there's absolutely nothing to do. So if you get to talk to somebody or do something that you feel that you're not supposed to be doing, like talking through the vents or, something that you feel like you're getting away with a little bit of something, it's exciting. It makes your day better. It passes the time better in there. You spend time wondering, are they going to send me a note today? Are they going to do, so it's just something to do.
To the point where it's almost as if you're in the same room with them.
Link and DePaz formed a romantic relationship, and the 23-year-old shared his dream.
I always really wanted to have a baby, and I'm not going to get to do that for a really long time. So if I had to choose somebody, it would be you. And she was like, yeah, we could do that.
DePaz came up with a plan.
Right.
I'm not going to lie, it's going to go down in history.
I don't know what my fate is. You kind of don't know what yours. If we're going to go out, might as well just go out with a bang, you know? If it works, it works. But it definitely.
So if we're going to go out, meaning if we're going to get the death penalty, we might as well go out with a bang by creating a child that could lose both parents to lethal injection. Really, ma'am? I don't understand why they would want to do that either, Scratch. Make a baby that's not going to be able to see their parents if they both get life sentences. He probably would call it a weapon. A deadly weapon at that. Jenny Jen said, "No, ma'am. No, ma'am." I've never understood talking through a toilet. I've never been to jail and not going to learn how. Please explain. You have to get the water out of the toilet, okay? And the jail system, if you're in a jail system that has separate floors, let's say the girl, she was on the second floor, okay? If you take the water out of the first, you hear somebody knocking, like you'll hear they'll like knock like they're knocking on the door on the side of the toilet, and you'll hear coming from the toilet. And so you take the water out and dump it in the sink, and then you can hear people talking. They'll do the same thing, and you can hear what they're saying through the pipes in the toilet, and you can do the same thing through the vent. And it's something to do because people in there are bored and young and dumb and full of you know what. So, you know, just something to pass the time. Sometimes you can talk to a trustee. I talked to a trustee who did laundry, and they would give me little like honey buns and snack cakes and things like that in my laundry bag. Sometimes they'll send cigarettes and a lighter. Sometimes they'll send weed. Sometimes they'll send other things depending on who you're talking to and what they can get. Dandy said he went out with a bang. All right. Good morning, Curious. It's crazy, stupid, real stupid. Thank God I'm never going to be doing that again.
You did.
I told her a way that one of my friends has showed me through the vent, because the vent is like a L shape, really. It drops right into my vent. From her room, she could throw a pen into the vent, and it'll land right into my vent.
We have figured out a way to drop the line. It was a line that we had established out of like bedding material.
I put the semen in saran wrap every day, like 5 times a day for like a month straight.
He would kind of like roll it up almost like a cigarette, and he would attach.
So basically, she made a long piece of string from her bedding material. She put the string in the vent. He tied his swimmers wrapped in saran wrap to the string, and he had rolled it in saran wrap like a cigarette. And she pulled it up, and then she used the yeast infection applicator that she had to insert it into her lady parts.
Attach it to the line that we had in the vent, and I would pull it through. From there, I had placed it inside of it was you know, the yeast infection, the yeast infection applicators. I had placed it inside of there, and then from there, yeah, I administered it.
She says it only took a few tries before she became pregnant.
I was
She said it was in there like swimwear.
very excited. I was ecstatic about it.
Is this possible?
Yes, that's a short answer.
Dr. Fernando Ackerman is the medical director of the Fertility Center of Miami. He says the chances of this resulting in a successful pregnancy are slim, but not impossible.
We estimate that probably their chances were less than 5%, but that is not to say that the chances were 0. So this is absolutely a case that is exceedingly unusual. To my knowledge, I never heard or read anything like this.
On June 19th,
so they had a less than 5% chance for it to actually work, and it actually worked. And again, if we're talking about miraculous happenings, like if for her to shoot the ground, if she did, and it travel up through his foot to his leg and kill him, that's another like miraculous event. Lola's mom said, did he choke? So did 30 days for he choked the chicken in front of other inmates. What the fuck? That alone should be a crime. You would think. I hope that he was in a jail cell alone, or that the guy left when he was choking the chicken, or was outside on the yard or something. I don't know. That's disgusting to think about. Like, That is commitment. It is commitment. That's for damn sure. Beautiful baby. They made a beautiful baby. But I mean, it's just for the reasons and to do that, you know what I mean? Because you're looking at 2 life sentences and you might go out with you wanna go out with a bang? Like, that's not come on now. What's this baby gonna do if y'all both get put to death?
The baby was born at Jackson Memorial Hospital.
I can't believe it worked. I think everything happened for a reason.
Over here, I'm like a celebrity.
Their baby is now 5 months old. She's living with his mom, who became a grandmother for the first time. Lincoln DePaz, who are now in different jails, still talk on the phone and see their daughter on video visits.
She could be anything. I think that she's going to be something great.
That was insane.
Now, you may be wondering how this was able to happen without correctional officers realizing Miami-Dade Corrections has an internal affairs investigation, which officials tell us is ongoing. Reporting.
So I put a FOIA request in, but Brian Inton said that he had to basically get the internal affairs report. So I'm going to work on trying to get that so I can see everything. But, you know, I don't know. So anyway, that's what happened after she got put in jail. This is the trial for what put her in jail in the first place and why she thinks she might go out with a bang. Now, I have sped it up to opening statements. So we're going to start this morning with opening statements. And we're going to get basically caught up. I don't think we'll have to listen to every witness. We did listen to some of it yesterday. And so I'm hoping basically to get us the important information that they've already been through and then get us caught up to where we're basically live with the trial.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Ladies and gentlemen, in the early morning hours.
It's hard to hear. I'm going to put closed captions on. Move it up there so we can see it, even if I highlight a comment. Kate said at least he wanted the baby. She just wanted to sue the jail. That's true. But he knew he's not going to get out. If you saw the picture where there's like blood in the backseat of the car, I highly doubt he's getting out of that charge. I don't know the details of that case, but I'm glad that the grandmother was made a grandmother for the first time and she has the baby and she's taking care of it. I'm sure she adores that baby. Grandmas with their grandbabies, it's a whole nother level of love. So I'm glad that the baby has that. It's sad how the baby was created and the reasons on her part anyway. Her luck in both respects are, oh my God, exactly, Bethina. Yes, ma'am. What if we were taught that if we went into a room and they were busy to turn around and leave, right? All right. Yeah, no doubt. May I say, I love this channel. Well, we love you too. Hey, Tom. Good morning. Thank you for being here, Lola's mom. Surprising, huh? Good morning, Tom. Good morning. Good morning. All right. I've got the closed captions on so we can hear it because it's kind of hard to hear what he's saying. He said, so far in the early morning hours.
Saturday, June 25th, 2022, while most of Homestead was asleep, a single gunshot echoed through a quiet neighborhood. One shot. That's all it took. That's all it took to end a man's life. One pull of the trigger, and a father, a partner, a human being, was left bleeding in an alleyway while the person he shared a home with stood just steps away. Before this happened, you're going to get to learn a little bit about the relationship between the defendant, Daisy Lane, and the victim, Pedro Jimenez, as well as what happened leading up to that moment. The evidence is going to show you that the two of them, they've been together for 9 years. It was on and off, but in fact, they had 2 children together. And you're going to learn it was an unhealthy relationship. But even though it was an unhealthy relationship, they all lived together as a family. But you're going to see Mr. Jimenez, he wasn't always home. And why is that? Well, he was a truck driver. He was out on the road. And just like in any relationship,
I'm gonna look that up real quick. I was wondering the same thing, like if she's got other grandchildren now. If he was an only child and that's her only grandbaby, that might be why God made it work so that she could have a grandchild, even though he's going to prison and didn't have any babies yet. Tom said, I called my parents when I was about 5, told my brother, I think mom and dad are wrestling and it looks like dad's winning. Lord of mercy. That is crazy. I never caught mine. I heard my mother and I like walked away. I went upstairs because my room was across the hall from theirs and I heard something happening and I came back down and just rolled out. I think I went on a walk or something. I was like, yeah, that's a bit much for me.
it wasn't perfect. It had its problems. There were arguments, anger, and even jealousy. So, on Friday, June 24th of 2022, while being back in town from work, Mr. Jimenez began to have suspicions that his partner was cheating. So, he decided to ask and see whether or not that was true. The defendant ends up denying it. They go on about their day.
So he thought she was cheating on him. He asked her, and if he is the type that puts his hands on people, she might have gotten her hands laid on her that day. I don't know. So we're finding out that he suspected her of cheating earlier in the day.
They continue to act as a family. In fact, you can see surveillance footage of them that night coming back together to the home as a family, together with the children.
Really?
Now,
Sorry, y'all.
later on that night,
That's not me.
that's when the murder occurs. But as that night progresses,
Good morning, Cara.
Mr. Jimenez can't stand the fact that potentially his partner is cheating on him. So what does he do? He decides to go over to a friend's home. And while he's there at that friend's home, you're going to hear from the medical examiner. He was drinking, he was smoking weed, and he had cocaine in his system. But
He got fucked up. Good morning, Cara, my love. Good to see you. Hope y'all are having a beautiful day.
while he was there, who shows up to pick him up? The defendant. And she comes to that home and demands that he leaves there and comes back home with her. So he complies. He goes back home with her. Now, the night progresses. It's Saturday, June 25th. And you're going to find out that Mr. Jimenez and the defendant, they decide to step outside of the home and to go into the porch. Miss Link, she wanted to smoke a cigarette. But interesting enough, she brought out a firearm with her. While the two of them were outside, the evidence is going to show you. In fact, Miss Link tells police officers that when she saw Mr. Jimenez out there, he had a look of betrayal. So she
He had a look of betrayal, not on the trail. Cara said, morning. Hope you are all having an amazing Friday morning. I can safely say I did not wake up preggo with an HVAC baby. I can safely say that I am not preggo either with an HVAC baby or a baby created the old-fashioned way that I know of anyway. I don't think I'm not supposed to be able to have any more children because I've got quite enough, I think. Connie said, so happy YouTube is showing my comment today. I am too. I don't know what was going on, but I did just pull up YouTube on my phone so that hopefully I can see all of the comments. StreamYard, I didn't get to see Kim's first comment. Sometimes it'll kick it for keywords or whatnot. I can imagine being a CNA though, and being told, if you walk in to people in hospice or the elderly doing things, you turn and walk away. I looked, but it's okay. Let me see. She said it's all good. It's just what we were taught in CNA school. She said, "You missed the first part of my comment." And the first one says, "We were taught that if we went into a room and they were busy to turn around and leave." But the other one I have before that is this one. They probably called someone on a cell phone and then merged the calls. That's the last one I have before that. So I don't know what's going on. But I'm curious as to, like, are we talking about people in hospice? Are we talking about people in the hospital? What are we talking about? Wonder if she smoked a cigarette after she used the turkey baster. Lord have mercy. She had any in there, she might have. But then she got put on lockdown 24 hours a day because she was pregnant. And they said, "No, ma'am, you're not going to fall. You're not going to act a fool in here and have a miscarriage and try to sue us. You're going in medical. You're going to stay locked down. You can stare at the wall, have fun." Dandy said, "My comments disappeared a couple of days ago. YouTube is playing around again." Probably. It wouldn't surprise me.
She told him and confirmed that she had cheated on him. Now, Mr. Jimenez, rightfully upset, he doesn't pull out any weapons, he doesn't hit the defendant, but instead, he threatens her by telling her, "You're going to sleep outside tonight." He's going to lock the doors.
Okay, he's going to make his wife sleep outside after I get that she admitted that she cheated on him, but, like, really, we're talking about a man that just found out his wife has cheated on him, went to his friend's house that drank. He drank over there, he did the cocaine, and he was smoking down, okay? And we really think that somebody who allegedly put his hands on women, found out his wife just cheated, used all these substances, and then just was like, "You're going to sleep outside tonight?" And that's not even acceptable. Like, why not leave yourself? "Bitch, I'm leaving. I don't know what you need to do." But I would leave, file an ex parte order, and then come back and have the police make him leave and take the house and the kids and everything. But I guess I'm a vindictive biatch. Miss North, good to see you. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Kim said, "We were taught in CNA school that self gratification is a basic human need or right, and that if we went into a patient room and they were busy, to turn around and leave and close the door." In a nursing home, really? If you think about it, nursing homes are where you take care of the elderly. They're not exactly like prisons, but you have a bunch of people in there that are bored, looking for something to do. So it's kind of the same idea, except there they can be, with men and women. In jail, you cannot. But can you imagine having a bunch of young adults in an area that are in trouble and trying to keep them apart? You know what I mean? It would be crazy. And all the things you would see, people make pee and poop on. It's disgusting. Parabola, good morning. Good to see you, my love. Because the X word. Okay, probably. It might have been. Someone gave me a subscription. Thank you. Oh, thank you for saying thank you. I'm glad you were gifted, my love.
And you're going to hear in evidence that this wasn't the first time that had occurred, and that she didn't like having to stay outside. So,
I don't think anybody would.
in a fit of rage, she pulled out the gun, pointed it at the victim, and the facts will show that when the defendant pointed the gun at Mr. Jimenez, he had turned around and was running away in fear of Miss Ling. The defendant then pulls the trigger and fires one shot. And the surveillance you see this week, it's going to confirm that way. You're going to hear the 911 calls. You're going to get to see the body on camera. And on that body on camera, you do see Mr. Jimenez take his last breath. This week, you're going to hear from several civilians. You're going to hear from officers. You're going to hear from homicide investigators and even CSI personnel. They're going to tell you about how this investigation led to that defendant.
She fired one shot in the leg. Like, I don't think she intended to kill him. He told her to sleep outside. She shouldn't have cheated, but, like, being told I'm going to sleep outside of my house away from my children and shit like that, and it wasn't the first time that had happened. I'm not saying she had any rights to do that. I mean, but I also don't believe that he just said, "You're going to sleep outside," after he found out she cheated on him, went and got fucked up with the cocaine and the weed and the alcohol. I don't see that as being what actually happened.
You get to see the defendant's text messages. And you're going to be presented with evidence
Really?
of how the defendant acted after the shooting. And how that behavior
I
doesn't
don't know
show
what that
or
would be.
line
I'm
up
trying to think.
with
Hey,
self-defense.
AEM, good to see you.
At the end of this trial, after all the evidence has been presented, the state is going to ask you to render a verdict that justice demands.
I also don't think it was self-defense. And looking at that video where she's walking by with a gun saying you'll be fine, it doesn't present self-defense to me.
Thank you for your attention.
Hey, Hannah. Good morning. Yep. Showing him running away could be a problem for her. And self-defense. It wasn't self-defense. She could have left a different way, you know what I mean? She could have exited in a different manner.
So, yes, Pedro Jimenez and Daisy Link were in a long-term relationship together. They had 2 kids in common together, a boy and a girl. At the time of Mr. Jimenez's death, the boy was 7 years old, the girl was 5 years old. As you heard from the state, they were together for a pretty long time, and you're probably going to hear there are going to be a lot of things that myself and the state don't agree on, but we can all agree that this is a very toxic relationship.
What the hell just
And
happened?
in the days leading up to Mr. Jimenez's death, the relationship took a significant turn for the worst. What do I mean by that? 5 days.
I guess they lost signal to that camera over there, and now they're coming over here to this one. Miss North said, I kind of agree. I'm sure he was not Mr. Nice Guy. I'm sure it was a fucked up scenario all around. Yep. I think it was a fucked up scenario all around. I don't think that he went and got fucked up after finding his wife cheated and didn't hurt her in some type of way and only said, you're going to sleep outside tonight. I also don't think it was self-defense when she shot him in the leg and said, you'll be fine. So I'm interested to see how this is going to end.
Days before Mr. Jimenez's death, he
Negligent
showed up
homicide.
unannounced
Sounds about right.
to Daisy Link's home. And to be clear, the evidence will show it was her home. He didn't live there anymore. He was removed from the lease. The locks were changed. He was not allowed in there unless he was specifically invited. And yes, he would be invited because they had.
Now, wait a minute. That changes things. He was removed from the home off of the lease and was not allowed there unless he was specifically invited, and she had invited him that night. So that shows that even if she had been with somebody else, they weren't technically together anymore, and he had already been removed from the house. So that makes it a little bit different. How could he say that you're sleeping outside of her own house where he's being removed from the lease already?
Kids together, and Miss Link was gracious enough to let him see those kids, even though he didn't have a right to be with them because he lost his parental rights to those kids. Now, he showed up unannounced 5 days before, and Miss Link had some guests in her home. She was in her home with her 2 kids, and she had her cousin with her cousin whose name is David, and he had his kids with him too. Mr. Jimenez showed up unannounced, and immediately he accused Miss Link of cheating on him, even though they weren't together anymore, cheating on him with this man who he saw in her house. Mr. Jimenez was informed, hey, I'm not cheating. That's my cousin. And I'm not sleeping with my cousin. He's just here because he's family. Unfortunately, for whatever reason, Mr. Jimenez did not accept that explanation. And he physically attacked the cousin, David, and he physically attacked Miss Link. Now,
If I had to guess, he would probably call her a dumb bitch. But I mean, to be fair, I'm thinking the same thing. You pretty damn dumb, thinking you can sue the prison from having a baby for sperm in the vent. Dandy said, damn, lost his rights to the kids. That's rather serious. Why did he lose the rights? Good question. I'm wondering if it is because of a history of domestic violence.
when I say physically attacked, I'm not talking about a love tap. I mean, he grabbed her. He took a firearm and he pistol whipped her with this firearm. He essentially split her head wide open. He left multiple lacerations on her head, and that caused spilling of a lot of blood. This blood's already dry, but you can imagine how much blood that was. He caused her to lose consciousness.
Okay, so 5 days beforehand, he catches her with the cousin. The tell from the beginning of time, oh, that's not my boyfriend, that's my cousin. I would like to know that we've got some DNA results to show it was legitimately her cousin, because that excuse has been used since the beginning of time. No, I'm just kissing my cousin. Me and my cousin were just in the bedroom making sounds, but that's my cousin, not my boyfriend. But 5 days beforehand, he beats the shit out of her so bad that she goes unconscious and has to get her damn skull stapled or sewn back up, whatever it was. That's pretty serious. At that point, though, if he came back to the house, why didn't you immediately call law enforcement instead of shooting him? Miss North said, also, every trainer will tell you to aim for the eggs. Lord have mercy, eggs and HVAC babies and semen and all of the applicators. I apologize. Let me try that again. Also, every trainer will tell you to aim for the legs if you are not trying to be lethal. So while she probably didn't mean to even shoot him, let alone hit him, she did. Right. And that's kind of my point with saying that I don't think she intended to kill him. I did not know that trainers will tell you to aim for the legs, but yeah, that makes sense to me, because you would not think getting shot in the leg would kill somebody. The chances of you hitting that main artery are, I don't know, but it again, like, you got a firearm in your hand, and if you want to kill somebody, it is not that difficult to shoot them in the chest or the head. Good morning, Julie. Good to see you. Julie Ann, good to see you. Well, I wasn't expecting to see you live at this time. Damn it, YouTube not telling me them notifications are bipolar, I'll tell you that. Eggs, legs, same. You know, it is what it is. Good morning, good morning. If there's proof he hurt her previously, that may help with self-defense. Yep. Good morning, Snarky. You're good. You can fall back asleep. I might fall asleep. Hopefully I don't fall asleep. I don't think I'll fall asleep.
I'm not just saying this. He very easily could have killed her. And he did it in front of his 2 kids. And he didn't stop until his 7-year-old son said, Bobby, please stop. Bobby, please stop. So at that point, as toxic as this relationship was, as I mentioned, it took a drastic turn for the worse. And that event, which happened 5 days prior to Mr. Jimenez's death, created a chain of events. And what is that chain of events? This is it. It's over. Daisy Link made a decision. Her family made a decision. Her family came from Texas, came down here for 2 reasons. One, to be with her, to take care of her after she had this unfortunate attack happen to her, and to prepare for her and the kids to leave the state. And that is what was going to happen.
So yeah, you're not supposed to pull it or even point it unless you are ready to kill somebody. I agree. And that's what we need to remember. Don't even pull it out unless you're willing to kill somebody and willing to do the time associated with that. Exactly, Amber. Jeannie Jen says, good morning to everybody coming in. Kelly said, don't be a beach, AS, and fall asleep. Definitely not going to fall asleep. If I get tired, I'll let y'all know. But no, I don't think I'll fall asleep. You don't think she's sleeping? I do have a channel that I do talk about beach on, and I will share that with you guys one day, probably when I share my face. Tom said Sarah is in timeout now. Yeah, hopefully, as long as we don't have any videos like that, I think we'll be doing all right.
That's exactly what was going to happen. Now,
Where it's gonna go.
Did Miss Link do
Good
everything
morning.
perfectly? No. With the benefit of hindsight, could things have been handled differently? Yes. Should.
Quickly, Kane's Nana, good to see you. Said, good morning, everyone. If they weren't together anymore, how was she cheating? And that's a great point. That's kind of my point as well. He wasn't even on the lease. So how was she cheating if they weren't even together and he was removed from the lease and not even supposed to be around the children? Great point. But at the same time, if he had been removed from the lease and not even supposed to be around the children, why did you have him there that night?
Miss Link have decided to not have any contact with Mr. Jimenez from that point on, yeah, she probably should have. And she did. She did have contact with him. And yes, you will see that on the day that Mr. Jimenez lost his life, she did pick him up and bring him. She brought him to see the kids because, as you will hear, she was going to leave and she wasn't coming back. And no, Mr. Jimenez did not live there. That was not his home at that point anymore. Because, as I mentioned, he wasn't on the lease anymore. The locks had been changed, and he had just almost killed her a couple days before. So no.
Okay, so allegedly she was moving to Texas, taking his kids with her to Texas, and she wanted him to have the ability to say goodbye.
And what you will see that Mr. Jimenez, before the shooting, you'll see him running back and forth. You'll even see Miss Link come outside and yell at him, asking him to leave, and him running away. And you'll see on the video him coming back and forth, back and forth. And what you will also hear is that when this is happening right before he gets shot, you'll hear from the medical examiner that he was whacked out of his mind on cocaine. I'm not just talking about a little cocaine. You'll hear from the medical examiner. This man took so much cocaine that the cocaine alone could have killed him. That's how much.
Well, yeah, but it didn't. It was the gunshot. Lola's mom said the day of the shooting, was it premeditated shooting? She invited him and brought him there. That's a good question. It seems like they got into some kind of altercation or argument. I don't know if it was necessarily an altercation, but at least an argument that day. So I got him there planning to shoot him. But since he wasn't on the lease, like, again, it's going to be hard to prove self-defense when you went and picked him up. He wasn't on the lease. He wasn't supposed to see the kids. Yeah, I get that your family came to Florida from Texas and you were going to move and you wanted him to say goodbye. But again, your account's all we have because he's not here too. Maybe she thought the other man being there would protect her. I don't think the other man was there at the time. I think he had been there 5 days before, and that's when he beat the shit out of her. Tom said, the moral of the story is don't have children with dysfunctional motherfuckers. You know, I wish I'd have lived by that. I had some children with some dysfunctional motherfuckers in my past. I learned my lesson, but, you know, and I love my children. I would die for them. But, yeah, good decision. When we're young and dumb, it's, we don't make the best decisions, to say the least.
Cocaine use. And the state told you that he was in fear for his life immediately
Right,
before
Billy.
he got shot. Well, that's not what the evidence is going to show. And you're going to see it and you're going to hear it for yourself. Immediately before he got shot, he told Miss Link in a guttural, visceral scream, "I want to die. I'm ready to die." So she asked him to leave. She did everything she could to get him to leave. She did everything she could to get away from this man who, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to trample on anybody's grave, but the evidence will show this man was out of control. He was unhinged and he was dangerous. And she fired a shot to get him to go away from her, to go away from her home, which was locked, which she was not allowed inside of, where her kids were sleeping inside. She did not want him barricading himself in that home and doing something God knows what. We already know what he was capable of from just a couple of days before. So Miss Link gave him every opportunity to leave a place which was not his home. He did not have a right to be here. It was her home that she was protecting, which she had the right to do. He didn't have a
Don't
right
yell
to
at
be
me.
here. She did.
Mustang, good to see you, my love. I'm glad you're here this morning. Parabola said, yeah, my two boys that are grown here were with my first husband. We have a volatile relationship. He tried to smother me and the kids screamed, "Don't kill my mama," 20 years ago now. I'm sorry you went through that. That's horrific. And I'm glad that you got away. But yeah, a lot of times crazy don't show until after you have the children. And then, you know, I didn't even realize that I had been groomed for years. My daughter, the daughter that we had to say, "Mom, you were groomed." And I still, I mean, you know, I chose to be there, right? But it took me a long time to realize that. Heathen, good to see you, my love. Thank you for being here. Good mythical morning, Heo. Good to see you. Thank you for being here, everybody, while we talk about this trial.
She asked him to leave. She did everything possible. He screamed at her. He made it clear to her that I don't care what you do. I'm ready to die. I'm not doing anything. I'm going to do what I want. And that's when she fired. And she wasn't even firing trying to hurt him. She wasn't firing trying to kill him. She shot at the floor. And just so happens that this bullet, and this is going to be the strangest one-shot killing that you'll ever see. This bullet went up through his heel. And somehow it exited his foot and then went into his leg, and somehow that ended up killing him. So this was an extreme.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, so she fired one shot. It went in his heel, exited his foot, and went up into his leg to the artery where he bled out and died. Like, y'all, again, the stars had to align. What is going on with this woman? The stars are aligning perfectly for all of these things to happen. That horrible action, that horrible thing that happened, and then the miraculous baby. How in the hell does a bullet go in your heel, exit your foot, and then travel up to an artery where you bleed out and die? That is insane. Hola.
Unusual trajectory from a bullet that you will see. So clearly she didn't intend to kill him, even though, and I will submit to you, the evidence will show she had every right and she was completely justified in using deadly force at that moment. And you will know that because later on, you're going to hear the instructions on the law from the judge, and those instructions will spell out to you, and you will see clearly that she was justified in her use of force in that specific situation. But she wasn't even trying to kill him. She wanted him to leave. She did everything she could to get him to leave before she fired that shot. And ladies and gentlemen, the evidence will show she fired that shot because she had no choice. And under this scenario and under those facts, that means she's not guilty, because it's not a crime to defend yourself when you have a reasonable fear of death or great bodily harm to yourself, to another, or from somebody committing a forcible felony against you imminently, which all those things she was in danger of in that moment. So
she fired the shot because she didn't have another choice, and she was extremely afraid of great bodily harm, then maybe she could get off on it. Y'all are pointing out that Miss North said that's one of the craziest shootings I've ever heard of. Y'all are saying it also ricocheted off of the rock or concrete. Yeah, it was a ricochet. That is insane. Like, again, the stars had to align perfectly. That is shit luck, like a magic bullet. Yeah, God did. God called that man home. He said, "You are done, sir," and made it happen. That is insane. I don't know why they call it the floor. That's ridiculous to me. The ground or the asphalt. I don't know if I could find her guilty at this point either. We definitely need to hear more. I agree with that, Dandy.
come back at the end of this trial, I'm going to ask you to find her not guilty, and that is the correct verdict. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. First witness state.
Yes, sir. At this time, State Hall, Pedro Jimenez will stand.
Does have permission to reposition the podium? Yeah, go ahead. Both sides can have, just don't unplug anything, but both sides can have standing permission to move podium, standing permission to approach the witness.
Yes, trustee.
Oh, did they go get the witness? We're waiting for the witness to come in.
Was that the last time you saw his girl?
Hold on.
Pay attention to what's going on here. Thank you, ladies.
Sorry.
Can you push the mic closer to you?
Okay, wait a minute. Who is this?
What were you and Pedro doing at your house?
Okay. This is the guy that paid that the guy. Okay, remember when they said that he went to his friend's house and was drinking and doing the cocaine and the weed and smoking and all that? So this is the guy that they're not going to put on camera that he was visiting, the house he was visiting when she came to pick him up. They were just chilling.
How did Pedro get to your house, Mr. Bonilla?
Yeah, I picked him up.
You picked him up?
Yeah,
Who'd you pick him up with?
some work dudes
Oh
Where
my
did you pick
gosh.
Pedro up that day?
from the house.
And
It
who
looked
was
like
there?
Just him and his girl.
Sorry, I'm gonna ask you to speak up a little bit.
Him and his girl,
Who is his girl?
Daisy.
Okay, how long had you known Daisy for?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
So when you and your friends went to pick up Pedro, he was at the house with Daisy,
Yeah.
okay? And
So yeah, this is Miami, Florida. I'm so sorry for what happened, Julie. That's horrible, and I'm so sorry your baby went through that. It did look like a 9mm. We got to see it for a second. So it looked like that to me. Yeah, probably the dealer man.
what happened when you guys got to the house?
No,
No.
we just chill.
Did Daisy ever go to your house that night?
After, yeah.
And what did she go do at your house?
She just want to go pick up Pedro.
Did she say anything to you when she got to your house?
Not really.
So when she got there, was she looking for Pedro?
Well, when she got there,
When she got to your
yeah,
house?
I guess she went.
She went to look for Pedro?
Yeah.
Okay, did she find him?
Yeah.
Did Pedro say anything to you when Daisy got there?
Not really. He was just like, all right, peace. I'm gonna take off.
He left with Daisy?
Yeah.
Was Pedro upset or anything?
No.
Okay. Was that the last time you saw Pedro, Mr. Bonilla, before he was shot?
Yeah.
Thank you, Judge. No further questions.
All right, any cross-examination?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
So before Pedro left, was it your house or your friend's house?
What you mean? It was his house where I picked him up.
He picked him up from his house. I was looking for it. They're going to show it because we looked at a video yesterday where they pulled it out. I looked at a 9mm with an extended clip, but it looked like it was actually bigger than that. So I'm not sure exactly which one it was. Stand your ground popcorn case out of Florida. Probably. Yeah, that baby is here for a reason. I agree with that.
What was his house? Okay, you picked him up and then you went where?
To my house.
Your house? Who else was at your house?
Just me, my cousin, the dudes from work.
Good. And while you were there, did you observe Pedro using any drugs?
Not really. Just smoke, but I don't even think he got to smoke.
You don't even think what?
He got to smoke.
Okay,
He
was,
left his weed, he was like, roll up and be back.
so he was rolling up a joint?
I was rolling it up.
You were rolling it up. Okay, so other than a joint or marijuana, what other drugs were there?
Hey, Stephanie.
Oh, I was drinking. I don't know if they was drinking, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, how many people were there?
I don't know, to be honest.
All right, so we know that there was marijuana there. We know people were drinking. What else? Was there cocaine? Was there meth? Was there anything else there?
Oh, I don't know. I don't do none of that stuff, so
To your knowledge, do the other people who were there do that stuff?
nah.
Hey,
Not
Mimi.
that I know
Good
of.
to see you.
Not that you know of?
Yeah.
And were you with Pedro the entire time, or did he go off to another section of the house where you didn't see him?
Yeah, I think he went to the kitchen or something.
Okay, so you don't know exactly what he was doing that whole time, correct?
Not really.
Okay. And other than being there hanging out with these people and smoking, you have no knowledge of what was going on in the personal life between Pedro and his girlfriend and his kids and his family. You're not privy to that information. Is that correct? All right. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. She's going to rebuttal.
Mr. Bonilla, when Daisy got to your house, did she wait outside for Pedro?
Yeah, well, I don't know. She was like, where he at? I was like, probably inside. Since the door was already open, she just went inside.
So she went in your house to look for him.
Yeah, probably to the kitchen. I don't know. I wasn't with him, you feel me?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that last part.
I said I wasn't with him after that, you feel me? 'Cause he was inside.
But she went into your house to go get him.
Yeah.
Thank you, Judge. No further questions. May the witness be excused.
Yes, you can step down. You're excused.
I go outside or what?
I think you're excused from the subpoena, right? Yeah, you're excused from the subpoena.
so he can leave.
Alrighty, next witness, please.
The city is mark for ed purposes.
Any objections? All right, so it'll be admitted. Go ahead.
One A marker certification now becomes state considered marker.
How long is it? Just to give a preview to the jury. Few minutes. So this is the 911 call. Once an
Okay.
item gets moved into evidence, whoever's moving it
911
into
call.
evidence can publish, meaning for you all to view or listen. In this case, it's the 911 call. That's a few minutes long.
Saturday, June 25, 2022, 03:21:57 seconds.
Okay. Connie said if she was scared of him, why did she go get him? Allegedly, because she was going to move and she wanted him to have the ability to say goodbye to his children. I don't know. That's probably going to hurt her, the fact that she went and picked him up, but I don't know. What were you doing? Smoking and chilling and smoking. We can't see the judge, no. She's pretty. I think at one point you will be able to see her. At some point during the trial, we will.
Yeah, I don't know why I just hear a guy screaming and then sound just go everywhere.
Okay, stand on line with you. Let me check the phone to see where you are.
Okay.
Do you know what happened to him? Stand on line with me. Is he awake and breathing?
Yeah.
And I'm sitting here at 1300. What's the wait? Stand on line with me.
Where?
I'm good. Are you in Homestead now?
Yes, I know that.
Stand on line with me. What is the phone number you're calling from?
76 9539.
7656299939. So let me get on the police on the line as well. Iris is already in round. Do you know what part of his body he's injured or?
I think it's the right hand.
Stand on line with you. If you have a clean dry cloth or a towel, apply pressure to where he's bleeding from.
It's okay.
Yeah, just to be emergency. Sorry, Homestead, this is Monday, thankfully. The address is here at nothing. She's a. But the address is 1300, not 1153. She's advising that she found a male down on the floor, bleeding all over. I asked her to see if she can look and see where his body, the blood is coming from. She said the leg. I'm not what happened. I have her on the line. And it's calling from 786-562-9539. And where are you sitting today? I'm in position 150 with you. And what level? And you have right to that, right? Yes. Perfect. Thank you, County. Yeah. Ma'am?
Hello?
Okay, you said he looks like he's by the alleyway?
He is. He's in the alley.
Is he breathing?
He's breathing. He's saying that he can't breathe.
Okay. About how old do you think he is?
I don't know, maybe 30, 25, I don't know.
Between like mid-20s to maybe 30?
Yeah.
Is he able to tell you anything? Like what might happen or anything like that?
Hello?
Yes, can he tell you
What happened? No. He said he doesn't know.
He doesn't know. Okay.
Okay, wait a minute. She sounded genuinely concerned, but here she's acting like she don't know him. If they've been together that long, she would know how old he was. she knew what happened. She's trying to act like she didn't.
Police on the way, I have the ambulance on the way, just stay on the phone with me, okay? And you said it looks like it's mostly from ventilation. Hold on a second, I'm trying to say, no, I think it is, hold on, let me see. It is, there's a, hold on. There's a, I see an entry, hold on, turn, and I see an exit. Was he shot? It looks like it is, yeah. He's breathing off to his leg. I can't pick you up. I can't pick you up. So just let them know that help is on the way, but you can't pick them up, okay? Just let them know that help is on the way. Can you bring it? Ma'am, were you able to get a plate guard off the towel to apply pressure to his leg? I took his shirt off and I tied it around his leg. You tied it in front of it? Hey, hello. Still, are you okay? What the fuck happened? Is he still breathing, man? Yeah. He has it, but now, yes. They're calling for you now. I'm calling for you now. Just let me know when they make contact with you, okay? Yeah. Do they see you? Hello? Okay. Still awake? Yeah, I'm with you. Stay with me. And you see the ambulance? I see him here. Stay with me. Stay with me. And you can still. They're here. Stay with me. Okay. Oh, go ahead and disconnect. Okay, Saturday, June 25, 2022.
Kate, thank you for becoming a member of Speculation Station. I greatly appreciate it, and welcome to Speculation Station. Thank you so much for the support, and I hope you like the videos you now have access to. And Amber became a member. Thank you so much for that. Thank you for the support. That is so amazing. You guys are so very sweet. Thank you so much for that. I hope you guys like the videos you have access to. And there will be more videos soon. When we move, I'm going to try to do some members only streams, or at least some videos while I'm driving. So thank you for that. And then Kate gifted a membership. Thank you so much. And that went to Soups. Soups, if you are here and you are aware Kate gifted you, please tell Kate thank you. Thank you guys so very much. I greatly appreciate that. I will grab the crazy train. The haunted train to pick you all up on the way to Speculation Station. Thank you so very much. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. And then Kate gifted another membership that went to Stony Sony Photos. Stony, if you are here and you are where Kate gifted you, please tell Kate thank you. Thank you again, Kate. That was so sweet of you. I will grab the crazy train this time to pick Stony up. Thank you so very much. That was so very sweet and supportive of y'all. And I greatly, 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 greatly appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Welcome to Speculation Station, y'all. We love you too, Kate. Thank you. Thank you so very much. That is so awesome. Thank you. Thank you, guys. I greatly appreciate it. Tom said if your female artery was severed on an operating table in the ER, they probably couldn't even save you. Oh, man. So he didn't stand a chance. That's crazy. Why do we have no
Judge,
sound?
at this time,
Oh,
state
there we go.
calls Officer Trayvon Nicholson to stand. Nicholson with an N or an M? And Nicholson.
Sorry, y'all.
Can you come on up?
I love you too, baby. Be safe. What? Okay. Sorry, y'all.
I did.
Morning. Can you please state your name for the record?
Yes, I'm Sergeant Tripon Nicholson.
Sergeant Nicholson, how long have you been a police officer?
A little over 9 years.
And
Next time I will skip it ahead when they're waiting for them to come forward. I had family I had to deal with. Julie said if this was a different scenario and say someone picked up a firearm, it went off, hit the ground, and rebounded, would it be homicide or homicide 2? As I don't think this is homicide 1. I think this is second degree homicide. I'm gonna look up the statutes or the definitions for that because I was kind of wondering the same thing.
what department do you currently work for?
The Homestead Police Department.
How long have you worked for that department?
A little over 6 years.
And prior to Homestead Police Department, what department did you work for?
Florida City Police Department.
What is your current assignment, Officer Nicholson, as of today?
I'm the afternoon, one of the afternoon shift sergeants.
And in your 9 years of being a police officer, about how many homicide scenes have you worked as a police officer?
Approximately 50 to 60.
On June 25th, 2022, what was your current assignment?
I was a road patrol officer for the midnight shift.
So I want to take you back to that date. Were you working that night?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you dispatched to 1237 Northwest 14th Street in Homestead, Florida?
Yes, I was.
What were you dispatched in reference to?
I believe it was in reference to a male down.
Bye, Bethina. Be safe, love. And I looked up the definition. Second degree homicide is defined as the intentional killing that lacks premeditation or advanced planning. It occurs when a perpetrator deliberately causes another's death, but the act arises spontaneously or impulsively without prior intent. The offense can also be characterized by a disregard for human life, demonstrating malice aforethought without the need for premeditation. And that is what she is charged with. I'm sorry, y'all couldn't see me reading the definition. I was trying, I meant to highlight it, but didn't. I hope you have a good day, Bethina, love, and thank you for coming in.
Down, covered in blood, possibly shot.
Now, Officer Nicholson, before you were dispatched, were you already in the Homestead area?
Yes, ma'am.
What area were you in before you were dispatched?
I was in what we consider our Alpha 1 area, which is in the same area as where I was dispatched to on that night, approximately 3 or 4 blocks from the location.
And when you were in that area before you were dispatched, did you hear anything?
Yes, prior to being dispatched, I heard a pop.
Did you check out where that pop was coming from? Did you try and check it out?
So when I heard it, it sounded like it came from south of my location. So I traveled south slowly on 14th Avenue, which is one of the main roads that runs north and south. I looked down every street as I passed it to see if anybody would flag me down, if I seen anything suspicious. And I kept going until I was dispatched.
Okay. And when you were dispatched, what street were you on? Do you remember?
I believe I was on 4th Street and 14th Avenue.
And you mentioned you had passed 14th Street.
Correct.
Was that where the dispatch sent you?
Correct. Dispatch sent me to 14th Street.
When you passed 14th Street, when you were first looking in the area, did you see anything?
No, it was a pitch black road.
Now I want to go back to when you were dispatched. From the time you heard that pop noise to the time you were dispatched, Officer Nicholson, how much time had passed?
I would say approximately 5 to 8 minutes.
And how long did it take for you to get to the dispatch area from where you were?
Roughly another 2 to 3 minutes.
And when you got to where you were dispatched, what was it? Was it a house? Was it a location? What was the location?
So When I arrived on scene, the location was in an alleyway. The victim in this case was in the alleyway.
And who else was there when you got to the alleyway?
The defendant in this case.
How did she appear to be when you got there?
She was standing next to him. She was yelling. When I got out, I walked up to the victim. I asked him, "Are you okay? Are you injured?" There was no response from the victim. And then at that point, I asked, "Do you know him?" to the defendant, and she said it was her husband.
So I want to go back to when you arrived at the alleyway. Where was the victim in the alleyway?
He was laying on the ground in the middle of the alleyway.
And where was the defendant when you got there?
Standing over his right side.
And when you were asking the victim questions, was he able to respond to you?
No, ma'am.
What kind of questions?
So if as soon as the officer got there, she admitted that it was her husband, why on the 911 call do we not know how old he is? Do we not know who he is or what happened? Like, you knew all of that. And when the officers got there, you said it was your husband. Like, that's weird for me. Could it be shock? Maybe. Let me look it up. She's probably looking at possible life in prison. I'm not sure. And why did she pull the gun? He came back. So, I mean, we don't know specifically, but allegedly she was scared for her life because he told her she was going to have to sleep outside, is what I've got so far. And he had beat the shit out of her the day before. He was on the cocaine and the alcohol and the weed, and she was afraid for her life. She told him to leave, and the defense attorney said that he would leave and then come back and then like walk away and walk back and walk away and walk back. And evidently she told him to leave. He was walking away. That doesn't mean he wasn't going to come right back. She shot at the ground. It ricocheted in a turn of events that is almost mythical, went in through the heel of his foot, went up, came out of his foot, traveled up his leg, and hit that artery where he bled out in the leg. I'm going to look at the sentence, the possible sentence she's facing. Tell you.
I was asking him, was he hurt? I asked him, what's his name? I asked him, was he shot?
Did he appear to be injured to you at that time, Officer Nicholson?
I did see blood on him. There was a good amount of blood on his legs, on his like abdominal area. At that point in time, the alleyway was very dark. I lit it up with my lights of my police car, but it's still a dark area. I had my flashlight out. At that time, when I first arrived, I didn't see where the injury was.
And who was answering the questions you were asking to the victim?
The defendant answered the majority of the questions.
What was she saying?
So like when I asked him what his name was, I believe she said his name. I asked him, are you shot? Where are you shot? And the defendant was able to point at the location of where the GSW was.
But you weren't able to see immediately when you got there where the location was.
No, ma'am.
So she did put also, I'm thinking, as I looked this up, she did put the tourniquet on to try to save his life. In Florida, second-degree homicide is a first-degree felony. If convicted, the offender will receive at least 16 3/4 years in prison without parole, unless a firearm was used, in which case the minimum sentence is 25 years. The maximum sentence for second-degree homicide is life imprisonment, depending on the severity of the crime and any aggravating circumstances.
And now, what was the victim wearing when you arrived?
He didn't have a shirt on. He had on what appeared to be black shorts and boxers.
Okay, was there a lot of bleeding?
So Like I said, he had a lot of blood on him. But when I've responded to gunshot victims in the past, you typically see where the blood is coming from. In this case, I was unable to. The blood was smeared in different parts of his legs. And I was unable to see where the bleeding was coming from.
Did he appear to be in distress or pain?
Yes.
Was he, sorry,
Okay.
was he conscious when you got there?
Yes, he was conscious. At one point, I believe he tried to get up. I told him, stay down, because I was trying to figure out where the injury was.
What was the defendant's demeanor as you were trying to assess the victim?
She was screaming. Believe at one point she stated what happened. Like she was asking him what happened.
Again, I mean, the circumstances for that bullet to kill him was miraculous. I don't think she meant for it to happen. If she meant for it to happen, she would have shot him in the chest or the head. Dandy said, can she be found guilty of a lesser charge if it's not officially a charge? I'm not sure. I know I looked it up and she is facing second-degree homicide charges, and then this is the sentence for it. She probably could. I don't know. Like, I don't know if the jury could say, we don't think she did this. We don't want to charge her with second-degree homicide, but we do want to charge her with this charge instead. Like, because it's not officially listed on her list of charges, I don't think they could do that. Soups, thank you for saying thank you. That was so sweet, and I'm glad you were gifted. I'm glad you received the membership. Yep, Kate gifted it. Thank you, Dandy. That was so very sweet of y'all. Thank you guys so much.
Was upset. She was asking where rescue was, and things like that.
When she was asking him what happened, did it make it seem to you as she didn't know what happened?
Correct.
Hold on, stop. Sustained. So the jury will disregard the last answer of this officer. You can ask the next question.
Yes, Judge. Did she tell you how she got there?
She said that she said that she was out looking for him.
Okay. And do you remember her saying anything about the shot and the wounds on his body?
Just when I asked, were you shot? She said, I believe he was shot, and then she pointed to the location.
And did you try to help and treat the victim's injury, Officer Nicholson?
Yes, once I was able to locate it, my partner was pulling up by that time. I asked him to grab my med bag that I had in my vehicle. He was able to do that. He then took the scissors out because at that point my hands had blood on them. He took the scissors out. He cut the shorts to open up the area, and then he applied pressure.
Okay. And was fire rescue also dispatched to the scene?
With the reference to the way that the call came out, fire rescue is automatically dispatched when we are.
How long did it take them to get there?
I would say approximately 5 to 10 minutes
And
after I got there. So
was there any point you had to do CPR on the victim?
yes, there was a point where when my partner had pressure on the wound, I was constantly checking his pulse. He initially had one. Then at one point I didn't feel one. So I started.
I don't understand how all this blood is coming out and we can't figure out where he's bleeding from. What do you mean bloody kids, Julia? And I was like, what on earth's going on? Kim said most charges will come with lesser includes, or so most charges would come with lesser offenses. I'm guessing is what you were saying. I wouldn't know how to spell it either. I think it depends on the judge's instructions. Okay. This is the officer that was dispatched right after the 911 call. He said he was driving around the area. He heard a pop, and then he drove around to see if anybody would flag him down or if he saw anything. He didn't see anything. Then he got the 911 call, was dispatched to the area. It was 5 to 8 minutes between the time he heard the pop and he got the 911 dispatch call, and it took him 2 to 3 minutes to get to the scene of the crime. So from the time she called 911, it was about 10 or 11 minutes. Oh, blood. You're saying these bloody kids, these bloody kids. I can't even do it. I'm too Southern for that. I thought you meant actually bloody. I would love to hear you say that. I love British accents.
CPR. I continued CPR, sporadically checking for pulse, until fire rescue got there.
And when fire rescue got there, did they try to revive him?
At that point, when fire rescue got there, I walked away. I started securing the scene, because I allow them to administer the life-saving measures.
And before we get to you securing the scene, was fire rescue able to revive him?
No, he was pronounced deceased at the scene.
So, great body worn camera that night.
Yes, I was.
And if I were to show you a clip of where your body worn camera was, would you recognize it?
Yes, I would.
Now directed for counsel and witness to what have been previously marked as states 1F efficient. That the record reflect that I tried the defense counsel. Does permission to approach the witness?
Yes, standing permission.
Thank you, Judge. Officer Nicholson, in this CD, is it your body worn camera that was on and activated and captured everything that happened on June 25th of inclusive?
Yes, it captured my involvement.
Was it a fair and accurate depiction of your body worn camera that night?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, now listen to evidence with these part of these 1F.
Any objection?
All right, cameraman, I'm going to need you to zoom in on this body worn camera because I want to see it. We all want to see it. Like, why are we recording if we can't see the videos? What are we even doing in the doggone courtroom? Miss North said, well, I think it comes from the reckless regard for human life option of the charges you read. She just randomly fired a gun at or near him. Probably. So could she, I wonder, could she get charged? See. Unless a firearm was used. Okay, but we were looking at the definition of second degree murder. So it's defined as the unlawful killing of a person through an act that is imminently dangerous to another, showing a depraved mind regardless of human life, but without premeditated intent to kill a specific person. So yeah, it would be the depraved disregard for human life. This means that while the act is dangerous and shows a disregard for human life, it does not involve premeditation or specific intent to kill. Hold on, my headphone's about to die. Put the other one in before it does. The unlawful killing of another person, the act was imminently dangerous to another. The act demonstrated a depraved mind showing no regard for human life. Second degree homicide is classified as a first degree felony, which can result in severe penalties, including life imprisonment. So, I mean, all of those are checked. It was the unlawful killing of another person, unless they can prove that it wasn't unlawful because it was self-defense. The act was definitely imminently dangerous to him, and the act demonstrated a depraved mind showing no regard for human life. Again, it's going to be the intent. I don't know what I just clicked on. It's going to end up being the intent of was it self-defense or did she genuinely intend to commit his homicide? Which again, the miraculous circumstances of how he died and how the bullet entered his leg should show that it wasn't. I'm Northern as well, so have a proper broad English accent, not posh at all. I love it. I would love to hear you talk. Large Marge over there in charge. Lesser included charges do not have to be indicted in the initial indictment, but a jury can be instructed to consider them if there is a rational bias in the evidence presented at trial. Thank you for that. Per Uncle Google. Okay. So if they charged her with something less, they wouldn't have to be included in the initial indictment that got her charged and in jail. But the jury can be instructed by the judge to consider less charges if there is a rational basis with the evidence presented at trial. Basically, if the evidence presents the possibility of a lesser charge, the judge can instruct the jury to ponder on those charges. So really, it's going to be up into the judge. just outside of Manchester. I would love to hear y'all. I would just like to be a fly on the wall while you and Julie had a conversation. I would love it. Tom said self-defense has already left the building. Yeah, it's going to be a hard case to prove. I'm real interested in how it's going to turn out. All right, I need this camera to zoom in on this
No
body
objection,
cam,
it'll be
please.
admitted.
Exhibit 1F, marked for identification, now becomes state exhibit 2.
If you're going to publish, hold on, Mr. Alcala, if you're gonna publish,
Zoom
how long
in,
is it?
camera.
Judge, it's 23 minutes. 30
You're gonna play the whole thing?
Yeah.
All right, so just so everyone can get comfortable, right? All right, thank you. Go ahead. It has sound as well, correct?
It does.
Go ahead.
Permission to
Zoom
publish.
in, camera.
Yes, does anyone want to
And-
leave the courtroom before we do that? Okay, go ahead. I just don't want it to be interrupted. We're gonna play it through.
Yeah.
I'm going to not interrupt it. Zoom the fuck in. What are you doing, cameraman? Hold on. I'm going to try to make it as big as I can for y'all so we can see, because this damn cameraman sucks. Mrs. North said, I would definitely argue self-defense because she was leaving. He was losing his kids, and after she moved, I'm sure he was real, like for real on it that night. Yeah, it would be that would be what I would go with too if I was a defense attorney, because he had beat the shit out of her 5 days before to where she had to go to the hospital and a lot of blood was lost. Then she's leaving. He's not on the lease. He's not supposed to be there. The fact that she went and got him from the other residents would hurt that defense, but I think it's the best defense they could go with in this case. Was the shot to scare him as it was aimed at the ground. That can be used in her defense then. I'm thinking it probably was, and the fact that it went up, ricocheted off the concrete or whatever, and traveled up her leg is just a miraculous set of circumstances. They hired Lori Vallow's cameraman again. I want that tax report, said Hannah. I think it's retired. Any bigger, and that thing will block out the screen. She said, back it up. We need to hire our own cameraman, don't we? What the hell? What are you doing, cameraman? We gotta wait 30 seconds for audio, usually with the body cam from when they turn it on. They said there is audio. There it is.
Hey, what's going on?
So it might be CCTV because this camera is not working, but it's not on any other networks. Like, I would love to see that body cam footage. I'm gonna have to FOIA it after the case, and we'll have to look at it that way. Yep.
I see it, a horse on the back, a horse on the front, son's fucking back. I took off his. No, he's asking my husband. Okay.
I want to tell you real quick. Every time you do that, Keo, you say yush. I'm like, is she saying yes or telling me to shut up? What are you saying? I get confused when you text me. Donkey butt and them big old legs. Donkey butt and them big old legs. Donkey butt and them big old legs. Hush, little cameraman, don't say a word. Long cry, I'm gonna buy you a new camera. Right? I went to the plea hearing the other day, and the cameras were fixed and under control of the judge. So that might be what's going on. That makes sense, Dandy. That's kind of how it looked to me. Seriously, wasn't even aiming or trying to hit him. She was probably just warning him she was serious, right? Lastly, I apologize for pausing. Valo's cameraman was kind of hilarious, though. She didn't want him zooming in on her chains, and he'd constantly zoom in on her chains. Interesting.
Right here, right here. You see it, from the front, you can see the, right. Hey, just stay right there, boss. Are you okay? Hello? Stay with me. Okay. Hey, there's no GSW. Yeah, that's all. Gonna be to the right lane, to the right side, and out the right side. No, stay down, stay down, stay down. Hey, stay down. Go in my truck, grab right there's my trauma kit. Grab me gauze and all that. Pedro, what the fuck happened? Pedro. What the fuck? Where's the ambulance? They're coming. They're coming. Open it up. I got my hands in dirty. Grab me two. Oh. We're gonna get that off us. Yep. Just cut it off. What's the best way to come through? Hey, hello. Yeah, I'm in the alleyway. Hold on, get your hands. Pedro, stay. Hello, look at me. Pedro, hello, look at me. Are you here? Are you with me? Pedro. Hey, boss. Oh my God. No. All right. Pedro. No. Hey, I need you to relax. I need you to calm down. Give me a second. Huh? Pedro. Hey, put pressure on that. Edwards, put pressure. Pedro. Hey, I need you to calm down, Mama. I need you to calm down. What's the GW? Right there in the top. Hey, no, hey, look at me, please. No, Pedro, hey, look at me, please. Pedro, please. It's not celebrating as a serial Hey, Pedro, please. Pedro, please, stay with me. Oh my God. No. Pedro, please. Need your backup, please. I need your backup. Backup, please. Pedro. Stay up.
I looked.
You're fine.
Hey, Abraham.
Public coffee. Is it okay? Right,
She's screaming no because they started CPR. All right, look, first of all, if that happened in my situation, you ain't gonna tell me to back up or you need me to move. The hell, I'm not moving. I'm standing right there. But thinking about what she said, she said she didn't know what happened. And I'm thinking, okay, well, she shot at the ground and she genuinely didn't realize that the bullet went into his leg. Maybe she didn't know what happened when she called the ambulance and the cop was there. But then I remembered the video where she's like, "You'll be fine." And obviously she's replying because he said he got shot in the leg. So it's difficult. Like, why were you saying you didn't know what happened, asking him what happened when the police officer got there, if beforehand you had said you'll be all right? But I mean, again, to defend her, even if she aimed at the ground, and even with him saying that it did hit him, she would probably think it hit his foot or whatever, and maybe didn't realize that it had traveled up somehow and cut his leg. She does sound genuine to me. Southern, I looked at on Court TV. This is Law and Crime Trials. Court TV was doing the stabbing of the little child out front of the thing, but I'll definitely check it again to see if we can get a better body cam of it. And I'll look for the body cam specifically.
Okay. Oh, please.
You better we're starting to see. Hey, did all the rescue see where we're at? I heard the truck. I heard the truck. The truck should be on that side.
Pedro. Pedro. Come on, Pedro. Stay with me. Yeah, relax. There you go, Pedro. Come on.
Give up, Pedro. You got this, bro.
Come on, boy. Hey. Pedro. Pedro.
They're showing all right. So, I'm thinking that.
Exactly, Julie.
You to the back up, please. Relax, back up. Pedro. Hey, boss. Can you tell me what happened? Pedro.
Who did this to you, bro?
Come on, Pedro.
So they lost him because she started screaming worse, and I could see on the video footage that it appeared he was performing CPR, and then they get him back. And that's why he's asking him these questions right now. Abraham pointed out that there was a video from the owner of the house that was in a DVR and they lost the footage. What is up with them losing these footages? Like, what the hell? Julianne said, but if you shot the ground and he said that, I'd also be like, yeah, whatever, you're fine, thinking he's lying. Exactly. And you might not realize because you shot the ground. So you would think if it did hit him or ricocheted somehow or something, it would just hit him in the foot. And like, if you got shot in the foot, yeah, it would suck, but you'd be all right, more than likely. He's bleeding from the upper part of his inner thigh. Like, you might not realize that the bullet had traveled up and come out up there. So I don't know, like, if she genuinely didn't know what happened. Like, yeah, she shot at the ground, but she didn't realize the turn of events that had happened. Julianne said he's clearly manipulative and abusive. I'd be sure he's lying at first. Right. To be in that relationship where he's abusing you and on substances and all the things, like, yeah, you probably would just pass it off as him being dramatic or whatever. I get it. Miss King of Anything, good to see you. Said I would move is the people who is trying to save his life told me to. See, for me, it would be hard because that's the love of my life right there, laying on the ground. Like, regardless if we were fighting, regardless if I shot him, regardless whatever, like, yeah, I'm gonna let you perform CPR, but I'm also gonna be right there trying to do what she's doing, calling his name, crying, screaming, asking, please come back. Like, you might be lucky to perform CPR because I'd probably already be doing it with the pain. I don't know. Like, it would be, I'm not going to stand back and get away from him as he's taking his last breath. Like, no, you're going to have to restrain me. The female responding sergeant's body cam wasn't shown at trial. That's weird. I would like to see the body cam footage, like, up close. Abraham said police lost the footage. Why are they always losing that shit? I think it's suspicious when footage gets lost. The Alyssa Turney case jaded me with losing footage. Right, like, that's weird to me. You put the footage in a fucking manila envelope in your evidence box. Like, how is the shit getting lost? Oh, okay. Thank you for saying you're welcome. That was so sweet of you to gift, and I greatly appreciate it. If something happened to my husband, they'd have to hold me down on the ground because I'm being by his side. Right, exactly. Exactly. I'm not going to stop you from performing life-saving measures, but I'm also not going to leave his side. I sent a link to you. I hope I did it right. If you emailed it to me, it could be there. I haven't checked my email today, but I will.
Pedro. Hey. Pedro. Pedro.
It's got to be post. GSW to the right now. Okay, so it looks like a through and through. Where's
It's hard to hear it.
Yeah, when I got here, this is where it goes out. Edward, I'll follow it down. Okay.
Yep, exactly. Steve, what the hell?
Accurate. What? She said, have him back. Where's she living? Let's start looking it up.
So I get it to start rolling up the air gun. I know.
The audio is horrible. I'm trying to grab what I can out of it. The fact that they lost a disc is absolutely insane. Julianne says she said what? I couldn't hear it. I didn't even catch that he said gunshot wound to the thigh, and she didn't know. The audio, yeah, I hope it will get better. I wonder if she had a previous criminal record. I saw that you said that. I'm going to look it up and see if we can find out. Curious how they chose who to prosecute. Maybe this could have just been reckless discharge of a firearm, yet we have Jen Soto and Whitney Adelson walking free. Orange Rose, exactly.
Boom, 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 bam, bam.
Exactly. Please make that make sense. It's good to see you, love. I've been in a few DV situations. I'm so sorry. And even though you know they hurt you on so many levels, when something happens to them, you want to be by their side, make them aware you're going to take care of them. Exactly. Exactly. It is really fucked. It is. It's like, you know, even though they beat the shit out of you, exact like you just said, you're not going to leave their side or watch them die or watch anything bad happen to them. The love bombing, and I mean, you love them. She's got 2 children with him and had been with him for 10 years. I mean, that situation alone, you're not just going to walk away and not be there. No way could I vote guilty after hearing this. I don't think I could either. Basil wants out. I'm going to look up them charges after I let him out.
Sammy, pull my car back. Pull my car back. Pull it back. Pull it back in this open spot. Go ahead.
I'll show you. I'm just thinking of like 336.
Hey, get it back to the open, Shane. Watch your feet. Back it up. Go ahead, Shane. Watch out, LT, he's coming back. Go ahead, Chevy, go. Hey, stop, Sheriff. Turn your wheel. All the way. Got the tree. Turn the wheel hard this way. Yeah. Back it up. Yeah. Hey, pull forward. Right there. My patches. Right there above my headrest, look. Hey, kill my head.
Yep, Julie. Read the page. Right.
What? Look, right there above my headrest. Passenger side. Hey, thank you. Hey, what's right here? Just go in itself.
I couldn't, Cara, either. My ex, after I left him, he ended up overdosing and dying, like, and I wasn't there. And the fact that I wasn't there haunts me to this day. I've always felt like I should have been there, but everybody tells me, I left and I got clean, and they've always said, the only thing that would have changed if you had actually been there would be that you would both be dead. But it would be hard knowing that, even though that they were fighting and that they weren't technically together or whatever, and then this happens, like, I don't think I could vote guilty either with everything I've been through as well. Truth Finder. I need to write that down. Truth Finder and Intellus is what we used to use when we were repossessing vehicles. We would use Intellus to get addresses and stuff. But I'm trying to find criminal record. Like, I need it to give me criminal records. I wrote both of them down because I'm willing to pay for one, but I want it to give me the information that I need, I paid for one. It was like Court Records Finder, and it damn sucked.
I'm just dropping off this whole information. Yeah, we're gonna probably have to go out to the road. If we could, we'll walk back that way. Yes. We'll have to put a car on that. No, I don't know nothing. She said, he left out. He had to come home, so she went looking for him. She found him in the alleyway, and she seen that he had the in and out in the right back.
So, Cara, I put in a FOIA request on Daisy and that situation, but I think what we're going to have to do is put in a request for the internal investigation report, because Brian Inton said that they didn't want to give him those records, and he pulled the records on basically the internal affairs investigation report. I think we're going to have to request that, but I'm not sure.
I was at 17. I was at 17 and 14, and I heard like a pop, and I started driving this way. I didn't know and it sounded more like a fire. So I started driving down 14, and then that's when they gave me the call. You got more this way, Shed? We got to look at it. Hey, what? I said, we just want more stuff on that. Yeah. 7, 8, 6, 7. Ready to get more pickup.
Special on a 434 to Vita, Lopez Durant, you change of 12 Northwest 14th Street.
must have been driving, bro. She was in the passenger. Hey, give me, hey, somebody got a car? Have the call. Ma'am, rescue's out with him, ma'am. 423. 423. Yeah. Yeah, complete block of Fifth Street. Yeah. It wasn't even that long ago, bro. I heard a pop, so I started driving down there and they gave me the call. Yo. What? Hey, bro, need fish. Fish. Everywhere. 152, they said they found the hospital scene. That's 12. Alright, it's 1289 Northwest 4th Street in Stratford. Why are you not right? Why not? According to the blood trail, he seems to be walking around in circles, double blocking off the entire street. I'll do it. And I need it more west. Oh, that's good there. That's good. Yeah, I'm going to 3-4. Trying to get his good phone. Hey, Chevy, that's good stuff. Chevy, she's got it. Hey, Chevy, you got a vet? You got a vet? I don't know, man. Can I rescue? You're missing. Can you get her info and then his info from her? Please. Yeah, this smoke's gonna have to. We're just gonna rebuild up the whole room. That's what I'm saying. But these houses right here. Yeah, so we'll shut down the whole front. Okay. And then also in the back. Somebody else got tape. Is your car close? Yeah, rip off this backside for now. Can we figure out what we got? All right. And now, where is that now? Possibly. I don't know. Hard to tell. They're getting his info and her info. Thank you, man. Only two bags keep. Yeah. 439. You go 423.
Time I'll check. I can't believe at this point in time a courtroom chooses to allow cameras will have such a crappy setup. I know. Like we can't see shit, y'all. Trying to listen.
No. Blood everywhere, but we're gonna block up this whole, just block up the whole alley. He's been all over. Let's see if we can do a little call for nation. You can get some music coming early. Here. I go back a little bit more.
So it's not telling me on Uncle Google. It just tells me that he Her trial was scheduled for May of 2025. Oh no, DPAS's was May of 2025. Link has not yet been scheduled. Daisy Link and Joan DPAS, both charged with homicide, are now parents to a baby girl born in June. That's all that it tells me. But considering that, it's there, we don't have a bunch of witnesses, we don't have a bunch of people we need to interview. I think that it'll be relatively quickly. I was actually concerned that thinking that maybe by the end of today they might be going to deliberations. If not today, then probably Monday. I would say Wednesday at the absolute latest, because I mean, there's just not. You can interview her if she decides to take the stand. The guy that the friend that we've already heard from, the officers involved, the medical examiner, all of that. That's about it. It's not like a case where you got to talk to 15 different witnesses and things like that. I don't think. Okay.
Doesn't make sense, bro. Yeah, we're just gonna shut the whole hour down. I'll get her all. Yeah, somebody, this is this. They ain't coming out.
So if there's anybody on this that we can clear, I believe we should have maybe 5 with the whole thing.
Oh. They ain't coming out.
Oh, thank you.
Is there homicide investigation?
That's because I'm walking.
Just put the tape in. This way. You can use no tape. They didn't give you a blanket for this guy? Fireman, leave a blanket.
So thank you for that. I don't know why I didn't think about that, but this is what we have. So there she is. She was booked June 25th of 2022 after the homicide. And that's her mugshot right after the homicide. She was born May 19th of 1995. She has blonde hair. I think that hair is pretty brown. She has brown eyes, 185 pounds, 5'8". Okay, now she's got no bond on penal PC found contraband. I don't know. That might be the charge is second-degree homicide with a weapon, and there's no bond on that. Remark domestic violence. Second is battery by detainee on visitor or other detainee. That's a charge she got after being incarcerated. She had a standard bond. Battery on detainee or visitor or other detainee, bond to be set. And I don't have a date on that. Battery, police officer, corrections officer, firefighter, or TRA. Another battery on detainee on visitor or other detainee. And then a battery by detainee on visitor or other detainee. She's got several of those charges. So is she fighting in jail, I'm wondering? And that's all it tells me. All of the battery by detainee on visitor or other detainee is going to be after being in jail. Now, I don't think that she could get charged with that because of the pregnancy. The battery on police officer, correction officer, or firefighter, it could have come from the night she got arrested if she showed her ass, but I'm thinking it's from behind bars because I don't have dates on these. You know what I mean? Thank you for getting that information for me. I think it was Kelly. Yeah, Kelly. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. Hey, Shelby, good to see you. She has the same birthday as my triplets. You are blessed with triplets. That is amazing, Stephanie. Congratulations on that. What an achievement. I always wanted twins or triplets or something, but I couldn't imagine like when they're first born, the crying. Oh my gosh, I could not handle more than one at a time. Especially my son had colic. Good to see you, Shelby. I love your picture. Gracious. Hold on, I'll pull it back up in just a second. I gotta take a phone call real
Then
quick.
we walk around the house, bro. We walked all over there. Bro, there's blood everywhere. There's blood in the SUV. Oh, that's good. Yeah.
What do you think? What are show me primary route?
Hey! Turn! Rescue out there? Is rescue out there? Can you get their info?
At one point, she said about, I thought she sounded like was going to walk through the street. She said earlier today in the white van, I don't make my own, there's a passenger van, a white van, so there's a white van. With a couple of these friends, when he got back, agitated, that's when I started walking around the circle, walking all over the place. Then she didn't see him for about 45 minutes, so she started driving, so she talking back.
So it's info there?
Yeah.
Now, Officer Nicholson, do you remember the defendant telling you where she was before she got to the victim?
I don't recall.
But looking at your body worn, refresh your recollection? Is that portion?
Yes.
All right, I'm back. 519. Yes, thank you. I'm wondering, because it's been a while. May 19th is your birthday too?
Yeah, we're gonna probably have to go out to the road.
I think so.
If we could, we'll walk back that way. See, yes. Well, I can put a car on that.
Okay, thank you.
No, I don't know nothing. She said, he left out. He hadn't come home, so she went looking for him. She found him in the alleyway.
Is your recollection refreshed?
Yes, ma'am.
So where did the defendant tell you she was?
Originally, she was at her residence, and then she left looking for him.
And do you remember her mentioning Pedro hadn't come home, so she went looking for him?
Correct.
And then she mentioned she found him in the alleyway. Now, I want to talk about securing the scene. We saw your body worn that you secured the scene, so let's talk about it. When fire rescue left, did you begin an investigation into what had occurred?
When fire rescue left, At that point, we knew it was a homicide investigation. We don't investigate homicides, Miami-Dade does. So we secure the scene to conserve as much evidence as possible. And then we allow Miami-Dade to come and investigate what happened.
How did you secure the scene?
So different officers were shouting, as you could see in my body worn camera, there's blood here, there's blood here. So at that point, being the lead, I make a determination along with the supervisors to how big the scene is going to be. In this case, we ended up making the scene approximately probably 2 blocks, because it was between the alleyway and the main road.
Why did you secure such a large area of the scene?
There was blood in all those areas, approximately from the initial residence where we found the blood to about 2 or 3 residents away.
Officer Nicholson, if I were to show you a picture of the scene that you were dispatched to on June 25th, 2022, would you recognize it?
Yes, I would.
Now, the record before council, witness would have been previously marked as states 1B. The record reflects that I'm showing the defense counsel. Judge.
The 3 strike rule is that if you commit 3 felonies, or I think it's 3 felonies in general, you automatically get life in prison. And then you can, if you are a habitual misdemeanor, which means you commit several misdemeanors, you can get hit with habitual misdemeanor, which would turn all your misdemeanors into felony and basically get life in prison too. That's something I was afraid when I was getting in trouble. I towards the end there, I was like, I gotta stop. They're gonna hit. It's called hitting somebody with the bitch. Habitual misdemeanor, which would turn them into felonies, and you could end up getting charged with a felony or doing life in prison. So I was like, yeah, I gotta stop. I gotta stop living this life of crime, because if I don't, my ass is gonna end up in prison for the rest of my life, and I don't want to do that. Shelby, hearing that a mob factory in Tennessee has had a major explosion, I look it up. Life sentences for the 3rd violent felony. Okay. Buck Snort, Tennessee. Yeah, I'm going to go look. I'm going to pull it up too. The missing video comes from camera surveillance footage the house owner had installed, but I believe it was law enforcement's fault that the footage was erased. That's insane. Yeah, last time they had to say red substance. That was insane to me as well. Like, we can't even say blood. Are we streaming on fucking TikTok? What's going on here, y'all? We will hear it from the person. Okay. I'm going to look for that explosion too real quick.
Witness.
Yes, it's a standing permission. So,
Officer Nicholson, do you recognize this photo?
Yes, I do.
What is the photo?
The scene that we of the incident.
The fair and accurate representation of the scene of the incident that you were dispatched to on June 25th, 2022.
Yes, it is.
Has it been altered in any way?
No, ma'am.
I'm going to evidence for the previously marked as 1.
Okay.
it'll be admitted.
Then exhibit 1B, mark identification, now become to stay exhibit 2E, Judge.
All right, real quick. It's from 3 minutes ago. A Tennessee explosives manufacturing plant blew up Friday today. Officials said as first responders urged everyone to steer clear of the area. Accurate Energetic Systems, founded in 1980, said its business in McEwen is dedicated to the development, manufacture, handling, and storage of high-quality energetic products utilized in both defense and commercial markets. Quote, we can confirm there has been an explosion at Accurate Energetic Systems in the Buck Snort area, unquote, the Hickman County Sheriff's Office said in a statement. Emergency services are currently on the scene working to address the situation. Important, please avoid the area to allow emergency responders to do their work. If you are in the area, stay clear and follow instructions from local authorities. Let's see what the statement said. We can 2 hours. We can confirm there has been an explosion at Accurate Energetic Systems in the Buck Snort area. Emergency services are currently on the scene working to address the situation. Please avoid the area to allow emergency responders to do their work. If you're in the area, stay clear and follow the instructions from local authorities. For your safety and to assist responders, please minimize non-emergency calls to the Sheriff's Office and 911. We will continue to provide updates as we receive more information. Stay safe, everyone. So an explosives plant exploded, and this one tells us really quickly that one is deceased. One dead, several missing as explosion rocks Accurate Energetic Systems explosive factory in Tennessee. An explosion was reported Friday at the factory of an explosives manufacturer in Tennessee, as per several media reports. The explosion occurred at the facility of Accurate Energetic Systems in the Bucksnort area near the Hickman County-Humphreys line. Local news outlet WSMV spoke to a source who said that several people are missing and one person is possibly deceased. The emergency services are currently at the spot. The explosion has been confirmed by Hickman County Sheriff's Office, which said in a post on Facebook, "We can confirm that the explosion has happened and emergency services are there." We just read that. We'll continue to provide updates. Established in 1980, Accurate Energetic Systems LLC is dedicated to the development, manufacture, handling, and storage of high-quality energetic products utilized in both defense and commercial markets. So we've got one dead and several missing. God, please don't let those people be hurt and die. God bless that man's family that died, a person's family that died, and Lord, please help the other people be found safe. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. They're doing another presser at 12. Okay. I'll try to locate it so we can watch it.
Get permission to publish?
Sure.
Permission to have the officer step down?
Yes, you can step down.
Okay. Officer Nicholson, can you please tell the jury where is it that you saw the blood trails when you secured the scene?
So
Let's
initially,
hold it up high so everyone can see from both sides of the jury seating.
so initially, the victim was located here. When I'm walking on the body camera, to see me walking with my lieutenant, we start walking this way. The blood trail goes around over here. There was blood pool here. I'm down along the backside of this duplex. There's this trampoline goes on this side of the trampoline around to the east.
Really quickly, I did find this. It's 19, at least 19 are missing and one is dead.
Multiple people are missing. One person may be dead after an explosion in Hickman County. That's according to sources who are close to the scene. The explosion happened at Accurate Energetic Systems near McEwen and Bucksnort. They make explosives for defense and commercial markets. That's according to their website. The state announced an expansion back in 2020 at the 1,300-acre site in Humphreys and Hickman counties. That site is where AES operates a full lab and test range, according to the state.
So if it's a full lab and test range, somebody might have been testing something and then something happened. And there's the air evac life system plane on the property. Thank you for the information on Discord. I'm about to check it. Fox Nashville. Let's see. Lordy Jesus. Hold on, all of these fucking things. Miami-Dade is a bitch to deal with. Lord of mercy. There's the plane. There they are, have landed or in the area. There's the people standing outside that weren't probably in the lab area. The ambulances are there. That's the sign. I've seen that sign somewhere. I think there's some around here too. The life light. All right, we're going to go back to the trial. I'll try to find the one for one. I think it'd be one my time.
Blood hole here, and then it comes up, and then back right underneath. There was, I'm sorry. On the secondary search, when I walked back by the vehicle, this is where the officers told me there was more blood in it. Here.
Yes, you can come back.
Now, you mentioned earlier that once it's a homicide investigation, Miami-Dade takes over.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you contact a detective from Miami-Dade?
Yes, I did.
What detective was that?
I believe it was Detective Morales.
And did you brief Detective Morales when you got there as to what you learned, observed?
Correct.
Moment to confer, Judge. Sure. Judge, don't move away.
Any cross-examination?
Morning, Mayor.
Good morning, sir.
You mentioned that this area where you saw Mr. Jimenez, without the flashlights and the lights from your car, you agree it's a rather dark area?
I do.
Like you said, it was pitch black, correct?
Yes, sir.
When you arrived, Miss Link was with Mr. Jimenez, correct?
Correct.
Had she rendered aid to him?
I don't know that answer.
Okay.
I do have the link for the presser if you guys want to see that. Hey, this just popped up and I just wanted to remind y'all when we were talking about the vents. Remember Koberger in prison and it looked like he was listening to something?
Authentic and a clear violation of Idaho Department of
See right
Correction
there,
policies.
he's listening
But they say
to
the
the
worker
vent. He's
behind
looking
the
up
leak
at the
quit
vent and
before the
listening to the vent,
investigation
which
finished.
is somewhere over
The Idaho
here.
State Police reviewed the case, but didn't find enough evidence to
So
press
he's
criminal
listening because
charges.
they're talking to
The
him
Department
through
of
the vent.
Corrections says state law stops
We were
them from
talking about that
sharing more
yesterday and it
details
just showed
about the
up.
person involved.
Weird.
It's now been almost 3 months since Koberger.
Okay. So again, I did get the link for the presser on what happened in Tennessee if you guys want to watch that real quick and then go back to the trial, or we can continue covering the trial. I also got her criminal record while I was on Discord just now too. My heart breaks for those families as well. I could not imagine. I could not imagine. And it's very sad. Do you guys want to watch? I'll go back to the trial. If you want to see the presser they just did on it, I'll pull it up. You guys let me know.
Do you recall whether or not he had a tourniquet on his leg?
He had shorts. He had his shirt. I don't know if it was off of him, but it was there. But I'm not 100% as far as a tourniquet. A physical tourniquet, I didn't see.
Oh, wow.
Okay. But when you arrived, did she wave you down? Did she help direct you to where she was, to where Mr. Jimenez was?
As I pulled into the alleyway, I could see her. She was standing there, and yes, she was waving me down.
And you stated a moment ago that at this juncture, this is not a homicide investigation. Right now, the only focus is render aid to this person, correct?
That's correct.
And that's what Miss Link was doing too, correct?
Hold on.
When I got there, I seen her standing there. I didn't see, as far as rendering, unless you consider her flagging me down, then yes.
All right, thank you.
She appeared to be very upset about the situation, though, and genuinely concerned for his health, and if he was going to live or not. Okay, so this is an explosion at Accurate Energetic Systems that happened just now in Bucksnort, Tennessee. Accurate Energetic Systems makes basically explosives for commercial use, which would be like fireworks and things like that, or guns or something. And they also make explosives for the military. Trying to find where they actually start talking. I'll go back. This is the facility right now that they're at. This is out in the parking lot. The helicopter landing and then taking people, life-flighting them. One is deceased, at least 19 missing. Hold on, I'm trying to get it to where they actually start talking. Okay, hold on. It's going to be kind of low. I can't turn it up. I'll be quiet, though, so we can hear it. Well, Lordy.
Waiting for the press. Mic check. 1, 2, 3. We're here in Hickman County. Waiting for the press conference to start. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Thank you. I do too.
10. I keep going.
I'll show you guys the judge. All right. God bless them families. God, I hope they find them.
Yeah. There's some things that I want to, this is pre-camera, okay, if you don't mind. Yeah, if you don't mind, please. We're going to be short, sweet, simple, to the point right now. This is massive. And we've got some families that we've still got to let know what's going on. We've got some families that's we've got to get in contact with, and we're going to definitely try to be mindful of that. We're going to say a few things. I don't know that we're going to take any questions. I don't feel like we need to at this point. For those of you that's worked with me before, I always try to get you some kind of footage, some, I guess for lack of better words, B footage. I could probably do that in this situation, but it's going to have to be from a distance. This scene is a very violent scene. Okay, so if I do that, and I'm going to have to we're going to get with Wendell, Mr. Stinson from the Accurate, and we'll discuss that. So what I'd like to do now is talk to you about this, and then I'll take about an hour and try to get most of all the families, if y'all will be patient with me, talk to the families, get them notified, and then we'll come back and organize from here, and we'll try to escort you in and at least try to get you some footage. Okay? You got a camera blocked right there with that young lady. I don't know. I just didn't want you blocked. Yeah. All right. Yes, let's go on the record. Y'all ready? All right.
So they said it's a very violent scene. I'm thinking it's from the lab where they were testing something and something blew up. Lori, love, I've been to bed. I just got up probably about an hour before we started streaming. We're trying to get through the Daisy Link trial, but then this happened. So we're looking at the short little presser on this real quick. This is an explosion that just happened at an basically explosives factory in Tennessee. I think, from what I can tell.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. About 7:45 this morning, we had a very devastating blast at Accurate Arms. Very devastating blast. It encompassed one whole building that was on the facilities. We do have several people at this time that's unaccounted for. We are trying to be mindful of families and that situation. We do have some folks, we can confirm that we do have some that are deceased, but we're going to go back and, like I say, talk to these families, notify these families, and let these families know what's going on. We do have the scene as secure as possible at this time. You may hear some smaller explosions around the scene, but they are things that we have taken into consideration. We know that it's secure. The scene is secure as far as no more mass explosions or larger explosions. We do have the ATF on scene with us. We have the State Fire, Bomb, and Arson with us, TBI and Homeland Security as well. We're working this as a joint operation between Humphreys County and Hickman County. As you can see behind me is Sheriff Kraft. We also have our Odell Pointer, which is our EMA director. And forgive me, sir, I didn't remember your name with my Hickman County EMA director. We've got a lot of moving parts. We got a very big investigation. This is not going to be something that we're going to be like a car wreck or something like that we're just going to clean up the debris and leave. We're going to probably be here for a few days. Again, we're trying to take as much time as was needed. Right now, we're prioritizing people that are involved, their families, and trying to be very compassionate toward them. Am I leaving out anything, Sheriff?
No, sir. That's kind of where we're at now. We're, as the sheriff said, we are at the beginning stages of all of this, so we're getting information. We're getting information, just minute by minute, and we're going to continue to build on that and do what we need to do. So, just with that, like I said, just keep the families and everyone in your prayers as we go through this the next few days.
Just to clarify, Sheriff, could you characterize when you say individuals, the number of people involved, either injured or deceased? Is this above a dozen, below a dozen? Do you have any type of?
I don't want to put that kind of information out there right now because we are vetting that. We've had such a massive response that now we're trying to slow down, identify things. And for those of you that was around me during the flood, we had some mistakes during the flood of some things that was put out there as names and numbers and that kind of thing. And I don't want that today. We're trying to be very methodical in what we're doing and making sure that we take the time to recognize and find out each and every one of these individuals and their family. And I'm putting these families and anybody that's involved first and foremost right now. As I say, we got the scene secure. I want to also talk about Accurate Arms. Accurate is open their arms to us. They're cooperating with us in any way and every way possible. They're wanting to figure out this just as much as we are. So that's where we're at right now. And I appreciate everybody here. I appreciate the information. Again, I'd just like to ask for us all to be mindful of the families and everybody.
Speaking of families, I understand they're at gate 3. What should families be doing if they're seeing this right now? What are you advising them to do if they have not been able to make contact with loved ones?
Good question. And we're trying to get that information. We're working with their HR. We're trying to get family members. We're trying to get names. I think we've got somebody on the phone system that if people call in, we've got that.
With it being an explosive, like MSHA is going to be involved. That's where my husband had to do the MSHA stuff all the time. Somebody got complacent. Miss North says so. That's probably leveled the laboratory, sorry. It should be assumed that everyone in the building is gone, and I hope to God not. I know from the article we just read that at this time, as far as we know, at least 19 are missing and one is confirmed deceased. It's not good at all. It's not good at all. Right after 7:45 this morning. Touring Game of Thrones studio and sets. That's so cool, Hannah. I hope you really enjoy that. That's amazing. On the maps after the conference, we could probably see the building that blew up. I can try, yeah. I don't know if we'll be able to see anything yet, but yeah.
Got that information, and we're also establishing some critical incident team members that's responding and trying to be here for the family, along with clergy and chaplains. So we're trying. We're getting all that together. But with all that said, I'd like to conclude here, and we'll try to be back. If you'll give us, I see that it's 11 o'clock. I'd like to get back here maybe at 12. I want to go up and communicate with with other law enforcement agencies to make sure that we can get y'all in with and get you some footage. You are right on the county line, half and half, and that's why I say we're working this, and he and I are married at the hip, Mr. Stinson. It's
some of it is actually Hickman, and some of it is Humphreys. So.
And you know, it's one of those things that I've often said. It don't matter if there's something that's going to happen. For those of you that know me, if there's something happen, we're going to take care of what needs to be done. Together, everybody achieves more, and we're going to stay together and make sure we handle this situation the best we can. All right. I appreciate. Well, there was just some things, and I wanted to clarify that, but I also want to, we're doing that to try to be respectful of the family. So I appreciate that very much, and I appreciate you guys. Yes, sir.
Did this happen at one specific building? Was it a storage building, or do we know if it was at like a main plant?
At 7:45 a.m.
Oh, got it.
There was a devastating explosion, and we're going to get that information out. We're going to clarify.
Me too,
things.
Mimi.
Let me get to that, because if I start naming particulars,
it will.
I don't need to do that right now. Okay. All right. Anything else? Odell?
Our public information officer, Gray Collier, y'all probably already met. She's going to be around here with Gray.
No, you're good, Dandy.
If you've got questions, she can contact us. Okay. Yes. So we'll do that.
People are saying they could feel it for 50 miles away. All right, so we're going to jump over here. I just found this. Hold on. Lord of mercy. I don't know why it went all the way to the end and I had to start over. It's going to show us basically an explosion area outside, and I was looking at it without playing it. I don't know why it went all the way to the end. And it looked like somebody was just firing outside, like maybe a gun range. But then you look on the ground and you can see pieces of building, like the building is not even there anymore. I think we're about done. Yeah. Okay.
Zaporizhia
oh my
on
God.
Friday, fire.
Hold on. I gotta wait for the daggum commercial again because it skipped the ad and went ahead, but I'm pulling it up. Hold on. 50 miles away, that's a big explosion. Now, when you see this again, it's going to look like just like maybe a gun firing range or something. But if you look closely at the ground, you'll see like pieces of the building and things like that. Like the building is completely leveled. It's real bad, y'all. Like the people that are missing were obviously probably deceased because the building's not even there. So here it just looks like, especially at the beginning, that looks like maybe outside of a gun firing range, but then you see all the metal and everything and the stuff still on fire. There was a building there. And that's all that's left. Look, that's a truck. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh God. Oh God bless them. Oh God. That red that looks like it's just bent up tin, I do believe it's them fucking big ass steel beams that you use to do the framing for a building. I believe that's what it is. And you see how bent up and mangled it is. It looks like just pieces of tin, but it's those big, thick iron beams that you have to have a truck to lift. And be like a concrete thing. So like, you know, but this is going to be the entrance, and then this is going to be like the office area where you walk into the building, the laboratory or whatever. Jesus. My God. That is so awful. Oh my God. God bless them. I could definitely see how you could feel that 50 miles away. That was really horrifying. I'll pull it up and play it one more time without the music, just in case people aren't able to in case I have to remove that part. I don't know what the heck's going on in that commercial. So I'm gonna keep it muted. But you can see the fiber, like the building, there's a vehicle, just looks like a Tonka truck. And then these red things are like the big, humongous red beams that you see when they're putting basically the iron. They're big iron bars, and they look like they're just pieces of tin, just all laying everywhere, all mangled and everything. Vehicles. It's still on fire. This was a really big building too. This is the air, like the building is completely gone. That right there, that's a light pole right here. So if this is a light pole, think about how tall a light pole is, right? And you've got this whole entire area that's just completely gone. That right there in front of the light pole was a truck. Right here, that's a truck. Like, I don't know, I guess this was part of a parking lot or something where people parked for this, that worked in this building. Like, everything's gone. Everything in that building, everybody is now dead, more than likely. Lola's mom said, you get up, get dressed, get coffee, drive to work, thinking about the weekend plans, and then just in a split second, you're gone. Please appreciate where you are and your love and your loved ones. Okay, I'm going to try it. Sometimes I can pull up Google Maps and sometimes I can't. There's you know how you'll have like a concrete thing? Like that's part of a concrete wall, y'all. This red thing right here, that's like the it's like one of them dumpster things that you would put on the back of an 18-wheeler. That red thing, this red box thing right here, that's as big as the back of an 18-wheeler. There's the steps. What is the green stuff? Because I thought that was grass, but that's like really bright green. What is that really bright green stuff? It's not grass. I thought it was grass at first, but it's not. Oh my God. God bless these families. There's blue tin or metal in the trees right there. This might be it. That's the main building. That's what they do. They make explosives for things like that, I guess. Jet engines. So there's a solar panel. I think that's the building right there. And the car's parked in front of it. If I had to guess, I would say that's probably the one that it was. Let me check. I'm not seeing the sun. Wait, I got one article. I don't know if this will be it or not. Fears 19 missing after the explosion that rocked Tennessee.
At a munitions.
Hold on.
Flying towards only Tennessee to cover what we believe is an explosion at a munitions plant.
That's not showing me before and after. Oh, okay, there it is. Hold on. Like, I want to. I'm going to try to save it so we can zoom in on it. All right. Hold on. Hold on, y'all. Hold on just a minute. Okay. So now we can zoom in. This is the before. So that's the building. It's really big. You can see the parking lots. There's the road that goes around it, like dirt road. So this is probably the testing area. You can see out here how the trees are like, I don't know, burned or something. I would think that they're clearing land probably simultaneously while testing stuff and things like that. And it was taken in winter, I'm assuming. So this right here is that concrete thing that we saw with the red thing beside it, and all of this is just obliterated. That looks like it could be that dumpster in the back here, and it got picked up and moved or something. I'm just assuming, y'all. I'm not educated in anything like this. I'm just telling y'all what I think. That is a huge building because look at the cars right there in the parking lot. Like how small they are compared to that building. That was a huge explosion. This is now. See, there's the parking lot with the cars in it. And then there's the building. That's no longer there. Oh, I'm like, I can't see my StreamYard. They have 19 missing, yes. Their time clock might be accessible from the company and let them know how many people were at work. They should be, yes, because they have to clock in. It is pretty isolated as far as houses and things, but it's still messed up. God bless. All of that is just obliterated, gone. My God. Hey, Banana Bottom. I hope you're doing well too. We stopped for a minute to talk about an explosion that happened in Tennessee, and we were looking at kind of before and after pictures that somebody in chat told me to go check, and I appreciate the information on that. And we're praying for the families because the families haven't even all been notified yet. Has the Google Earth has the notation of the explosion already? Well, we pulled it up as best as I could for right now. It reminds me of when we all watched 9/11. I could see that. It's very sad. God bless those families. I mean, like y'all said, you know, you go to work thinking about what you're going to do for the weekend, Halloween coming up, all of the things, and it's just gone in a second, in the blink of a damn eye. I mean, and that's probably all it was. It was literally just a second, an explosion. Y'all saw that car video they showed where the car shook. Just a moment. It might be some type of chemical. It's got to be. I thought it was grass at first, but then I was like, it's got to be some kind of chemicals. It just happened, Banana Bottom. It's good to see you. You wouldn't have gotten into that building if they didn't know exactly who you were. That would be a secured facility, so they would know exactly who was there. The entire building was labeled. Absolutely. And I hope that they can get a hold of the families. I think it was instantaneous as well, and they probably wouldn't have had a clue, probably wouldn't have suffered. Oklahoma City bombing, yep. It's a terrible, terrible loss of life. God bless them. Life can drastically change at any moment in infinite ways. Absolutely. I keep wanting to have a moment of silence. So I'm gonna have a moment of silence for their families. I couldn't imagine. God bless those families. Lord, please, God, help them. Oh, amen. All right, we're gonna go back to the trial because we're gonna be here for a long time today, and we need to try to get through it. Cara sent me her arrest records. Here is several different mug shots. That's the one for the Lord, stop. Murder in the second degree with a weapon, no bond, from June 25th of 2022. Okay. And then we got this one from April 24th of 2020 of 2015. I apologize. When she was just 20 years old, she got battery on a police officer or corrections officer or firefighter, child neglect, no great bodily harm, resisting an officer with violence to his person, battery aggravated with a deadly weapon, and cannabis sell, distribute, or possession with intent to sell within 1,000 feet of a school of cannabis. That was her 2015 record. This one, Lord, she looks young. 2014, December 5th. Possession of marijuana with intent to sell within 1,000 feet of a school. So she probably lives very close to a school. She had marijuana and was selling it out of her house. And this was September 10th of 2013. I think she'd have just been 18 years old, probably. Fire. She started a fire and then prevented people or obstructed people from extinguishing it. So, yeah, she's got a pretty bad criminal record. The cannabis with intent to sell or distribute within 1,000 feet of a school, I think she just was selling weed, and because she lives close to a school, she got that charge. This one, she got that charge with child neglect and resisting an officer with violence, battery, which means she resisted him and she hit slapped, kicked something, the police officer, and she also had a deadly weapon, which means she could have pulled a gun on him. This is when shit's starting to get bad, 2015, and then nothing else until 2022 when she gets the homicide charge. Murder in the second degree with a weapon. Deadly weapon. She might have pulled a fire alarm. Let's see. Fire, prevent, obstruct, extinguishing. So that makes me think that she started a fire and then prevented somebody from extinguishing it. Like, no, bitch, I'm going to burn this shit down and you're going to sit the fuck down, or something to that effect. She would have just been 18. What the Sam hell? What the hell is going on with this one? Burglary of an occupied structure. Good Lord. Like, what are we doing with the face? All right. So, we're going to go back to trial now and continue talking about listening to the officer testify. The prosecution is currently questioning the officer, first one on scene. Damn, she looks hard, right? Methany there? Yeah, quite a crazy girl. I pray her children are with good people. Me too. Child neglect could have been because of the cannabis, selling it in the house with the child being there. That is Wade Wilson's new side piece. I just found that out. Indy, good to see you, love.
That's all I have.
Can you redirect?
No redirect. And the witness be excused?
Yes, you can step down and you're excused.
Thank you.
We're gonna go ahead and take our lunch break now. It's 12:05. We'll come back we're gonna start promptly at 1:15. So it's a little bit more than an hour for you all to plan accordingly. I'm gonna ask
All
that
right,
you all
so
think
we're gonna
about where
skip
you
it
want to
ahead.
eat so that you do it as efficiently as possible, so we can keep this moving.
See, this is like kind of what my plan is to kind of go through and listen to stuff a little bit quickly until we get caught up to where we're supposed to be, because we can skip all the breaks.
She's listening, so I'll just let you and her have that conversation.
And Judge, yes, and all advice, don't even look that way, you know.
There's the judge. She was looking at somebody or something.
Communicate with anybody, just keep your focus on this side.
I get emotions are high.
Yes.
And we all have to compartmentalize. And that's the way it's going to work in a court of law. The court will not tolerate anything less. Anything that I need to, anything else I need to address before we bring in another witness?
Nothing was there.
I think we're ready.
What did she's making faces at somebody.
We're just gonna bring down the
Right, Julianne? Me too.
Stop record for now, or you want me just to close it? Keep it close by, maybe about 10 seconds.
I do too. My house slippers are warm though. Oh, we were picking. I'll show you. We were picking because I was pulling up this girl and I was like, what the hell is all over her face? What does she draw all over her face here? And we were picking and saying that's Wade Wilson's new side piece. She does have violent tendencies. And that, I think, has been established. So, through the previous charges, so I'm concerned it could be, I don't know if they'll use it against her as aggravating circumstances or not. Prosecutor gonna get stuck between them desks. I could definitely see that happening. Oh, we just came back. All All right, I think right about here is where we start questioning. That's the jury coming back in, okay.
It's like they're all seated. Next witness to the station. Yes, Judge, at this time, state calls Officer Dennis Aguilar to the stand.
It is her first offense. It seemed that way, yeah. So she had said that they had been together for 10 years, and her last charge before they got together was 2015. So he might have been like, the only person she'd ever been with, though, because it looks like these charges mainly happened right when they got together, and then maybe he calmed her down some. Yeah, the first charge is from a year after they got together, if they had been together for 10 years. And so she got those charges in the first couple of years. He calmed her ass down, and then she got the last charge. I'm not getting a face tattoo for no man. I wouldn't either.
Raise your right hand, please. You find swear firm testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. You got the truth.
Permission to continue, Judge? Yes. Good afternoon. Can you please introduce yourself?
Yes, Dennis Aguilar,
Officer Aguilar, what department do you work for?
Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office,
And how long have you been in Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office?
since January of 2024.
And how long have you been an officer in total?
Total going on 7 years.
Now, back in June 25th, 2022, what department were you working for?
With the Homestead Police Department.
And what was your current assignment back on that night?
Road Patrol.
Did you respond, Officer Aguilar, to 1237 Northwest 14th Street?
Yes.
Can you please tell the jury what your role was?
Basically, we discovered someone that was in the alleyway and that had been shot. And basically, I was there just trying to separate the other party while they were trying to help them.
When you say the other party, can you say who that other party was?
The female, I forget her name, but the defendant.
The defendant in the case?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you speak to the defendant that night?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask her what happened?
Yes.
What did she tell you happened?
She said that he had left the house 30 to 45 minutes ago.
Yeah,
I'll break it down. Who had left the house?
The victim.
Okay. You can continue.
Basically, she said that she heard screaming, and that's when she called the police.
So she told you the victim was at her house that night?
Yes.
Then she said she heard screaming.
Correct.
Did she tell you how she got to the alleyway?
She heard the screaming. I don't recall how she got there. I believe she drove.
No further questions, Judge.
No questions, Judge.
May the witness please? Yes. Thank you.
That was a quick one. And we zoomed in now. I'm glad that we got the camera working. This is our chew guy that we saw yesterday. The next one.
Judge, at this time, state calls Officer Edwards. Please stand.
Officer Edwards. I know we saw it, but I'm going to let it
You saw the
play.
testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Y'all remember Officer Chu? If y'all remember his testimony and don't want to watch it, let me know. We did go over it yesterday quickly, but we can watch it again. I don't know that everybody
Good
saw it.
afternoon, can you please introduce yourself?
Good afternoon, everyone. Deputy Edwards with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office.
Deputy Edwards, how long have you been a police officer?
A little bit over 8 years now.
And I know you mentioned you work for the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office now. Back on June 25th, 2022, what department did you work for?
Homestead Police Department.
And how long have you been an officer?
With Homestead?
Yes.
3 years.
Now, I want to direct your attention to June 25th, 2022. Did you respond that night to 1237 Northwest 14th Street?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please tell the jury what your role was when you got to the scene?
I was the backup officer. I arrived, rendered aid to the victim, and then I helped secure the scene.
Who were you a backup officer to?
Officer Nicholson.
Eventually that night, Officer Edwards, did you end up speaking to the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you end up speaking to her?
In the front of the residence.
About how long after that you arrived on scene to when you spoke to her, how much time had passed?
A few minutes, because she was there initially when we were rendering aid to the victim.
You mentioned you were speaking to her in her house.
In the front of the residence.
Okay. Now, what did she tell you when you spoke to her?
That the victim wasn't a bad guy. She doesn't know who would do this to him. That he provides for the family.
You think
You
he's
mentioned
cute?
she said that she told you the victim wasn't a bad person.
Correct.
Have you asked her about the victim and what he did for work?
She pretty much just said that he goes out of town about 3 or 4 weeks out of the time and provides for the family.
Provides for the family. And what did she tell you anything about their relationship?
She advised they were together for about 10 years and that they've had their ups and downs. However, she didn't know who would possibly do this to him.
I agree with
Did you
that.
ask
I
her
don't
what
think
happened, how he got shot?
I asked her, but she advised me that after he arrived home, they were watching fireworks and then he went for a walk.
Before I learned to crochet, I did diamond art all the time. I've got a bunch of my artwork put up. I like diamond art. Do you sell it? That's cool. I'd love to sell some of mine.
So she mentioned to you that they were together that night at the house
Correct.
and that they were watching fireworks.
Correct.
Okay. Now,
little goatee.
Did you, based on what she was telling you, Officer Edwards, and based on everything, did you believe she was the one who shot him based on what she was saying to you?
Province of the jury.
It's the same.
Who is correct?
There's no answer to the strike. It's not sidewalk.
I do too. I'm working on a blanket for my daughter. The Nest Cam video of the sound of the explosion. I shared it on Discord. Okay, I'll grab it. Give me a second. I'm going to grab my coffee and potty. What are we doing, Long Crime? What are we doing here?
No further questions, Judge.
So, sir, just to be clear, she was not free to go, correct?
Correct.
So she was basically in custody at this point?
I wouldn't say in custody. I treated her as if she was a potential witness or involved to the incident. She was the wife of a deceased person, of a person who was shot.
Well, if she wasn't free to go, then obviously you, in your capacity as a law enforcement officer, you placed a restriction on her ability to leave. So she was, at least to some degree, in custody, correct?
And she was a witness to a homicide. She was a complaint.
In custody or not, sir?
She wasn't detained in custody.
All right. So you were asked specific questions about what she said to you. This conversation you had with her, was it recorded?
Sure was.
Okay. So the whole thing was recorded?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. That's all I have, Judge.
Can you hear?
No, Judge. Over here.
Thank you.
He said it sure was.
They called Officer Yadlia Rodriguez.
Look at that face.
Treated her as if she was a.
You.
No, Judge.
They State calls Officer Yagia Rodriguez.
She's like, no, ma'am. No, ma'am. Why is she making that face?
This one.
Look at that disdain.
You signed for a firm testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I do.
She did look like she was confused. Rolling her eyes.
Good afternoon, Sergeant. Can you please state your name for the record?
Yes, Yadiel Rodriguez.
And how long have you been a police officer / sergeant?
Police officer, 13 years, sergeant, about a year now.
Okay. And what department do you work for today?
The Homestead Police Department.
Okay. And then how long have you worked in total then for the Homestead Police Department?
7 years now.
So then I want to take you back to June 25th, of 2022. What was your role then in the Homestead Police Department?
I was a patrol officer.
Okay. Now, on that date, June 25th, were you dispatched to 1237 Northwest 14th Street in Homestead, Florida?
Yes, I was.
Okay. What exactly were you dispatched there in reference to?
The call came out, I believe it was a 214, a male that was shot, and he was located in the alleyway.
Do you mind explaining to the jury what a 214 is?
It's pretty much an emergency call, injuries, and then the dispatch advised that it was a male that had been shot.
Okay, so when you get those types of calls, is that your priority at the time then?
Yes, it's a priority call, so we go emergency mode, lights and fire.
Hey, I had to step away to the restroom. Thank you so much. Banana Bottom, thank you for the super sticker. Let me see. I've got my live on so I can see what it is. That was so very sweet and supportive of you. I greatly appreciate that so very much. I didn't have my live on because I was in Discord. Hold on. I want to see what it is. I like to see what the stickers are. They're so cute. Thank you so much. That was so very sweet and supportive of you, and I greatly appreciate it. Okay, now I can see it. Look, it's a banana. And then Lola's mom also sent a 99-cent super sticker of the banana after we eat it. And it's so funny that y'all sent banana stickers because I just went in there when I got my coffee and I grabbed myself a banana and the peanut butter because I eat banana, like I'll eat a banana and I'll put peanut butter on the banana and eat it like that because I love peanut butter. Like I survive off peanut butter. So it's so funny that you sent me these stickers with the bananas when I just grabbed a banana to eat. It must be your name, Banana Bottom, influencing me to get a banana. Thank you guys so very much. I greatly appreciate it. I know you said, yes, I do. I do pre-order, so I give them an estimate date and get a deposit. I do large pictures that take 160 to 180 hours. Pre-order pictures. That is super cool. What a great way to make money. That's so awesome. I wish I could do that. I taught myself to crochet through YouTube videos. I don't have a specific creator, but there's a bunch that are helpful. Bag O'Day Crochet is who taught me how to crochet. And I've been crocheting ever since. Bag O'Day, I'll grab her link and drop it for you if you guys have not checked her out. Definitely check her out. Look at her pot holders and the small things. Start out with something small, and she will she'll teach you, because I had tried to learn by watching videos in several different ways and I could never learn, but I learned from her. I'm not gonna slip on the bananas. He barely fit in there. He sure did. You do that too? That's so funny. I thought I was alone in that. I'm glad you do it too, Orange. You like it like that too? Mm-hmm. The stickers are bananas. You had to. Yes, I love it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Crochet Crowd has tutorials as well. I've never watched them. I'll have to check them out. I will drop the link for Bag O'Day Crochet.
To the scene then in emergency mode.
Yes.
All right. So about how long did it take for you to arrive then to that address?
Probably a couple minutes.
Minutes. And Where exactly did you, get in your car when you got there? Where were you?
When I arrived, I believe I parked on the east side of the alleyway. There was a couple officers already on scene. And then I started walking up towards where they said that they located the man. And I walked up the alleyway to where those units were at.
Okay, so what other officers or what people were there then in that alleyway?
I recall Officer Nicholson, who's now Sergeant Nicholson, Officer Chevalier, Officer Edwards, Officer
There's
Dennis
the link to
Aguila.
Pago Day.
They were already on scene when I arrived.
So did you speak with any of them or did you just get to work?
When I walked up, there was a couple of officers next to the male that was on the ground with fire rescue, and then they asked me to go ahead and go speak to the female on scene and try to get her information.
Okay. Now, you didn't assign that role to yourself, did you?
No, it was the primary officer, Officer Nicholson, who was with the male, so he wanted me to start assisting him with getting the information from the female.
So then your role when you're on the scene is not to give out people assignments, it's just to do what you're being told right there then?
Yes, once you arrive, usually what happens is whoever's a primary officer who got assigned that call, they're the lead, unless the supervisor arrives there and starts delegating other tasks, but they're the lead, and then kind of get with them and see what they need.
So you've been now given the task to speak with who?
It was the female on scene. I don't recall her name. She was ended up being the guy's spouse or the guy's girlfriend.
And where was she located then?
She was off a couple feet off towards the front of the actual residence where she resided.
Now, when you first saw her, was she in handcuffs?
No, sir.
Was she walking around freely?
Yes, sir.
So then, as you're approaching her, how's her demeanor? What does she look like?
She looked anxious, a little irate.
Okay. And did you have a conversation with her?
Yes, I did.
What exactly were you talking about?
I asked her in reference to the male if she knew who he was and what was his name. I asked him in reference to their relationship, and then if she knew what happened, and just asked her pretty much anything that she knew in reference to what happened that night.
So what did she tell you about what happened?
She said that he had left in a white van. She wasn't able to describe if it was a work van or a passenger van with some friends of his. And when he returned, he was very flustered, I think is what the exact word she used. And he started walking around the area, and then she started driving around trying to find him. And that's when she found him on the alleyway.
So did she ever tell you that she was with them, or that he came out of a white van?
She said that he came back after the white van and he looked flustered and he just started walking around the neighborhood.
So as an officer who's being given this information, what's going through your head then about what you're looking for?
We started obviously sharing the information in reference to the white van, trying to locate that. I asked her in reference to the friends if she knew who they were, their names. She said no. Then we just try to get whatever information we can in reference to obviously the statements that she's given.
So no names of who was driving it. Any time? Were you given any time that this van was in the area?
No, she said it had been several minutes, but she wasn't able to tell us the exact time frame.
Okay. Did her story seem consistent with what you observed on the scene?
At that time, no. Like I said, from what she was stating, she said she was driving around. The male was located in the alleyway, and he was like kind of behind some houses and stuff. So, me driving around, I wouldn't know how you'd be able to see him from the roadway.
Okay. So, did she ever go into detail about how she found the victim, or did she not talk about that with you?
No, the only thing she said, she was driving around and she saw him on the alleyway.
Now, Sergeant Rodriguez, did you have body worn camera on that night?
Yes, I did.
Yep, we've been talking about that here for the past about 30 or 45 minutes. We looked at several images. I even have them, the before and after. And since we're bringing that back up, I am going to show you guys the camera footage of that we got from them, whoever, the ring cam that was further away from it, because they said they felt the explosion up to 50 miles away. I did see in what you just sent me that they said, I have to look at it, dozens are unaccounted for as of right now, and several are dead. But when you look at the before and after pictures, you can kind of understand how that happened. So let's pull that up just real quick, and then I'll play that ring camera footage. That's the after. So this is the before. That's what the plant looked like. There's the parking lot with all the cars in it before it exploded. And then afterwards, this is what it is. I thought that green, like I'd said earlier, was grass, but it's the chemical explosion. And then there's the cars. Horrible. We had a moment of silence. We said prayers for them and their families. I couldn't imagine going to work thinking about the weekend and Halloween, and then you find out that your loved one is deceased. It's dangerous. It's like I think they do explosives for like for rockets, rocket fuel, things like that. This is from a Nest camera, Hickman County. That was the explosion. Wow. Like you can still hear it. And then it's quiet. So okay, 7. So for 23 seconds after the explosion, and then 23 seconds afterwards, you can still hear everything. That was the other explosion. Okay, so it sounds like there was 2. Okay. Yeah, there was 23 seconds that we heard it. So we had the first one. That's the second one. Let's see how long that one lasts. Hold on. That's the second explosion. That one lasted 20 seconds. Damn. Thank you for the info, love. Yeah, the birds chirping does give an eerie feeling. God bless those families. Thank you for the information, Hio. I appreciate it. I'm praying for them. Oh, no, you're good. I hope that Nanny's doing okay. I know you're with her. You're such a good daughter to her, granddaughter to her.
And how exactly does that body worn camera
Hey,
work?
Snarky.
Once we get out of the vehicle, we
Hey,
usually
Cindy.
activate, and then it starts recording. Usually, once you turn it on, it takes I think, depending on which mode you have it in, on sleep mode or ready mode, it records 30 seconds back. There's just no audio, and then the audio starts once you actually activate.
So was your body worn camera then activated that night?
Yes.
I'm now showing the fence has been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 1E. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to review that?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of your body worn camera on June 25th, 2022?
Yes.
Your Honor, state moves to introduce what's been marked for identification purposes. It states Exhibit 1E into evidence at this time.
State Exhibit 1E, marked for identification, now becomes State Exhibit 4, Judge.
Your Honor, permission to publish State Exhibit 4?
How long is it since you have previews?
Yes, Your Honor, it's about 5 minutes.
I'm wondering if she takes the stand too, Tom. Hopefully we can see a little better. Hell no. I'm gonna make it real big. I'll remove the comments while we look.
Yeah, it's fine.
She's plugging her ears so she doesn't have to hear it. Kelly, like when we heard on the ring cam, you would hear the explosion and then you would hear the sound afterward of like the explosion traveling, maybe stuff still coming back down that hit the sky and or went up in the air, the stuff coming back down. There was some sounds afterwards that had come, what I'm assuming is from the explosion. And those sounds, like the after sounds, lasted about 20 seconds. Heard and felt for about 20 seconds. Yeah, the explosion on the Nest cam.
What's your numbers?
Right here, 1237 Northwest 14th Street.
And what's his name now?
His name is Pedro Jimenez.
And where does he live?
Lives at 956 Northwest, Fort Terrace, Grove City, Florida 33034. Please, please, breathing, please.
And what's his date of birth, do you know?
5689.
And what's your relationship over?
I've been with him for 9 years.
2 years ago, married, just going out?
I've been with him for 9 years and have 2 years now.
Do you know where he was at tonight?
He was here.
The whole time?
No, he was here off and on. He initially was with some of his fucking friends. I don't know what the fuck their name is. And he came back home and he was flustered. He was really flustered. And he wouldn't talk to me. He kept fucking leaving over and over again, walking around, over and over again, walking around, coming back, walking around, coming back, walking around, coming back. And finally, you could hear him, you could hear a wail, you could hear him wailing. And I drove around to see it. The second time I went through, I seen him laying on the floor.
I don't know, how do you say you can hear wailing?
You can hear somebody screaming, help.
You're talking to, for day shift, you can come in early.
When I seen him, he was bleeding everywhere. He was bleeding everywhere.
Talking about her plugging her ears, as you can clearly see there. Banana said, hear no evil, speak no evil, see no evil, like the monkeys. If you did it, be woman enough to listen to it. Exactly. Yes.
Boom, 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 bop, bam.
Again, I don't think she meant for him to die, but ma'am, you did shoot him, at him, towards him, hit the ground, something to that effect.
Everywhere. I only found one hole in his leg. I don't know if there's another one. I only found one.
Right, Lori.
And when you say he was walking around, what was he walking around? His neighborhood? Or just a certain place?
I don't know if it was just in the same place or if it was all around the neighborhood. I don't know. The last time I saw him before this, it was about 30 to 45 minutes.
Where was he?
When I found him, exactly where he was.
Hey, Miss Woozy. You're so healthy.
Do you know the friend's name that he was with? No, I don't. What did they look like? He just left in a white van.
That sounds good. So I was talking about the tattoos of the rings on her fingers. So there's a crown, a paint drip, a star, a moon with some black around it. These are dots because we saw them in the other tattoos or video as well. So I think they're all tattoos. Like, what are all the dots for? What on earth? Like, I like the mushroom tattoo. That's kind of cute, but all this other shit, she obviously did it to herself because it's on the left hand and she's right-handed. So these are things that she did. Like, what are we even doing? That's crazy. Her words are going to come back and bite her in the ass. To be fair, I ate the banana with the peanut butter first and then I ate some olives with the pimentos. But yeah, it's pretty crazy. You had Rice Krispies. That's actually a better lunch than we probably all had. A better breakfast.
No, you're breathing. You said you told me what man was it? Fucking knows. This is what man. I don't know.
She might have.
I don't know. It was a white van. There was no van. Yeah, I didn't think it was that. Is your husband or is your boyfriend? How many times was he with you? Can you please come over here, please? Yes. I know. Would you tell me give me information? I love this. Pedro Jimenez. Yes. 5'6". 5'6". Yeah. So those are those are the first. Will you carry that? Okay. Yeah, you got me. I just think you have to say, just give us a few minutes. There's people with him right now. I don't even go over there. Mom, so please take it on a single day. What is the need for me to go over there? There's other people over there. Please go behind the table. What's the name of everything else? We're trying to get out of there. Can you please just see if he's breathing, please? I need you to listen to me. Please go behind the table.
Now, after watching your body on camera, when you were speaking with the defendant, did she know at this point in time who the victim was?
Yes.
And did she tell you about the relationship?
Yes.
Did you learn about the victim's job at that time through your conversation with her?
Yes, she said he was a truck driver.
Yeah, I don't know why she did those tattoos. It's just ridiculous. Tom said, does she have her parents in the court supporting her? I saw quite a few people in the gallery on her side when we were looking at the camera that's in the actual courtroom, but they appeared to get up and leave after the guy testified that was friends with her boyfriend, the friend of the boyfriend where he went to go do the cocaine and the alcohol and the weed. There is some people over there, but the gallery is by no means full.
And did you understand what the defendant meant when she said, he's not into that shit?
No.
Now, what did you do after you had this conversation?
At this point, I went over to Officer Nicholson, who's the primary officer, who was the primary officer on scene that day. I handed him the information that I gathered from the defendant. The victim's name and information. I gave it to him, and then I don't know if you can hear in the radio, there was quite a few calls pending, so I started to head out to where my vehicle was to go, handle the other calls. And I think on the way back, I spotted like a trail of blood, and I had to come back and advise him again. And then after that, I left.
So you noticed a trail of blood. How much blood was it? Was it a lot?
It was a lot.
Now, where exactly do you remember this by, that blood?
From the alleyway, and I kind of followed it in between two vehicles where there's about two like puddles of blood there.
Do you notify anyone?
Yes, I spoke to Officer Edwards, and I advised him of it. And then, like I said, I had to go back to answer, to help out with the other calls that were pending on the city.
Now, do other officers that are responding there with you have body-worn camera?
Yes, sir.
I agree, Shelby.
I'm now showing defense what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 1H.
So from what I understand, she shot at the ground or concrete or something. It ricocheted, went up through his foot, come up through his heel, came out his foot, and went up through his leg, and then the exit wound was in the upper thigh. But I'm thinking when the bullet came up, it just destroyed that main artery. So I don't think they could have saved him anyway. So at some point, he's walking away. She shoots at the ground to kind of scare him off. He walks away. She walks back across. He says something to, I got shot or something. She's like, you'll be fine. And he walks from the house to the alleyway where he collapses and dies. Yeah, she probably does play connect the dots when she's not getting deliveries from the bin. That's funny.
Now, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to review that body-worn camera?
Yes.
Is it your body-worn camera, though?
No.
But
He
did you
is
see yourself on there?
Yes.
And is it a fair and accurate representation of what you saw and what you were doing on June 25th, 2022?
Yes.
Your Honor, State moves to introduce what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 1H into evidence at this time.
State Exhibit 1H, marked for identification, now becomes State Exhibit 5, Judge.
And how long is it?
Right, Heather?
Yes,
Good
Your
to
Honor,
see
2
you.
minutes. Your Honor, permission to publish State's Exhibit 5?
I don't think so.
You didn't get anything out of that. Like, you haven't heard what happened. The wife you got a conscience and then.
It's not a stupid question. It's a jury trial. No, it's not.
Oh, the way it's went up, like a last.
We haven't heard from the medical examiner yet, but they did say that there was an extensive amount of cocaine in his system, enough to kill him. The alcohol, the weed was in there, but I'm assuming the official COD would be the gunshot wound. Yeah, we're at jury trial.
So that photo there, the way it's flat? The way it's like full? No, not full, bro, it's flat. Like your mom's flat. Now it's coming in the angles, like it's not like these, as we slide around.
So what did we just see you there doing?
We were following the trail of blood, and then we located in between the vehicles a couple different puddles of blood.
Now, we heard a little bit of conversation regarding splatter. Are you a blood expert or anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay, so you were just speaking out loud about what you were observing, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, what
That would have been the smart thing to do, to have her in something with long sleeves. I'm assuming her family got her stuff, and yeah, I would think you would want to get her something with some long sleeves so she could cover up them tattoos. Because that would have helped. But Athena, you be safe in that school line, picking up them babies. That's what you were thinking too, yeah. That would have been smart. Why is he biting his fingernails right here? What the hell, sir? You're on camera, looking like a doofus.
exactly were your roles then throughout this entire investigation?
I was just assisting. My role mainly was to gather the information from the defendant and the information that I could gather for the victim. And then once I was able to grab that, like I said, I had to end up leaving to go assist with the other calls that were pending in the city.
So you completed your role and then you left?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, this wasn't your investigation, right?
No, sir.
You were just doing your job?
Correct.
Got it. No further questions.
The Lori Vallow pattern on her arm. He got hungry, yeah. Should give him some bananas, peanut butter, and olives. I think next is the Emmy. Nope, it's a detective. Oh, how precious. I miss mine too when I go to visit family and stuff and I'm not here. Miss some of my babies too.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And this is an attorney that was hired. It's not a public defender. They hired this attorney.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
Do you mind please stating your name for the record?
My name is Suyapa Hubbard.
And what is your current occupation?
I am a deputy sheriff.
And how long have you been a deputy sheriff?
I have been a deputy sheriff for 16 years.
So what is your current assignment with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office?
I am assigned to the Homicide Bureau as a homicide detective.
And how long have you been a homicide detective?
5 years.
Now, within those 5 years, do you receive any type of specialized training or have to do any training?
Yes.
What exactly is it?
Well, it's investigating, learning how to investigate homicides. There's different aspects of deaths and how to identify and collect evidence and how to do that properly.
So, were you working as a homicide detective on June 24th and 25th of 2022?
Yes.
And how exactly did you first get involved here in this case with Ms. Link?
So we work as a team concept and my team was on call. I received a phone call that a homicide had taken place and I was requested to respond and assist with the investigation.
So you just said you work as a team. Yes. What do you mean? How do homicide detectives work as a team? What do you guys do?
How it's organized, there's a sergeant assigned, and then you have a team of either 3, 4, or 5 detectives that work together each investigation.
Now, are you guys given specific roles or are you all the lead in this?
No. Typically the sergeant will assign a detective within that team as the lead. So the lead then will assign the other detectives different tasks.
Okay. Did you respond to 1237 Northwest 14th Street in Homestead, Florida?
I did, yes.
Now, that's in Homestead. and you said you're with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office. How do you get called out to Homestead?
Because there's certain jurisdictions within Miami-Dade County that do not have a homicide team. Therefore, there's an agreement between the sheriff's office and those municipalities. And so we go in and we investigate homicides that happen within those jurisdictions.
Now, this address that you responded to, is that in Miami-Dade County?
Yes.
So, around what time did you arrive to the scene?
I arrived at the scene at 6:18 in the morning on Saturday.
And when you arrived, was the victim already determined to be deceased?
Yes.
Okay. So when you first get to the scene, who do you speak with first?
Well, I made contact with my sergeant, Jason Wade.
What exactly did you learn from your conversation with your sergeant?
My sergeant then indicated that Detective Joseph Cruz was going to be assigned as the lead detective for this case.
Okay. Did you ever speak with Detective Cruz?
Yes.
And did he give you any specific tasks or assignments?
Yes. Detective Cruz requested that I document and work with crime scene, with the scene portion of the scene of the investigation, and also to document the body.
Okay. So you said your task is to document, but what specifically are you documenting?
I'm documenting the scene, so taking note of everything specifically of evidentiary value within that scene, and to determine how big that scene is, and just note everything that's in there.
So in order to document the scene, do you ever have to do a walkthrough of the entire area, or?
Yes, so preliminarily, once the crime scene detectives arrive, we're gonna work together to make sure that we don't miss anything. And we at first do a walkthrough through the scene.
And what did you learn from your walkthrough?
Well, that there was blood throughout quite an extensive scene, which started on the west side of the duplex. So the duplex that we were responding to is 1237. Just to the north of that, attached to that structure, is another duplex, which is 1255. There was a large tree just west of that entrance to 1255, and that tree had blood on the exposed roots. So once I see that, that's my starting point for where I see blood. Then following the trail, I follow that trail towards the southern part in between that structure of duplexes and another structure of duplexes that are just west of the 1237 and 1255. There was a large concrete pad. In that concrete pad, there's 3 sets of droplets, and they are traveling west and south. From that pad, there's also a concrete walkway that exits out to the southern part of those other set of duplexes on the west side.
So we heard about her testimony yesterday. I'm going to kind of skip ahead because, I mean, basically, she talks about like the blood trail going. I remember that. I'm going to skip ahead at least a little bit. I think she talks about some other things, but remember the picture where she points out basically where the blood trail went. They found his body located under a tarp, all of that. This is where she's talking about the trail of blood. I'm going to skip it ahead just a little bit so we can kind of move through it.
So after you document this and make all your observations, what's the next step in your investigation?
After that, I coordinate with the medical examiners, and they're going to take the body to the medical examiner's department for a autopsy. And after that, I assist with whatever else is next to do in the scene or with the case. In this case, I interviewed an individual by the name of Joel Gramajo Perez.
Okay, and who was Joel Gramajo Perez?
A neighbor.
Now, after you speak with this neighbor, do you document this conversation?
I did, yes.
And where does that lead you to next?
So after I conclude that interview with him, I assisted with a search warrant and a search by K-9 Detective Victor Gill.
Okay, so let's break that up. We have two separate things there. You're executing a search warrant. What are you doing? What are you looking for? What's the goal of that?
The search warrant was of the 1237 Northwest 14th Street. And the goal of that is to collect more evidence, see what else we can find in there that can help us piece together the events that took place and that led to the victim's death.
Did you locate anything inside the home then, you and your fellow officers?
Yes.
What did you discover?
There was a Ring camera that was collected.
Now, after all those observations and executing the warrant, you had mentioned that there's a K-9 unit as well too.
Yes.
Did you call that K-9 unit, or were they just helping you on the scene?
I don't recall if it was myself personally that called them, but they do get called out to all of our homicide investigations, especially those that involve guns shootings. They have a dog that is trained to detect ballistic evidence. So whether it's a gun, a bullet, a spent casing, that's what they do. They're pretty good.
Okay. But you're not the one that's handling the K-9, you're just observing?
Correct. I just happen to be on scene, but that is something that is completely done by the K-9 detective and his K-9.
Okay. If they locate anything, do they inform you?
Yes.
Did they locate anything?
They did. So Detective Gill told me that the dog hit on.
What's that?
So again, it's hearsay because she said Detective Gill told me they hit on, and it's hearsay because it's something she heard that she's repeating. We need the testimony from Detective Gill.
Without telling us the contents, did you see him locate anything?
Yes. A gun was located inside an areca palm in front of or west of 1237.
Okay. Was it on someone else's property?
No.
Okay, that palm tree was then on whose property then?
It's just west of the front door of 1237 Northwest 14th Street.
Okay,
Now,
she's talking about when they located the gun in the palm tree.
After you accompanied the detective that located that, what did you do next?
Okay, so once we have a gun, it gets documented with crime scene, like everything else that we document together. So it's photographed and then it gets impounded so that it can get further testing on it. After that, I made notification to the victim's family.
And is that something that you have to do as part of every homicide investigation?
Yes.
And who did you notify?
I spoke to the victim's father.
Now, did you do anything else on Saturday, June 25th, 2022?
No.
When's the next time that you get back involved with this investigation again then?
The very next morning, I returned back to the scene.
Now, what do you do when you're back on the scene?
Well, I requested for another K-9 detective to respond to conduct a secondary search for ballistic evidence.
Why is it important then to do a secondary search then?
So as the investigation evolves, we learn more information. In this case, we learned the defendant said that the shooting took place on the east side of 1237 Northwest 14th Street, which would be the rear side of that duplex. Therefore, we need to go and look for evidentiary, anything of evidentiary value at that point, more specifically casing or anything of ballistic value.
Okay. Is this the same canine unit from the day before, or is this a new canine unit?
No, this is a different canine unit.
So did that canine unit locate anything? Because I know you had mentioned the first one had found a firearm, but did this unit find anything?
No, their search yielded negative results. There was nothing else found.
Did any of the canine units find any type of shell casing of a bullet?
No.
So after this secondary search with another canine unit, where
Have
do
a
you
good
go
day,
next?
Banana.
Well, I had, right before we call them, they have to come out. So there was a gap of time. I went and accompanied one of my team members, Detective Morales.
It is going to be difficult because she hid the gun in the bottom of the palm tree and then claimed she didn't know what happened. Like she absolutely did, as she hid the firearm in the palm tree. And I'm thinking that she might have done it before the police got there. I think once the police got there and he died, she was immediately taken into custody. So therefore she would have had to have done it before the police got there, which isn't going to look good either. You don't ever pull a firearm unless you intend to use it. Exactly.
To go view and surveillance camera that we had found.
What did you see in that footage?
In that footage, at 3:13 in the morning, the victim is observed on the alleyway. Shortly after that, the defendant's vehicle is observed driving from west to east on the alleyway. Then at 3:21, that vehicle approaches from the west towards the east, and the victim's body is laying on the ground. The defendant exits the vehicle, runs towards where the victim is, goes back to the vehicle, and then returns back to where the victim is and starts tending to the victim.
And you saw that video footage firsthand?
Yes, I did.
So right now, from what I've heard so far, I'm thinking that since there is a blood trail going from the front porch to where he was found at, she shot him, said you'll be all right, didn't realize exactly what had happened, saw the blood trail, drove in the car, got in the car to drive to where it led to see if she could see him walking, found him, realized his condition when she got out of the vehicle, went back to the vehicle to get her phone to call 911, called 911 and started to tend to him, which sounds like what you would do if you were trying to save somebody and you didn't intend for them to die.
So after you review that footage, is it your job then to collect that video footage?
No.
Okay. Someone else's job then?
Correct.
So where does your investigation then go next?
Then after I saw the video, then I went and made contact with the other canine detective. After I do that, I went back to try to make contact with the victim's mother.
And did anything else happen on Sunday, June 26th of 2022?
No.
Was that the end of your investigation?
No. I continued to look for leads. I did an area canvas, basically go door to door to talk to all the neighbors. I also went back to talk to the victim's family. There was an individual, and all we had was that his name was Kevin. But we wanted to interview him because I learned that the victim had spent some time with Kevin right before he got killed. So I wanted to know the specifics of that. And I also knew that there was a woman that went to look for the victim, and then the victim left, and that was the last time that Kevin saw the victim alive.
So you didn't know Kevin's last name at first, correct?
I did not.
Did you eventually find it out?
Yes.
And what was his full name then?
Kevin Bonilla.
Okay. So overall, did you do anything else in this investigation?
No.
So then, one last time, what exactly was your role then in this homicide investigation?
To document and process the scene and the body. I also interviewed a neighbor. I then talked to the victim's family, and I also conducted an area canvass of all of the houses within the area so that I can speak to anyone, and basically just looking for any witnesses that can help us piece this together.
Your Honor, a moment to confer.
Okay, while they're conferring, you should never shoot at the ground because it does have the potential to ricochet. However, again, like I've said several times, I think if she intended to commit a homicide, she would have shot him in the chest or the head. She appeared to be upset on the stand right now. So she is questioned for a
There is no further questions at this time.
prosecution is cross-examining now. I wouldn't want to be a juror either. I wouldn't be able to make up my mind either. Cadets and can't shoot straight. I hit my neighbor's target more.
Good afternoon.
Oh, wow.
Good afternoon, sir.
So
Thank you for your service, by the way.
I think your testimony was that Joseph Cruz was the lead detective in this case, correct?
Correct.
Were you working under him, or were you his co-lead? I mean, what was your role more specifically in this case?
I didn't know that. I did see some stuff about David, though, that's making me question a few things, Shelby. Hopefully we can talk about it tomorrow.
As I stated before, he was a lead, yes, and he tasked me with the scene and the body portion of the case.
Okay. Other than the specific task that you yourself performed, or as one of the detectives, you're privy to the rest of the information in this investigation, correct?
Yes.
Now, Detective Cruz at some point interviewed Ms. Link, correct?
Yes.
Were you present for that interview?
I was not.
You were not. Can you tell us whether or not any of Mr. Jimenez's belongings, clothes, personal effects, things of that nature, whether there were any of such items in that home on that night?
I don't recall. You would have to ask the detective that took the lead on that search. I was just merely assisting.
And I intend to, but as somebody who's privy to all the details of the investigation, as you sit here right now, are you saying that you're not able to tell us whether or not Pedro Jimenez had any belongings in this home, which the state has claimed was his home at that time?
No, I cannot answer that. I was not tasked with that documentation.
Thank you. No further questions.
I'm sorry.
Yes, Your Honor. So, Detective, you're not the one that's personally executing the search warrant, correct?
Correct.
There are other officers that have that role?
That's correct.
Okay. And your main job was to document just the items associated with the actual homicide, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, just because you don't remember what was found inside the home doesn't mean stuff was found inside the home, correct?
Correct. That's why we work as a team, because it's a lot of information and we want to capture everything and be extremely detailed. So that's why we have to divide the tasks to make sure that everything is done correctly.
And that was not your task, correct, to search inside the home and document that?
That's correct.
So what the state's saying is basically he was still living there because he had stuff inside the house, and the defense is saying he wasn't living there. He wasn't on the lease, and he didn't have stuff inside the house. People shot in the air during celebration, and that's so dangerous too. But people do that too. They do. There's a movie. I think it had Brad Pitt in it, where there's a movie I've watched several times, and in the beginning it shows them shooting up in the air, and the bullet comes down and goes through the top of like the button part of a hat, like a trucker hat. You know how it has the little button thing on top where everything connects at or whatever? It came right down and killed him. The one his parents live in. Oh, he was in LA, but this is his main home. Probably. He probably transferred it to their name to make sure that nothing happens to him or whatever, which means he might have done it. He might be transferring everything to his name, their name, so that if he gets caught, found out that he actually did do it, they can't sue and take his homes from him.
Your Honor, the state has no further questions.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, next witness.
I'm sorry, is he an officer? No, Judge. He's a firefighter. Anything with this one?
Firefighter?
Firefighter, Judge. Firefighter. Yes. But he wasn't, not on the scene. Oh, I'm sorry.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Yeah, please be sure.
Yeah, or use the house's bail or bond. Yep, Shelby.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Robert Cisneros.
Mr. Cisneros, what do you do for a living?
I'm a firefighter paramedic,
And what department do you work for as a firefighter?
City of Miami,
How long have you been a firefighter?
22 years.
And where do you currently live?
1300 Northwest 15th Street in Homestead, Florida.
How long have you lived in the Homestead area?
All my life since I was a child, with that particular residence since 2000.
Now, I want to direct your attention to June 25th, 2022. Were you working that night?
I was working on that.
Around what time would you say you got home that night?
I get off shift about 7:30, so it takes me about 45 minutes to get home, so about 8:15, 8:20.
I think so.
So you got home 8:15, 8:20 on June 25th, the morning of June 25th?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And as you were getting home, approaching your neighborhood in Homestead, did you see anything?
On 15th Street, which is also 304th Street, as I'm approaching my house, there's an elementary school, and then there's 12th Avenue. I did see a big police presence down that side street. And then, but yeah, to answer the question, I did see a lot of police presence.
You mentioned you saw a lot of police presence. Did the police ever try and go speak to you at your house that morning?
Yes, they did later in the morning.
Why did they go speak to you?
They, believe I'm not mistaken, it was initially a Homestead police officer, because they did notice that my cameras in the back of my residence, one of them does point towards the alleyway that's behind my property.
You mentioned that you have a camera in the back of your residence that points towards the alleyway.
Yes.
How close is your house to that alleyway, would you say?
My backyard is very small. My property line, it's from the back of my house to the property line or the fence is about 5 feet. I pretty much don't have much of a backyard. So the camera it's not really intended to look into the alleyway, but it does see some aspects of the alleyway.
So it's close to that alleyway?
Yeah, it's very close.
And how many cameras do you have in total in your house?
I want to say I have 7.
What type of cameras are they?
Digital, they're hardwired, they're not internet connected cameras. They digitally records to a digital video recorder that's inside my house.
How did you know that the judge was from South Africa, Lorianne? I'd want my parents to have security as well.
If I were to show you, Mr. Cisneros, a photo taken of the scene of your house that shows those cameras facing that alleyway, would you recognize it?
Yes.
Now directing court counsel and witness to what has been previously marked as 1I. Let the record reflect that I show defense counsel Judge, permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
Mr. Cisneros, do you recognize this photo?
Yes,
What is that photo of?
that is the back of my house.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of the back of your house on June 25th, 2022?
Yes.
Has it been altered in any way?
No.
Your Honor, I now move into evidence what has been previously marked as 1I.
No objection.
Thank you. So you
State exhibit 1I, mark for identification, now becomes state exhibit 7, Judge.
Permission to publish, Judge, to the jury.
That's super cool, Tom. I'd love to have all them deers. You know, I'm nosy sometimes too.
Now, Mr. Cisneros, were your cameras recording that night?
Yes, they were.
And did the officers that came to your house, you mentioned they wanted access to that camera?
Yeah, initially the Homestead police officers asked if they were working, and I did let them know they were, and then later on, I believe Dade County detectives showed up and they wanted to see the footage, and I allowed them into my house and we reviewed the footage of that night.
So you mentioned detectives came to your house to see the footage. How many detectives came to see that footage?
If I recall correctly, it was a female detective and a male detective. Unfortunately, sorry, I don't know forgot their names.
No worries. Did you show them the footage?
Yes, we went over together. I was standing next to them when we saw what they were looking for, what they wanted to look for.
Were you standing next to them the entire time that footage was playing?
Yes.
What did you see in that footage that you reviewed with the detectives that day, Mr. Cisneros?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay, best evidence.
Sustained. Judge, may we go sidebar?
Sidebar. You haven't seen the deer in 10 months that lived there? I thought it clicked. What does she say right here? She's about to say something. All right, I'm going to go ahead and skip it to where we come back. Isn't it nice to be able to skip through this stuff? I did my nails. I'll put a picture up of them this evening, this afternoon, after we get off the live. See, I can see them. They're beautimous. Little Halloween nails. Yay, Halloween. Okay, why isn't it coming back yet? What the hell? Damn it, Bobby. All right.
It looks like they are. If the state can lay the foundation of how this evidence is quote unquote not available at this time. I don't know if you're gonna be able to get into this witness.
I am, Judge.
He's gonna say what?
So if I can proffer to the court, this witness will testify that he was present when the detectives tried to remove the DVR to then take it to recording, but within that process, it got destroyed. This witness will testify to that.
We can lay the foundation. It seems like we can get him.
What the hell?
What he saw, which is substantively evidence. His
Yes,
observations.
Yes.
Instead of the actual surveillance from his video system, right?
Yes, Judge, he saw this video.
Okay. Do you want to object or do you want to be heard?
I want to want to hear the witness about what happened with the technical issues.
So why don't we bring him in before we actually have him testify in front of the jury, like a cleaner way to do that.
And Judge, I will preference that defense can voir dire this witness. However, the court is aware that we have two witnesses, one being an expert in the DVR process who will best describe and will testify how exactly this video got destroyed.
Yeah, but you want him
Understood, Judge.
You want him to testify before these other two, right?
Yes.
So if I understand your proffer, he's not only gonna lay the foundation for this quote unquote missing evidence, he's also going to tell us what the evidence is, right?
Yes, Judge. Thank
So
you.
why don't you call the other two witnesses maybe before, or maybe call him after those two witnesses? It sounds like you wanna lay the foundation. Additionally, you wanna lay additional foundation with those two other witnesses, right? Regarding his home surveillance?
Yes.
So are they outside?
No, Judge, they're not outside right now.
Why don't we bring him back in? And then we'll give the defense an opportunity to go back in.
Danny Morales is outside, but Zuleika Fernandez, who's the video forensic retrieval expert, is testifying tomorrow.
So, but you guys believe that based on his testimony today, you can lay the foundation to get the substance
Yes.
into evidence?
Yes.
All right, let's go ahead and bring him in.
That's fine. Okay.
You,
So this is what Abraham was telling us about the lost camera footage.
Okay, we're just gonna go back on the witness stand, Mr. Cisneros, thank you. Okay, state, why don't you just lay the foundation, or Mr. Gomez, you wanna go before the state, or you wanna walk out? You can do that before the state.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So first off, tell me about this camera system that you have.
It's a little on the older side. It's a digital video recorder. All the cameras are hardwired to it. Like I mentioned before, none of them transmit. There's no Wi-Fi access to them direct to each camera. All the recordings go to a digital video recorder.
So the cameras are, these are hardwired cameras. They're a little older.
Yeah,
They all transmit what they record to a DVR machine, right?
yeah, through a wire, not through
Through a wire.
signal. Yeah.
Through a wire. DVR machine.
She was getting snippy. The judge said, I'm having none of that. Judge said, no, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Not today.
Not today.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Nobody got time for that.
Machine is in your home, I presume?
Yes.
Did the police take the DVR machine at some point?
Yes, because they attempted to download the image that they wanted at my house, but they couldn't do it for whatever reason. So the forensics personnel from Dade County took the DVR to their lab. But in the process, unfortunately, the video was gone.
Well, you
My bad. I switched to
weren't
headphones.
present when that happened, right?
No.
You don't know how the video became destroyed or deleted?
No, I mean, I can only speculate, but
No, I don't want you to speculate.
no, so in the process from them taking the DVR to their lab and they had it for some time. I can't give you an exact timeline, maybe a few weeks.
Did you get it back?
They returned it.
So when you got it back, was it working?
It still worked. Just that whatever it does record, it's just that for whatever reason, I guess when it was without power for so long, the hard drive just it doesn't hold the memory.
When you got it back, were any of the old
That don't
videos
even
still
make
on it?
sense.
No, there was nothing on it. The memory was blank.
So
That doesn't even make sense. Miss North said that means they actually work all of the time as opposed to your Wi-Fi dropping and then your cam's not recording. How the hell did we lose the footage and it's not stored at all?
before the police took it from your home, the DVR, it had footage from
Yes.
that day and before,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
None of that footage was available on the DVR when you got it back, correct?
No.
All right. Now, you're not able to say whether the machine deleted it on its own or whether it was deleted by somebody else?
No, I can't.
So somebody at the sheriff's office, the damn prosecution, and us over here are all going,
What the fuck, y'all? God damn! God damn! God damn!
how do you lose the main fucking evidence, y'all? What are y'all doing over there? Got a bunch of rookies. Alverez, hey, it's good to see you. I hope you're feeling better, sweetheart. We have missed you. We miss you all the time. Good to see you. We're doing a trial today. So we're going to be on for a while. So glad you're here. We did. We covered it earlier in the stream. We saw the what it looked like before it happened, what it looked like after it happened, the ring camera footage, the press conference, the little presser they did on it. We had a moment of silence. We prayed for the victims. Just absolutely horrible. It appears to be some kind of like demolition explosives type of facility, but very, very sad. Miss King said because they took the device that stores the image and wiped the memory. Right. So you would think that they have it though, you know? Was it the cloud subscription for the camera not being active anymore? I don't know what happens. What happened? I don't understand how they lost it. Like I'm just dumbfounded by that. What's with all the noise? Sometimes it would reset the DVR. Hey, Ashton. Good to see you, love. Hey, Chow. Chow said if you remove the battery from my camera, it will store some memory, date, time, location for a short time, but if you wait too long to replace it, it's gone. Interesting. Lori said I had an older hardwired like this man. Sometimes when it gets unplugged, it resets the DVR. Interesting. I'm wondering if that's what happened. But you would think the police would have gotten it off of there before then. You're waiting your doctor to call for your prescription. I hope he calls soon, love. Good to see you, Ashton and Chow and Abellis.
So I want to back up a little bit. You said that you played this video for some police officers and you stood there with them while they watched.
Yes.
Like a video recorder.
Now, when they were watching it, is it on, do you have a monitor that's just for playing the different camera angles?
My main TV in my living room, that's where the digital video recorder is located adjacent to it. So I can't see the cameras through that, my TV.
All right, and how many different cameras are there?
There are 7.
7. So on that one TV, you can see 7 different screens, correct?
Yes.
And you watched this with how many other officers?
I want to say initially, if I'm not mistaken, I did show it to the first Homestead police officer that arrived. And then some time later in the day, the 2 detectives from Dade County arrived and I showed them the same thing.
Okay, so you showed it to a Homestead police officer first. Is that a uniformed officer?
Uniformed officer, yeah.
Did he have a body-worn camera?
I don't
You have a
know.
little box that looked like a camera on his chest?
I can't recall.
Can you tell me what his name was?
No.
Okay. So you did that first, and then you did it with 2 other officers?
Yeah, 2, the Dade County detectives. They were in like office style with plain clothes.
Plainclothes detectives?
Yes.
Did they have any body-worn camera or other type of recording device?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. But it did play, correct?
Yes, it did play.
So at what point did you learn that it wasn't working, or did you not learn that?
Not that day, because the forensics team actually arrived to my house because they wanted to download it directly, but they just for whatever reason, they couldn't download it right there, so they wanted to take the device to their lab. So then that, like I mentioned before, in that process, in between taking it to the lab, the video that we saw was gone.
So it sounds like you viewed it on 2 occasions. The first occasion with 1 officer from Homestead and the second occasion with 2 detectives, correct?
Yes.
The first occasion with the Homestead officer, did he make any attempts to record it in any other way?
No.
Okay. And it was working fine as far as you know on that occasion?
Yes.
On the second occasion when there were 2 detectives, the video was working fine as far as you know, correct?
Yes.
Did those detectives make any efforts to record it at that juncture?
No.
No. So somebody picked it up, and when they left with it, as far as you knew at that time, was it working fine?
Yeah.
There was nothing wrong with the video, it played fine?
Correct.
All 7 cameras were functional as far as you knew?
Yes.
Until the police took it and left your home?
Correct.
Now, you mentioned a moment ago that they were trying to download it?
Yeah,
At your
because
house?
it does have a USB port.
Okay.
And which I'm not really tech savvy, so I don't know what the purpose of the USB port is, maybe to install an accessory device or something else. So I believe they tried to connect it that way to download the images. But like I said, the digital video recorder is an older model, so maybe the software, their software didn't integrate to the software in the digital video recorder.
So is it fair to say they tried to download it there, it didn't work, so what, they said, we gotta take it with us?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. All right, that's all I have to.
Okay. So, you can step outside.
Okay.
So Judge, specifically based on the TDR case, which I believe you already reviewed, they have to establish that it was lost or destroyed. I don't know what happened, and neither does he. So I need to hear from those other witnesses.
So, before he can testify about what he saw on that video, the foundation hasn't been able to, he hasn't connected the dots. Say, do you want to hear?
Yes, Judge, they would like to be heard. Judge, we heard testimony from the witness that said he showed the detectives this video. The detectives attempted to download the video. They couldn't download it. This witness also testified as to the age of the cameras. He said that they were new cameras, they were older cameras, that this streaming was connected through not a DVR or anything, it was connected to a cable, Judge. He also testified as to them trying to download it, it didn't work, therefore they took the DVR, and he testified when they got the DVR back, every single video, even the ones from before that night, were deleted, Judge. The state is arguing that that is sufficient to establish that this witness has knowledge that the contents that Reeves is trying to testify to, that he saw simultaneously while watching that video,
right?
is enough that it got lost, destroyed under the exceptions to the best evidence rule 90.954.
Me too.
He doesn't know what happened to it, and they need to establish it.
He does.
Hold on, we're not gonna argue about this. It's gonna be the state, I can't go back and forth.
No, Judge, I'm gonna make the argument. He does, and he's testified.
She's doing a fine job.
I know she is, but as the lead prosecutor on the case with the most knowledge about this case, I can speak to what every single witness in this case is going to testify to. I have the utmost respect for Ms. DeLeon, that's why she's the second chair on this case. But again, I've been preparing this case a lot longer. He does, and he's testified he knows what happened to it. When he got it back, it didn't exist. They tried to download it. It was retrieved by an expert. They tried to download it. They couldn't. They took it, and then it was gone.
Was it corrupted in front of him or destroyed? Lost in front of him?
That doesn't matter.
Didn't use the words maybe, I guess.
But again, what the court, we're conflating issues on whether or not so 9954 says in order for this to be admissible, it can be destroyed, they can talk about it, so long as it is not made in bad faith. There is nothing that defense can bring up to say that this is bad faith, that it was destroyed in bad faith. He is absolutely able to testify about what his observations were, and then I can bring in my expert tomorrow. I've already spoken to her on the phone. She's planning on testifying tomorrow. She will be my first witness called if I need to, and everything she can testify to about it being downloaded, it getting corrupted, it not being able to play, those things will come in. So we can subject it to link up, but he is absolutely able to testify to all of this now and his actual observations.
Look, doesn't have personal knowledge of that, but you may have to call him again.
We are.
You may get to where you want, you just can't get it.
Well,
What he testified
right.
to now.
So then we have to stop today, now. We're gonna stop his testimony. We're gonna have to bring in Jason Fernadez as our first witness, and then he will be recalled immediately. So we have to stop.
Unfortunately.
No, I'm just saying, I'm letting the court know this is.
Is there anything else you want to get into evidence with him today regarding laying the foundation?
No.
Okay, so I'm gonna call him back in, he's gonna sit here, and then Mr. Leon can either finish or follow up with any questions. I'll allow cross-examination, redirect if appropriate, and then he will be dismissed for the day.
Sure.
Okay.
Judge, my questions were about the video, and that's all he was going to testify to, so I would just at this point say I have no questions for today.
You're gonna do the furniture?
Yes, no, I'm
All right, so let's knock on the door, see if Drew's done the talking, and start. No, stay on record. We need a couple. I'm good. No, I'm not.
All rise for the jurors.
Sorry, y'all. I got an important text, but I'm here with you. All right, I think this is it for the end of the day. So now we get to go to today. I apologize, y'all. I'm still here. So that was day one. This is day two. Now we're on day two. We might be catching up tomorrow as well. All right, this is the other officer that we're going to start with. Let me get my time stamp. Sorry, I have a text message. I don't know what they were doing.
Permission to read.
It's that woman's ass. Lord of mercy.
Raise your hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm that the testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Yeah, please read that.
Judge, may I proceed? Yeah. Good morning. Can you please state your name for the record?
Zapata.
Ms. Zapata, what is your occupation?
I am a crime scene technician
And how long have you been a crime scene technician?
for almost 10 years.
And what department do you currently work for now?
Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office
How long have you worked for Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office?
for almost 10 years.
Do you have specialized training as a crime scene technician?
Yes.
Can you please explain to the jury what that training is?
All right, full attention.
Specialized training consists of going to training, for example, some of them could be a 4-hour course or an 80-hour course where you would spend the entire week doing crime scene processing, photography, doing things with blood spatter, fingerprint, just anything related to crime scene.
Now, what is your role as a crime scene technician?
My role as a crime scene technician is to respond to various crime scenes where I'll be processing and documenting the crime scene.
Now, I want to direct your attention to June 25th, 2022. Were you working that morning as a crime scene technician?
Yes, I was.
Although my butt has been what I've gotten the most compliments from my mans over the years, I'm about a medium build.
And did you respond to 1237 Northwest 14th Street in Homestead, Florida?
Yes, I did.
And what did you respond in reference to, Detective?
I responded to a reference to a homicide investigation.
Now, as a crime scene technician, what is it that you do when you arrive on scene?
Typically, the first thing that I do is that I speak with the detectives on scene, where they would give me a brief synopsis of case summary of what might have occurred. And then after that, we do a walkthrough of the scene.
And what detective did you speak to in this case?
It was Detective Cruz.
What time did you arrive to the scene?
I arrived at the scene at approximately 5:45 in the morning.
And I know you mentioned you spoke to Detective Cruz. Did he brief you on what had happened?
Yes, he did.
And you mentioned you did the walkthrough, so I want to talk about your walkthrough, okay?
Yeah, if I'm in Arkansas, by the time they do the Devil's Den suspect, I'm gonna try to. I'm gonna attempt to go to that trial. I don't know if I'll be able to. It depends because we're picking up our whole life and moving soon to the state of Arkansas. But I don't. I'm gonna try to go there, and anything going on there, I'll be able to get information on. It's hard to get information out of Arkansas. It's hard to get information out of Kentucky too. That's why I was surprised I was able to get the Lake and Snelling documents. I don't know what they're going to do with her either. That's going to be a trial to watch out for as well. I hope that she can get the bus ticket to get him there. Yep. The judge needs to tell people how to cut the crap with all the noise. She does though. Like it was noisy, but I don't know what them camera crews were doing.
What is it that you did in reference to photos? What did you take photos of?
As soon as we did the walkthrough, we started taking photos, and the photos will consist of overall photograph, basically when I get to the scene, what I see, and then after that, it will be mid-range photos, and then close-up photos of anything that is related to the scene and or items of evidential value.
So I want to talk about those overall photos to start. Judge, permission to introduce what's already been admitted to evidence based on stipulations by the parties?
Sure, so I'm ready to get into the record.
Stay Exhibit 1L, marked for identification, now becomes Stay Exhibit 8. And 1M, Stay Exhibit 1M, marked for identification, now becomes Stay Exhibit 9.
Permission to publish, Judge. Go ahead. Now, Detective, what are we looking at in this case? What is this photo?
What we're looking at is kind of like a bird's eye view of the scene where I responded to.
And what is this photo?
That photograph is a front view overall of the front of the residence.
So these are all the pictures we could never see.
That's correct.
They talk about the blood trail. I'm going to kind of skip ahead because we could never see all these pictures. It was aggravating.
That photo shows an eye's view.
Oh, we get to see the firearm though. Hold on.
If it would have been right in front of the house, it should have been something. If not, then you would have been able to see it with the photographs.
Okay, here's the firearm. And then we'll see the prosecution question. Basically, what she talked about was the trail of blood, because remember we went over this video yesterday. She talked about the trail of blood. We got to see the photos, but we didn't get to see the photos because we couldn't see the screen. She talked about the position of his body being under the yellow tarp or blanket or whatever it was that they put there. And that was about all she did. The same thing pretty much as the other lady, talking about the trail of blood, the location of everything, what she saw when she got there, and the victim having a gunshot wound to the leg and what she did. That's about all the information we get. But we do get to see this firearm. And yesterday I thought it was a 9mm, but it looks a little bit larger than that. It definitely had an extended clip. And we can listen to the defense question her as well.
the firearm is not loaded.
I certainly hope y'all wouldn't put a loaded firearm in the evidence bag, but hell,
This is
we're
the firearm that
we
we recovered on
footage, so.
scene. This is the magazine.
It looks like a 9mm to me, but it also looks a little bit
The
bigger.
magazine was inside of the.
And that magazine don't look extended, so maybe they had it popped out. I don't know.
This is the cartridge that was located inside of the firearm.
A Taurus 9mm, probably. That sounds good. Yeah, we didn't even have the dog's view. Like, what the hell? I don't know what the cameraman was doing. All right, so prosecution's about the, I mean, Lord have mercy, Jesus. Defense is about to question her. We'll listen to the defense question.
Moment to confer, Judge.
Oh, stop it. Don't need a moment to confer. Here to get loud. All right, here's the defense.
Okay.
It's got a picture of the generalized area with the houses in the yard. Right? We could hear the papers ruffling loud and clear. Can't hear shit else or see the pictures.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
So I'm showing you Exhibit 6. Just for my own edification, can you, first off, can you tell me where is the house where Daisy Link resided? This is the house, okay. And where is the spot where the body was found?
That's me on here.
Okay. So the blood trail, can you kind of tell me where it starts and where it ends? If you're able to tell me.
There was a blood trail or the apparent blood around here, all this area here, all this area here, off and on, leading up to here.
Okay. Maybe it'll help if I can, I don't know if the projector will cover all this. But
You want her to step down and Polish?
Yes, please.
Please step down.
But if I can do it on the projector, I'd like to try to do it. Okay, ma'am, do you mind? So I'll ask you what I just asked you. Actually, where is the home where Daisy Link resided? This home right here. And there's a red line here, which signifies a blood trail, is that correct?
Yes, the line that I attempted to draw signified where areas where there were on and off apparent blood leading up to the body.
So there's a line here, right? Is that correct?
There's blood there.
Look, there's also, you drew a line signifying that, correct?
Correct.
All right, so we start here, goes all the way over here, all the way over here, and then we move this down a little bit. Oops, turn this around. And that line comes over here, and you said the body was found here, is that correct? Where the exit is?
Approximately.
And there was some blood over here, and apparently it went as far as this white car.
Right, Abraham?
No, that this here, this line all the way here, I was just talking about the alleyway.
Okay, so this, on the right side,
Beast
this
mode.
red line, this circle, there's no blood over here, is that what you're saying?
Correct, not that I recall.
So the blood that we found, it would be all in this section, correct?
And in the alleyway.
And in the alleyway, anywhere where we see a red line, other than this part, is that correct?
Correct, and maybe somewhere.
All right, so let me turn this around again. And again, this is Miss Link's house, right?
Yeah.
What what's in this part of the house, if you can recall? And while you're thinking about that, give me one moment.
I believe it's another duplex.
Just give me one moment. So I'm showing you what has been admitted as composite exhibit 8. Several pictures of the house. But is this Miss Link's house as far as you can tell?
Yes.
So we see some windows here, right?
Yes.
This part of the house that we're looking at, is that what we would see on this side, or would that be what we would see on this side of the house?
Should be on this side, if I recall correctly.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't
Now,
understand.
this right here that I'm showing you, same exhibit, is this the front door?
Yes.
And where is that in relation to this picture, if you could tell us, if you know?
If I recall correctly, the front door should be.
All right, so you can take a seat now. Thank you for bearing with me. So we can agree that based on the blood trail, based on the red line that you drew for us, Mr. Jimenez was right at the front door, right? At one point.
It appears to be.
Thank you. No further questions?
Detective Zapata, did you collect any bullets or casings from the scene? Did you photograph any bullets or casings from the scene?
No, I did not.
We do,
And
don't we?
I know defense asked you on cross-examination whether there was blood right in front of the house that they lived in. Was there blood?
If you didn't collect any casings, then how did you have that little envelope with the bullet casing? Was that the bullet inside the gun? Did I misunderstand?
Right in front of the house that you photographed that they lived in?
I'm sorry, I don't recall him asking if there was blood right in front of the house.
Okay. Was there blood in front of the house?
In front of the house, as in like down the steps?
Yeah. Yes.
There might have been blood there, yes.
And if there was blood, Detective Zapata, would you have marked it with an evidence marker or flag?
If it would have been right in front of the house, it should have been something. If not, then you would have been able to see it with the photographs.
I'm showing you what has already been entered into evidence as states 1, Exhibit 8. Is that the house?
Am I looking at the
front one. The front one.
Yes.
Is there any markers or anything there?
No.
No further questions, please. May the
We're gonna have
witness
to, we're gonna have to get a picture of Rocco and make an emoji. All right, next witness.
Fernandez.
Look at her. She got a long sleeve shirt on the second day. This is day 2. We're on day 3 right now. We're getting there.
Raise your right hand, please. You swear to affirm testimony about the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes.
Another police officer.
Yeah, just trying to fit in the chair.
Good morning. Can you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
My name is Sargent Fernadez. I'm with Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office
And how long have you been with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office?
since 2006.
And is that formerly known as Miami-Dade Police Department?
Sorry?
Is that formally known as the Miami-Dade Police Department?
Yes.
It's the same.
It's so hard for me to like write down their last names because I mean, I'm just writing at this point for my timestamps like crime scene tech, defense questions tech, Sergeant. I wrote Sargent Fernadez, Robert the firefighter. I don't know how to spell their last names.
Department,
Yes.
different names.
Yes.
And what warrant, excuse me.
Oh,
what
the
unit do you
Chihuahua.
work in?
Okay.
Currently, in the Kendall District, so I'm in uniform patrol at the moment.
Do you have a specialized role in the unit?
I
I'm a
can't make it
sergeant,
real
so
big.
I'm the sergeant right now in Kendall District on midnights.
Do you work in video retrieval?
I did at one
Okay,
point,
you
yes.
Now I want to take you all the way back to June 25th of 2022. Did you work in that video retrieval unit then?
I did.
Okay. And what were your duties in that unit?
My duty was basically to respond whenever detectives from different bureaus would contact us to export video evidence for their case.
Okay. And in order to be in that unit and to retrieve those things, do you get any kind of specialized training?
Yes.
Can you briefly explain to the members of the jury what that training is?
So I went to Dorothy Stout training. It's a 3-day course, which actually it teaches you how to export videos from different systems. And then we had LIBA, which is, there's 4 different LIBAs. I went to LIBA 1, and that one is a little bit more in depth. It actually shows you how to go into the hard drives in case that you're not able to actually export video the native way. So then you would basically go into the hard drive and try to get the video that way.
And would it be fair to say that based off your training that you get in the video retrieval unit, that you get specific trainings on different types of recording systems?
Different systems, completely NVR, DVR, cloud-based systems, any type of system.
Okay. Now, I know we kind of already mentioned this already, but were you working in your capacity as a police officer in that video retrieval unit on or about June 25th of 2022?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Were you working in your capacity as a police officer in the video retrieval unit on or about June 25th, 2022?
Yes.
What about to June 29th, 2022?
I was still within the video forensic unit.
Okay. Now, before we move on to those dates, can you explain to the jury the process of actual video retrieval?
So normally what we do is we actually document everything about the DVR, from the serial numbers to the cameras that the system actually holds to the amount of cameras that are actually working at the time. If there is any offset, so if real time and offset do not match, we actually document that to show that even if we pull video for specific times, the reason we got that video at that time is because DVR time and real time were completely off. We document the earliest recording, so anything from if the incident occurred in May, but the actual DVR holds video until March. So you can go back all the way to March. We document the cameras and the actual times that the detectives request, and that's pretty much it.
And are you trained in the process of, let's say it doesn't work, if you're called out to a scene, it doesn't work there, are you trained in the process of, let's say, bringing it back to headquarters to retrieve it in a different way?
Yes, so if we're not able to export on scene, we obviously speak to the detectives first, let them decide. We'll let them know in that moment, hey, it's not working, we're not able to export on scene. However, we do have DVR examiner back in the office, so we could plug it straight into the hard drive and try that method.
Can you explain to the members of the jury what that DVR examiner is?
DVR examiner allows you to go into the hard drive and export the entire thing. So the entire data on the actual hard drive.
Now, does it work for every single unit, or are there
No,
sometimes failures?
No, there's definitely failures. A lot of times when you get hard drives, either they're already failing or they're corrupted. And if you plug it in, it's the same thing as a USB. A lot of the times they get damaged over time.
Now, on June 29, 2022, did you respond to 1300 Northwest 15th Street?
Yes,
Why did you do that?
I was requested by homicide detectives to respond.
And do you know who the owner of that home was?
Personally, no, I don't.
But did you know his name?
Cisnero?
Is that a Robert Cisneros?
I'm not sure.
Is there anything that would refresh your recollection?
I could look at my report and see.
If you can, don't just look up when you're done.
Yeah,
refresh your
Robert
memory.
Cisneros.
Great, thank you. Did you make contact with him?
I didn't, I made contact with the detectives were the ones making contact with him.
Okay. What, if anything, did you do after arriving on scene?
Once they allowed me to access the DVR, that's exactly what I did. I went straight to the DVR and I started working on trying to get the export.
Okay, did the homeowner give you consent or did you have to get a warrant to get that DVR?
I would have to look at my,
Please.
so it looks like it was verbal.
Verbal consent.
Verbal consent.
Okay. Now, can you explain to the members of the jury what DVR system Mr. Cisneros had?
So he had a Shield DVR, which is it's a regular CCTV system. It's not cloud-based, it's not MVR. There is no client, anything like that. It was just a basic DVR system.
Was it an older model, newer model, if you knew?
I wouldn't know that information.
Is this a model that you were familiar with?
Yes.
Can you explain to the members of the jury what that DVR had, like in order for you to download it?
To export?
Yeah.
So normally with that system, you would go to their main menu and you would either look for the backup or the export option of the system. So the route that we were going to take that day was USB, which would be the native export.
Did it have a USB port that you could plug in to download?
Yes.
Were you able to download it on scene?
No.
Why not?
For whatever reason, when I went, the dates were available and the system actually went back to April. However, when I went to go back to the times to actually export the times, for whatever reason, the times were not available.
Okay, but the date was?
Date was.
Was there any evidence of any kind of tampering anyway with that system when you were viewing it?
No, because for me to say that there was tampering, I would have to say that the entire hard drive was completely wiped out or formatted.
Can you explain that to the members of the jury? What
So-
do you mean by that?
With DVR systems, you can't go back and delete just one incident or one day or 1 hour, 2 hours. When you format a hard drive within the DVR, it completely wipes out the entire hard drive, meaning everything will just disappear. And in that case, the date was available, everything went back to April, which means
You got to plug in the crock pot, Tom. Dang.
that nothing happened. There was no,
Hope you're having
there
a
was
good
no way
day.
it was formatted.
Okay. Now, before we move on, were there specific
Right.
days or times of interest that you were attempted to cover?
Yes, if I could look back on the
Please.
report though. So they wanted June 25th, 2022, 3 a.m. to 4 a.m.
Now, were you able to confirm at the time before you were trying to retrieve that video that the DVR itself was in working order?
The DVR was working.
Now, when you said that you were unable to download it via a USB, what, if anything, did you do next?
Tom.
Once I wasn't able to export, I let the detectives on scene know. And at that point, I believe they received consent from the owner to take the DVR for further examination.
Did you take possession of the DVR?
I did.
And where'd you go with it?
Once I get the DVR, I take it back to the office.
And what did you do at the office with that DVR?
At the office, I plug it into DVR Examiner, and at that point, I attempted to conduct DVR Examiner on it, and for whatever reason, the actual hard drive was not scanning. It wasn't even allowing me to get to the point where I could export or even request to export.
Can you explain a little bit more what that means?
So I would plug it in to DVR Examiner. I would scan the DVR to actually pick up the hard drive, but it wasn't picking up the hard drive at all.
Was there any evidence of any kind of tampering when you were doing that?
No,
Why not?
because I couldn't even get to the hard drive.
So the fact that you couldn't get to the hard drive was evidence itself that there was no tampering?
To me, evidence enough that the actual hard drive was damaged or somehow corrupt because I was never even able to enter into it. I was never even able to get into it enough to do anything.
Okay. What, after that, did you inform anybody that their video was unable to be recovered?
Yes, detectives, Detective Ganoris.
Chinoris.
Sir, yes.
And what, if anything, did you do with the DVR after that?
Once I let them know what was going on, I just let them know the DVR is ready to be picked up. I documented everything and that was it.
When DVRs are in this manner returned, either because they cannot download those videos or things like that, is it a likely outcome, possible outcome that everything gets wiped from those DVRs?
So normally when we return the DVRs, we never plug them back in. And the reason for that is because if you plug it back in and there is, for whatever reason, data on there or anything like that, that they will need later down the line, if you plug it back in, it normally resets the hard drive altogether. So a lot of times we don't do that because just in case a detective says, hey, we need more time or we need to pull extra time, we just got more information. So we don't plug it in for that reason.
Did you purposely delete any video in this case?
No.
Is there any evidence that anyone purposely deleted any kind of video in this case?
Calls for speculation.
No.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So ma'am, I just wanted to clarify, because you said a few moments ago that you were asked about tampering. And I believe you said tampering would show that the entire hard drive was wiped. Am I quoting you correctly?
If you're asking if certain times were deleted from the hard drive,
Right.
you can't delete just 1 hour or 2 hours or 1 day. When you format a hard drive, it'll format the entire thing, which means I would not be able to go back to April 29, 2022, which was the earliest recording on this DVR.
So just so I understand you, so you're saying if somebody were to tamper with a DVR hard drive such as this one, that would result in everything being deleted?
Yes,
Okay.
because it's a hard drive within the DVR and it's not NVR or any other, there's no other method to actually extract or delete any video.
All right. As far as you know, when you took the hard drive into possession, the footage on it, it had footage on it, correct?
There was footage, but not the footage that the detectives were looking for. So the time frame that they were looking for was not there.
Okay. So I wanna pinpoint exactly when it was that you took possession of this item.
When I took the DVR,
Yes.
so I was there at 9:21 a.m. So somewhere around that time
This is
on
on
the 29th, June 29th.
June 29th. You arrived at the home
Correct.
of the owner of the home who had the DVR?
Yes.
Who else was there when you arrived?
Detective Gunors and Detective Morales.
This is going to be good for the defense, though, that that's not available. I mean, it shows neglect on their part to the jury that's uneducated. Kate, good to see you again. Tom said, I'm just going to throw all the food in the blender and make a shake out of it. That sounds absolutely disgusting, but I genuinely hope you enjoy it. And if you plug it in, it resets the drive. That makes no sense. It makes absolutely no sense. I don't understand how we're still losing stuff in this day and age. Even with it being 2022, they still shouldn't have lost that footage.
And you said that you didn't make contact with the owner of the home, correct?
I don't make contact with the owners.
So you only interacted with those detectives?
Correct.
And it was the detectives and not the owner of the home who gave you the DVR, correct?
No, the DVR was on scene.
Okay, so you watched some videos on the scene?
No, I don't watch videos. I only export the videos that they're requesting.
Did you unplug anything?
I unplugged the DVR once I noticed that it was no longer an option to export on scene. And they advised that they gave consent and that they want to take it to the office.
Without telling me the contents or what it is that you saw, if anything, did you see
So funny about
any footage from that DVR before unplugging?
No.
No. Okay. So how is it that you know that, well, you said, so you weren't talking about what's on the DVR. You just tried to download it on scene and you were not able to do that, correct? And that's when you took it with you?
Correct.
Correct. So is it fair to say that you yourself weren't able to verify what videos were or were not on the DVR at that moment? Because you didn't see anything?
I didn't view any video.
Okay, so you can't say what videos were or were not on the DVR at that moment?
No.
All right, thank you. You get back to the station. And at the station, you find what, that there are no videos on the DVR?
No, when I got back to the station and I plugged it into DVR Examiner, it will not scan the hard drive. So I was never able to pick up the hard drive to get to the export.
You couldn't get into the hard drive?
No.
Were any attempts made to, rather than get into the hard drive, to at least view what was on the hard drive through another screen or another monitor?
No.
Why not?
So how do we know? I mean, I'm following him here. How do we know what exactly was on that if we never even saw it? She didn't see it at the house. She plugged it in. It didn't come on. We weren't able to look at the video from another monitor. Like, how do we know what was even on it?
Because I went through the export option to try to get the times that they wanted, and it said no record, no data, so the times are not there.
Wow.
So from your perspective, when you checked, are you saying that there was no video for you to watch, even if you could watch the video?
I wouldn't go back to watch the video. I only export.
I understand, but your goal is to download these videos to be watched so that you can watch them at a later time, correct?
No.
What do you mean?
I don't watch the videos. I only export the video and then I provide it as evidence to the detective.
Let me rephrase. Your goal is to get this video so that somebody, like a jury, can watch this video at a later time, right?
For me, it's for the detectives. I don't do anything as far as the case goes. I get the video, whatever it is that they ask for, camera, dates, times. I get that video, I put it onto a USB, and then I would put it onto a disc. Then at that point, that's the evidence.
Let me rephrase my question.
Yes, ma'am, Alverez.
Let's assume that the detectives asked you to do this because they wanted to have a video, which is evidence, which they could later arrange that video to be played in front of a jury or a judge at a trial, right?
Her sound's not low for me, so try it. Check your audio settings, Mrs. North, or go out and try to come back in. I don't know. I hear it okay, but I've only got like one wireless headphone in at a time.
Okay. So your purpose was to get that video so that they can use it later, right?
Yes.
So Abraham is saying the detectives and the homeowner were able to see it at the homeowner's house before she unplugged it, which apparently resets everything when they plug it back in. Okay, thank you for clarifying that for me, but she's saying that she didn't see anything at the homeowner's house is what she just said. I do believe.
You tried to download it for that purpose and you weren't able to because as far as you can tell, the DVR didn't have any data on it, correct?
It had data. It just wasn't exporting the dates and times that they were asking for.
All right. So you couldn't export it. However, you know that the detectives were able to watch some of the video before it was taken from the owner's home, correct?
Normally, when they ask us to come on, it's because they've already reviewed video.
Okay. So we know that it was working and you could see videos on it before it was taken from the owner's home, right?
What was that, sorry?
We know that this DVR has footage which the detectives supposedly had already seen, and that's the reason why they're sending you to retrieve it, right?
Yes.
You're not able to retrieve it.
No.
So wouldn't it be effective to plug in that DVR, which you're not able to get anything from, plug it into a monitor to see if you could still play the videos, just like the detectives had done back at the person's home?
It would have been the same thing. I'm just taking it from one monitor to another. What I was able to see on scene is the same thing that I was going to see back at the office.
Right, but you could see it, and then you could record it another way, right? Like a body-worn camera, or with a phone, or just record something so you preserve it as evidence, right?
And we've seen that before. I think it was video from the Sebastian Rogers case that we got the lights that they ended up saying was truck headlights reflecting, but the flashlight video, I do believe that was recorded on a phone from somebody's DVR at their house. Like they've done this before just to make sure to preserve evidence. And again, this was 2022, not fucking 2011, 2012. I don't understand why we're not doing that.
There was no evidence. I was not able to export the dates and times that they were asking.
She said she's a liar, just flat
I
out.
think we're
she's a
not
liar.
understanding each other. I understand that you couldn't download it, but my question is, your job is to retrieve this so that it could be watched
Right.
later. We've established that, right? So you can't download it. So as an alternative to accomplish your task, my question to you is, isn't it true that you could have found a monitor, plugged in the DVR, play the video that you're looking for, and record it with another device, such as the body-worn camera that you're wearing, take out a phone, record it in any other way, and that way we have a recording of the evidence this evidence which pertains to a murder case. Isn't that a solution to the problem?
Are you asking about playback?
Yes.
Like to actually play the video?
Yes, ma'am.
My job is not to play back the video. My job was to respond and export the video.
Okay.
He's asking, did you have the option of playing it?
The playback option is there. But my reason for responding was to export the video. And when I went to export and it will not be exported, at that point, we took the DVR back to the office.
All right, so all those other options that I just explained to you, none of that was done, correct?
No.
And at some point, the DVR was returned to the owner, correct?
Yes.
And
Ow, I hate when that happens.
if the owner, when he got the DVR back, found that everything had been erased, can you explain how something like that could happen?
If I run DVR Examiner, like I said, I don't plug the hard drives back in for that reason, because it usually resets the hard drive or wipes it out completely.
So you wouldn't have wiped it out completely?
No,
Right.
no.
So if we have a DVR that was in this home, and this DVR had about a month's worth of footage on it, then it's taken from the home. And then sometime later, it's returned to the home.
Mm-hmm.
And now when it's at the home, it's working fine, but all that month-long footage is gone. How do you explain that? How does something like that happen?
I can only tell you that I unplug the DVR, plug it into DVR Examiner, and normally when we plug it back in, which is the reason why we don't do it, we don't plug the DVRs back in when we return them in case detectives need more data later. Normally, when you plug it back in, it formats and resets the hard drive.
So is it fair to say that as you sit here, you are not able to tell us how it was that a month's worth of footage was lost while it was in police custody? You're not able to tell us how that happened?
No, sir.
Thank you.
That's not looking good.
Detective, just to clarify, when you plug in the DVR to DVR Examiner, you do not plug it in again, right?
No.
And that's because why?
We don't want to plug it back in case the detectives need more data later on. If we plug it back in, it formats and resets the hard drive.
And so the hard drive then would be blank
Correct,
because it's been reset.
correct.
So when a homeowner gets a blank DVR, or excuse me, a DVR back and plugs it back in, it would reset,
It will cause the reset or the format of the hard drive.
which would delete everything.
Yes.
Great, I have no further questions, John. I'm gonna go sidebar.
Okay, Abraham pointed out that that's some shitty software, if that's what's happening. No Time for Fakes. Hello, it's nice to meet you, and thank you for subscribing. We're doing trial today to learn more about the trial process and talk about this lady that's on trial who got pregnant with a baby from a vet in jail. It's quite interesting story. Yeah, we're usually live every day from 1:30 Eastern till about 4 or 5. So today's a little bit different, but thank you for being here. Here's the lady on trial with the black hair. Oh, thank you for becoming a member, No Time for Fakes. That was so very sweet and supportive of you, and I greatly appreciate that. You'll have access to videos now of my geese and things like that. Let me grab the haunted train to pick you up on the way to Speculation Station. Thank you so much, No Time for Fakes. That was so very sweet and supportive of you, and I greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much. Look, it's a cat. Thank you so much, No Time for Fakes, for becoming a member. I greatly appreciate that. Ashton said, mine doesn't reformat unless I specifically asked it to. Usually in this day and time, that's how you would have to do that. Like, that's not good software. She was a yeasty mama. That's for daggum sure. Yeah, thank you for being here. You are part of our speculating family and part of Speculation Station now. Thank you so much.
You're still under oath from yesterday.
Okay.
So come on back in. Thank you.
So this is the guy with the DVR that has to come back.
Good morning, Mr. Cisneros.
Good morning.
So I want to go back to where we kind of left off yesterday.
Okay.
You mentioned that the police came to your house to ask for your cameras.
Yes.
Did you view those cameras with the detectives while they were playing it?
Yes.
Did you stay there the whole time?
Yes.
You please tell the jury what it is that you saw in that footage.
Same objection.
It's the same weight, the foundation.
Understood, Judge.
Okay, what? We had a sidebar.
Mr. Cisneros, before we get into what you saw,
Jeebus.
did the officers try and download the video that you viewed together
Oh,
at
thank
your
you.
house?
I believe that was their original intention, yes.
Were they able to download it?
No, they were not.
Do you know why they weren't able to download it?
Not exactly. No, I'm under the assumption it's because like I mentioned before, the device is an older device.
Sorry, can you say that again?
That why they were able to download it, not exactly sure. I just, maybe the programming wasn't
Jeebus.
compatible. I can't really say for sure.
At some point, did someone come and try to take your DVR to get that video?
Yes.
Did you give them the DVR?
Yes, I handed the DVR.
It's
I'm
just,
sorry, the last part. You're soft spoken.
Oh, I'm sorry. I handed the DVR. Yeah.
was there any evidence of tampering with the DVR before you gave it to the detectives?
No,
When the detectives were viewing your video, did you see them mess with the DVR at
No.
any point?
no,
Did they try to delete the video?
no,
Did they try to tamper with it?
no,
Did they cut a cable?
no.
Did you cut a cable?
I did not cut any cables. No,
Did you try to tamper with it?
no, I did not.
When the detective came to retrieve your DVR, did you give it to them?
Yes.
Were they able to retrieve the video?
As far as I know, no. When it was in their possession, no.
When you got the DVR back, were there any videos on it?
No,
Was there any evidence of tampering when you got it back?
no.
Judge, may we go sidebar?
No, let's continue.
Now, Mr. Cisneros, I want to talk about
He wouldn't know if the police tampered with it and erased the video.
that video.
Okay.
What did you see in the video?
Same objection.
Oh, yes.
When we got to the time frame that the detective wanted to look at, I know it's in the middle of the night. I can't recall the exact time. We witnessed a person that he was interested in running from the property directly behind mine. Because that property, there's no fencing, so anybody can just come in and out of that property. And I have an alleyway behind my property. It's one of those old type alleyways where garbage used to get picked up behind the houses. He's running towards the fence, towards my fence. Obviously, I have a 6-foot wooden fence, so I couldn't keep going. So then he changes direction and goes, I want to say, in an easterly direction. Goes out of view of the camera. A few seconds, maybe a minute later, he's more like not running anymore. It's more like stumbling. And then he drops out of view. Just keep in mind, I have a 6-foot fence, so anything on the ground in the alleyway, you can't really see it, but you can see individuals walking back and forth and also vehicles.
So I want to break that down. You mentioned that the individual the detectives were interested in was running.
Yeah, initially.
So they're describing the footage that they saw on the DVR that the police took that they couldn't get off of the DVR because when they plugged it in, it'll erase the whole entire DVR. And so she was not able to get the footage because she put it in the software. I'm assuming it plugged up and got unplugged and it somehow erased everything. But they're describing what they saw on the video. Abraham said if she unplugged it to take it with her and plugging it in erases everything, sounds like she erases everything by plugging it in. But why didn't she call the manufacturer for guidance? Good question. And why are we taking stuff that erases when we plug it in? I mean, why is that even a function that's available at a police department where you're trying to pull footage from the DVR? Like something's wrong with the manufacturer. Oh my goodness, no time for fakes. Thank you so much for gifting 10 speculation station memberships. Wow. That was so very sweet and supportive of you. And I greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness, how very sweet of you. Thank you. That was so sweet and so kind and so generous. Those memberships went to Gigi, All in Tanks, Sherry Thompson, Kalisa Katz, Rita, Irene Peaky, aka Bella's Boys, Lala, and Content Angel. If you guys were gifted from our lovely No Time for Fakes, please tell No Time for Fakes thank you. Thank you so very much, No Time for Fakes. I greatly appreciate that. That was so very sweet and kind of you. Thank you so much. I hope that everybody enjoys the access to the new videos that you guys have, and I am going to be doing some more soon. I will grab the haunted train to pick y'all up on the way to Speculation Station. Thank you again, No Time for Fakes. That was so very sweet and supportive of you, and I greatly appreciate it. Why is there food on the table if the skeleton can't eat? I wonder. I like that clip. Abraham said this chat will self-destruct once you plug your phone into charge. Right? Oh, thank you, Dandy. Dandy said it's an awesome channel. Thank you for that. Soups with the yellow hearts. Thank you. That was so sweet, wasn't it? Thank you, Southern Cats. I mean, thank you, No Time for Fakes. And that was really sweet, Southern Cats. Well, I'm glad that you like to support good channels. We try to be good, and I'm glad that you found us. Thank you so much. I greatly appreciate that. No Time for Fakes. That was so very sweet of you. Miss North said, "Excellent question. Contact the company, but why she didn't know that? Why no one seemed to think to record it on their phones? Yeah, all of it doesn't make sense, right? That's a big kitty."
He was running towards where?
He ran, my house
Okay, why not?
faces north, so he was running towards the back of my house, so he was running in a northerly direction, and then changes direction and goes easterly down the alleyway, out of view of the camera. And then a few seconds later, he comes back, but stumbling now, he's not running anymore.
You mentioned he was stumbling. Did he appear to be injured?
Judging from my experience as a firefighter, the way he was stumbling, yeah, he did appear like he was injured.
And when he stumbled, what area did he stumble in, based on the video you saw?
He fell right behind my property, more on the easterly side of the end of my property, but in the alleyway.
And what else did you see in the video?
Maybe a few minutes or 10 minutes go by, there's a vehicle that approaches.
You mentioned 10 minutes go by.
Well, just
More or less.
generalization. Yeah, I like, again, any kind of time that I give you, it's generalization because it's.
So some time goes by, a vehicle approaches, what else do you see?
We see a female get out of the vehicle, approach the area where the subject had dropped. And I don't have any sound on my camera, so can't hear what's verbally being said. And the female paces back and forth several times until I believe a Homestead police officer arrives.
Does she ever get back into the car in the video you reviewed?
From the best of my recollection, I believe she did. But I don't believe she left the area. But then again, the angle of my camera only faces one direction. She did go out of view several times, but.
She went out of view of the camera?
Yeah.
When she goes back.
So yeah, psychic said, I don't believe it. Abellis pointed out that there are crows in that courtroom. Abraham said, and she says she couldn't extract the specific times, but she could see footage of the whole day. Like, then extract the whole day, genius. What the hell? Yeah, I'm not buying that. That's freaking weird.
Back into view. Do you see her try and approach the male that you saw stumbling?
Yes, she did.
Were you able to see what she was doing?
No, unfortunately, no.
Why not?
Because the height of my fence blocks any view of the ground level.
What was the female that you saw in the video doing after she approaches the male that stumbled?
The best I can describe it, she looked maybe emotionally distraught. A couple of times she put, or maybe a few times she put her hands on her head, and the way I best can describe it is her pace.
So she was pacing back and forth. She appeared to be remorseful, like she was worried. You hear her in the 911 call and see in the body cam footage that she's very much concerned about trying to save his life. So, I mean, I think it would have just proved that she didn't mean to shoot this miraculous bullet she meant to shoot it, but she didn't mean for it to ricochet off the ground, go in his heel, through his foot, up his leg, and come out of the main artery in your leg that would cause you to bleed out and die. Kane said exactly. So if you unplug it and plug it back in, it erases it. So then she had to have erased it. Exactly. Miss North said, I think it was an 8-hour course and she missed half of it. I mean, that seems like they were having a moment of stuck on stupid and common sense left the building. Yes, exactly. Like, I could not agree more.
Boom, 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 bam.
Yep. Dandy said she had one job. One job. Abella said, I saw a murder the other day. There was a bunch of crows on my neighbor's tree. Really, Abellis?
Oh, she trying to 187 type shit?
Bruh, double homicide. Yes.
Murder was the case?
Murder was the case.
Murder was the case when you saw them crows. Lori said, usually a defense attorney will deal with the bullshit the state is trying to feed before the trial starts. Yep.
Pacing back and forth, it looked like she was upset.
And did you see when the police arrived in the video?
Yeah, I can't see when the police officer arrived.
Was she still there in the alleyway?
Yes.
Moment to confer, Judge. No further questions.
Let's see if there's any cross-examination.
Common sense called out sick.
Now, these videos that you observed with the detectives, you all were focusing on a specific period of time, correct?
Yes.
And that would have been, I guess, after this man had already been shot, that would have been after that period of time, correct?
Yes.
You didn't have a chance to view footage that would have occurred before that may or may not have shown him running around or doing what have you, correct?
No.
But that footage would have been there because you had, I think you said you had about a month's worth of footage on there, correct?
Yeah, the cameras record 24 hours a day.
And that month's worth of footage was there at the time that the police took your DVR, correct?
Yes.
And you said you got it back, what, a couple of weeks later?
Yeah,
More or
again,
less.
time frame wise, it was a while. Yeah,
Got it back, and when you got it back, there was nothing.
correct.
So when you got it back, you didn't erase anything because you had nothing to erase.
No.
Right.
Did you reset the machine?
No, I did not.
Okay. Do you have any idea?
So they took it with the footage on it, and then it gets erased while it's in police custody, like they're at fault. Your technician is at fault.
How that month's worth of footage got erased?
I can only speculate that since it's an older device, if it's not plugged into power, it eventually the hard drive just deletes the images.
But I mean, you don't know that, right?
But not for sure, no, I can't say for sure.
Okay. And as far as it being not plugged into power, well, I mean, you don't know how that works. You're speculating that if you unplug this machine, you don't know what happens, right?
Correct, yeah.
But the machine did work when you plugged it back in, right?
Yes, yeah.
And it continued doing what it was supposed to do, keeping footage, saving it.
Yes.
At any given time, you've got about a month's worth of footage
Yes.
before it starts recording old footage.
Yeah, correct.
All right, sir, thank you.
Yes, Judge. Mr. Cisneros, how far does your camera that faces the alleyway, what's the width and length that it captures? Like, how far does it capture out?
It'll capture where my property ends in reference to the alleyway. It'll capture individuals or vehicles passing through the alleyway.
Kim said, I'm a few minutes behind. Strategic Eyes says he always asks up for an hour before and an hour after the event, but if nothing else, at least 15 minutes. So why was she looking for the exact times? Good question. If you could only get for the whole entire day, why not record the whole entire day so that you have it? Like, yeah, the cops aren't that great. She just started that job. I don't know.
Only through the alleyway.
Well, it's mainly focused, like I mentioned, my yard is very small. It's only 5 feet from the back of the house to the fence line. So the whole purpose is just to focus on my property in case there's any trespassers or for whatever reason. But since it has a wide view, it does record, it'll see anything in the alleyway. But that's not its intended purpose. It's mainly just to keep an eye on my property in the back.
Now, this incident happened at 1237 Northwest 14th Street. Can you tell us how close that address is to your house?
We're on the same block. My house is on 15th Street, and then that address is right behind us.
Would your cameras capture all the way to that house?
No, there's heavy shrubbery, trees. The only thing you can see is just trees. There's really nothing, you can't really see anything past that point.
So it wouldn't have captured, even if it wanted to, it wouldn't have been able to capture it.
No, not past that.
Oh, you're good, Jeff.
Judge, permission to retrieve has already been admitted into evidence as states 6.
So that's the map of the area, basically. Miss King said so they left it unplugged at the station for a prolonged period of time, and the memory died since there was no power, more than likely. No Time for Fake said, well, I have to get to work. I'll catch tomorrow's live. Have the best rest of y'all's day. You have a good day at work too, love. Don't work too hard. It's Friday, so hopefully it's your last day at work, and you'll be able to have a good weekend. Abraham said, because apparently they did exactly what the detectives asked for, even if she knew another way. Remember, she doesn't watch anything. She just extracts. Right. Didn't watch a damn thing. Trees have the nerve to get in the way of the... Right? How can the trees have the nerve to get in the daggum way like that? Because, you know, we're intruding on... they're intruding on our space. We're not intruding on theirs. Right? Yeah. Thank you, guys. Everybody be safe. Kim said, I'm parked at the moment. DoorDash keeps sending me crap orders. Oh, no.
Mr. Cisneros, can you show, permission to step down, Judge, the witness? Permission to the witness. Can you show the jury where your house is in reference to the alleyway?
My house is this.
So when you mention your cameras only capture here?
Yes. There's a doorway here, cameras that difficult to tell. This is actually it right here. And pretty much this is what it seems.
Now, are you able to say what direction, when you viewed that video, the male was running?
Here, it came out of this area. The angle of the camera actually seen here. So it looked like it came from this general direction. Then he ran this way. Came from this direction, came in the view of the camera around here, and then he ran this way. Like I said, he disappeared for about a minute, and he comes stumbling back, and he actually, this is a canopy of a tree, but my camera can see underneath it. And he drops around.
Right.
And then where does
An
the
afternoon
female
then.
that you see in the video approach from with the vehicle?
I believe it was this general direction, because
I hope you enjoy your cocktails and barbecue after after you work tomorrow. No time for fakes. That sounds awesome. Kim said it's been a long day, not many orders to choose from, but it happens. Okay. I've never ordered DoorDash. Freaking trees. I know, right? Friday, yeah, would usually be busy.
since it was dark, the headlights illuminated this entire area. So that vehicle was there the entire time. And then she walks in initially, then just paces back and forth several times until the first police officer arrives.
Thank you. Please have that. Were you able to see in the video if she was ever on the phone or anything?
No, I can't say for sure. Like I mentioned before, she goes out of view of the camera several times, so it's possible.
Thank you, Judge. No further questions.
All right, folks, I need to take about a 10-minute break before we go on to the next witness. We'll probably go till about 12:30 today, and then we'll take our break at 12:30. So let's just go back into the jury in about 10 minutes.
All right.
All right, for the jurors.
All that.
9 jurors, count 4 lawyers and slate, you can be seated. The plan is still to break at 12:30 for lunch. The next witness to the state.
Yes, Your Honor, the state called Pedro Jimenez.
Early bird dinner.
And thank you, our jurors, for indulging that.
Get you something to eat, Abraham. We're gonna be going for a while today. I'm gonna at least try to get through today. And then start tomorrow's with today's testimony, and we'll be caught up on Monday at the very least. I thought I'd get through it a little bit quicker than this. Got some videos I gotta get out too.
You can't go out the testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
$7 and $1 per mile. Really?
Good afternoon,
Interesting.
officer. Can
Good
you please state-
afternoon.
Can you state your name for the record?
Victor Gill,
Okay. And can you please tell the jury what's your current occupation?
I am a deputy sheriff with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office,
How long have you been with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office?
going on 26 years.
So what exactly is your current assignment then with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office?
I am a canine handler with the, within the narcotics section, and I have a firearms detection dog.
Okay. So can you describe to the jury what some of your roles are as a canine handler?
My daily roles are to assist detectives in their investigations where they need to locate or assistance in searching for anything related to a firearm.
Now, back in June of 2022, what was your assignment? Were you still a canine handler?
Yes.
Okay. So what type of training do you need to undergo as a canine handler?
Myself and the dog in our unit, the way that it is the dog and I are chosen. We're both in my situation. I was a green handler, meaning I never handled a canine prior to this. And the dog was never on any scent, meaning the odor that they had to detect. So we both start off green. We have an independent trainer who trains us together, puts us through a whole process. And the dog, basically everyone knows what a dog does. They love to find food. We use that natural instinct to train them to find. We give them a toy. From the toy, we insert the odors that we want them to find. And then we go through the process of training together.
So what's your canine's name then?
It's a female Belgian Malinois named Nani, Nany.
So you had mentioned that you were green with Nani. When did that happen? When did you guys first start working together?
I got to canine in February of 2018.
Okay, so then by 2022, you had already been together for, a few years then, right?
That is correct.
All right. So I want to break down a little bit about what you talked about regarding scent and how they're trained to find a certain type of scent with your toy.
Yes.
What exactly is Nani trained to find then, and how did you guys do that?
So, like I said, it's the natural instinct of the dog to search and to find food. We take that natural instinct and we introduce what is a toy. I didn't bring my Kong, but it's a Kong. It's usually a red or black toy. We introduce that. We play with them to see their enthusiasm, to see how much they actually interact with you. In that process, now we introduce the two odors. The two odors that we associated to firearms are gun oil and black powder. The reason for those two odors is because black powder obviously is in ammunition. So when a firearm is fired, it also causes combustion, which makes the round go out the barrel. So that stays in the on the casing or on the actual firearm. The gun oil, every firearm from manufacturing, from the first day that it has to be lubricated so that it can move, all the mechanical parts can move freely. So that's why you have gun oil and black powder, and they both have to be from inception fired to make sure that the firearm is working. So we know from day one, whenever this firearm was sold, it had to be through a testing process to make sure that it works and that it's oiled properly. So those two odors are the two that we associated to the firearm.
Okay, so you mentioned though that you're in the narcotics section, but you look for firearms. Is your dog trained to look for narcotics too then, or?
No, in our section, what we have is what we call single purpose. So sometimes you'll see some dogs will have what they call bite dogs, and then they also can alert to odors. Our dogs are single purpose, so we only focus on one thing, and for my dog, it's just firearm detection.
And how often is Nani trained then?
With our department, we have to certify every year with an independent someone who certifies us. Ours is through FIU, Florida International University, and it's the International Forensics Research Institute, sends out an independent person who is not attached to our department, and they run us through a testing. I do 4 areas outside of casings and firearms, and then 4 areas interior, and I have to find all 8 of those aids in those locations to pass certification every year.
I have a couple more questions about Nani.
Okay.
Has Nani ever had any other handler?
No.
So you've been the only person with Nani?
Yeah, she will retire with me.
Okay. Now, does Nani just use her sense of smell, or is she trying to hear or look for things with her eyes?
Speculation. The dogs are based off odor. So when we don't see it, they don't look for the actual item. Again, it's the odor that emanates from the item. So it's the black powders and the oils is what the dog is actually alerting to.
Okay, so I want to bring your attention then to the morning of June 25th, 2022, Saturday. Were you on duty that day?
I was called out on that day.
Okay, so you.
Basically, what we're going to find out is that the dog located the firearm in the bottom of the palm tree. Okay, so I'm going to skip past this so we don't have to stare at his nips. Oh, what about the bell? Shoot. Let me back it up then.
Testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Hold on. I'll back it up to see if he speaks on the show.
And is that the butt of the firearm you're describing?
Yes.
And that's what you saw on that day with Nani?
That is correct.
They located the firearm.
When you locate that, are you grabbing the firearm or touching it in any way?
No.
We're not touching it.
What do you do then?
I just notify the homicide detectives and the crime scene technicians just for a chain of custody to make sure that they can itemize and document the property properly.
So now that you've located the firearm itself, are you and Nani looking for anything else?
I know that we continue to search to a certain extent, but there was nothing else that my dog located.
Did you find any spent bullet casings?
No, I did not.
Did you locate any empty magazines or anything else, or just the firearm?
Just the firearm.
Okay, Your Honor.
All right, so he just found the firearm, no shell casing. Thank you for asking that question. Now we'll go ahead and skip back to where we were. So I'm wondering, Crystal, good to see you. I'm wondering if she got the shell casing and got rid of it.
Good afternoon, officer.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Deputy Harold Ryobi.
Okay. And what is your current position and employer?
I'm employed by the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office, and my current duties, I'm a field training officer for Miami-Dade.
Now, back in 2022, what was your role, or what was your position?
I was a firearms canine handler.
Right?
And what exactly did you do as a firearm canine handler?
Another canine.
I would help with homicide investigations, any type of investigation
That's super cool.
that a firearm was used.
So were you in this role then around June 25th of 2022?
Yes, I was.
Oh.
Now, what type of training do you have to undergo to be a canine handler then?
When we first get our dog, we go through a stringent 6-week initial training where we get the firearm canine we imprint the dog as far as to learn the odors of gunpowder and gun oil.
Okay. Now, what was the name of your canine around this time?
Trigger.
And with Trigger, how long had you been working with him then?
When this occurred, approximately 8 years.
Okay. Now, is Trigger still working today?
No, Trigger's retired.
And why did Trigger retire?
He was getting up in age. I had the opportunity to either get another dog and stay as a firearm handler, or since Trigger I didn't want to get another dog because I've been on 25 years. So I could leave at any point. I didn't want to have to train another dog and possibly have the dog go to somebody else or anything. So I just left the program.
Okay. But Trigger was working in 2022 then, right?
Yes.
All right. What type of training did Trigger have to go through in order to get this specialization in firearm detection?
Well, it's an associative training where Trigger learns gunpowder and gun oil. And once he's able to determine, where the gunpowder, gun oil is, he learns by,
So
we
another
praise
firearm
him
dog.
and he continues on to other.
Was Trigger trained for any other types of scent other than firearms?
No, we're a single odor organization.
Okay. Now, how often did Trigger need to be trained when he was working?
I'm going to skip it ahead just a little bit. I do want to know if this guy found the casing. But
And how many handlers did Trigger have around this time?
Just one.
And it was you, right?
Just myself.
Okay. So I want to bring your attention to the weekend of June 25th and 26th of 2022. Now, were you on duty that day?
Yes, I was.
And did you respond to the scene of 1237 Northwest 14th Street in Homestead?
Yes, I did.
All right. When you went to that scene, what exactly was your role, or what did you do when you first arrived?
I was requested to respond by Detective Hubbard. Once I got there, I was advised that a homicide had occurred, and they gave me areas to run my dog.
Okay. Now, when you were there with Detective Hubbard, was this for a secondary
that's so
canvas?
sweet,
Yes, it was.
Southern.
Now, what is the purpose of a secondary canvas?
Just
That would be
she was doing her
adorable.
due diligence to make sure that all areas were covered.
Now, are you looking in a specific area with Trigger, or is he just free roam?
No, Trigger's on leash, and Trigger does what he does as far as like any other dog, walking around, smelling, trying to pick up any odors that he could find as far as if there's gun oil or gunpowder.
So how does Trigger essentially let you know that he found something?
Well, if he does find something, he'll go to a seated position.
Okay. And is that standard then for, canines? Or
Yes.
Okay. Now, was there any specific area in this case that you were looking for that Detective Hubbard took you to?
It was whatever area that I was directed to run.
All right. Did we find anything?
Now, during your search, did you end up finding anything?
No, I did not.
Did you end up searching the property of where the shooting occurred?
Yes.
Okay, so he came in after the other handler who found the first dog found the firearm. This guy came in after and didn't find anything. So I'm going to skip ahead to the next guy, which it's not that long, but.
Find any spent casings?
I did not.
Did you
Oh,
find
no spent
anything at all
casings.
with trigger?
No, I did not.
Did you?
Oh, look at that look of snark. Oh, she's got a snark look on her face. Okay, so Trigger did not find anything. And the first dog did find the firearm. Basil and Rocco fighting crime out there in them streets. That would be adorable. We need to make some emojis of that. Basil's in here just sitting in front of the AC. He's all fluffed up like the little king he is. It's actually cool.
Testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
So I got the windows open. The AC's not on. What is that? All right, who we got here now?
Good afternoon. Can you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
My name is Jason Félix, last name spelled Felix.
And Mr. Felix, where do you work?
I work for the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you worked there?
8 years and 8 months.
And what do you do for the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office?
I work for the Forensic Technology Division, which is actually the crime lab. I work in the Forensic Identification Section, NIBIN Test Firing Unit. My work duty is to test fire, crime scene recovered, and found property firearms.
And can you walk us through what, if any, training that you have to do or experiences that you do to be in your position?
So this position is based on mostly previous work experience. I was in the Army for 4 years, including a deployment to Iraq and Kuwait in 2004. So I have extensive experience with firearms and ammunition. After that, I was a police officer with New York City Police Department for 5 years. I also worked in federal corrections and the municipal corrections city jail for 2 years. I got divorced and I moved down to Florida and continued my law enforcement journey here.
He's
with
definitely
a
from up
stint
north.
with state corrections for a year while I was waiting to be hired by the former Miami-Dade Police Department. And I have been with this agency for 8 years and 8 months. I decided that I wanted to forego work in sworn law enforcement and become a civilian working in a crime lab due to previous experience. So I completed my education. I got a bachelor's degree from Purdue University and I applied for this position.
So it'd be fair to say that you're fairly well versed with firearms?
Yes, that would be accurate.
Okay. Now, were you asked to test anything in this case?
I know, we might be in trouble, Heather.
Okay. And when we say this case, is that PD 220625210513?
Yes, that is the case number.
And is that the case that we're here for today?
Yes, it is.
What, if anything, did you have or assigned to test in this case?
Yes, so my supervisor assigned me a firearm under the case number that he mentioned. And the way that goes for my position, I'll show the jury. I'm given a property receipt. So this is a copy of the property receipt under the case number. And again, I'm assigned.
So he sounded like I did hear some Massachusetts in there a little bit. Yeah, I might fall. We might all be in trouble. Hopefully I don't fall asleep.
On firearms evidence, we have a secure vault in our section that stores all of the containers of the firearms. Each container has a unique barcode identifying that is the correct package. It is affixed with the case number. So I will go to the vault and retrieve that container number, match up the Miami-Dade Police case number with the container number and take that container back to my desk and begin my process.
Can you explain to the members of the jury what a semi-automatic firearm is?
Yes. Do you want me to explain the cycle of fire?
However you want to do it.
Sure. Okay, so a semi-automatic hand firearm, commonly known as a gun, is a device that is made up of a barrel and an action from which a projectile is fired by means of a small explosion. And I will walk you through the process of firing a gun. So a semi-automatic handgun is going to be loaded with a magazine, which is commonly referred to in civilian vernacular as a clip. If it's incorrect, it's actually a magazine. It is a tubular cylinder or box shape, and it is top loaded with ammunition cartridges until it is filled to maximum capacity. That magazine is inserted into a slot that you grip on the handgun. That's going to be the magazine well. At that point, the semi-automatic firearm is loaded. So the individual in possession of that firearm will rack the slide back of the firearm and release it. When they release the slide, it will simultaneously strip a cartridge from that magazine and seat it into the chamber. The chamber of that firearm is now locked. This is now a locked and loaded live firearm. With a pull of the trigger, one pull of the trigger, it is going to release a firing pin or a hammer, which will strike forward, and it is going to strike the end of the cartridge, which has a detonating charge, which is known as a primer. The primer is going to cause a small explosion and ignite the gunpowder. The gunpowder in that casing is going to propel highly pressurized gases and shoot the projectile from the chamber down the barrel towards its intended target. At the time that projectile is being shot, the casing is going to be ejected from that semi-automatic firearm through the ejection port and land in and around the person who fired that firearm. Now, this firearm is a semi-automatic firearm because with each successive pull of the trigger, the firing cycle process will repeat itself until the magazine is emptied.
Your Honor, permission to retrieve evidence and publish evidence? Thank you. Mr. Félix, I'm just going to hand you what's been previously introduced as case 15.
Yes.
I have some cards if you want to take that out. Do you see on there, though, while you do that, do you see a case number?
Yes.
Is that the same case number that we're talking about?
Yes, this is the correct case number as well as the correct container number. So this is the barcode that I previously mentioned that has the police case number and the unique container number that matches the property receipt and the contents of the package.
So I'm going to ask you to take out that firearm as well as the other contents. Now you mentioned a couple of terms, semi-automatic firearm, magazine, cartridge, etc.
Yes.
Can you please, when you pull it out, can you explain to the jury what each one is?
Some of the contents are fastened to the original container for safety purposes. So this is going to be the semi-automatic firearm. This is the magazine, which contains the cartridges that are loaded into the magazine, and the magazine is inserted into the magazine well. This is the slide. You will rack this rearward and release it. The cartridge is stripped.
Why is he so smiley and happy? I heard there's definitely a northern accent, but you can tell that he's been in the South for a minute too, because it kind of comes and goes. I'll tell you a secret. I just went and grabbed some of my ice cream so that I could stay awake. Yeah, I'm trying to eat some ice cream to stay awake with y'all. We've been going for 6 hours at this point. Dandy said 120. Plus, if they are sprayed or neutered, they have to be before you get them back. They take them to the vet. Oh my God, that is awful, Dandy. Thank God, Southern, you didn't call the daggum pound. That's awful. That's awful. Abraham said this trial must give us at least one eye candy. They need to make up for all that has gone wrong. No doubt. I agree. Like, come on now.
From the top of the magazine, it's going to be seated into the chamber.
Why are
This
you
is a
so
chamber.
smiley about all this?
Pull the trigger. The projectile, commonly referred to as a bullet, is shot towards its intended target. What is left is the casing that is ejected from the ejection port. And again, this will land in and around the person who is shooting this firearm.
Do you mind actually opening up where the casings are and showing that to the members of the jury?
Well, where did we find the casing if the dogs didn't find it?
Scissors.
Yeah. If it's easier too, I have a projector behind me.
Well, good gracious. Just rip the envelope open, cut it from the bottom.
So these are the casings that okay, I gotta explain this.
Well, before we do that, can you just show them what we're talking about when we're talking about casings?
Okay, these are casings. This is the head stamp of a casing. The head stamp of the casing is going to contain the caliber of the bullet and the manufacturer. So in this instance, this casing was manufactured by Federal
6
Cartridge.
years
That's what the FC
later.
on the head stamp stands for, and it also bears 9mm markings. This is a 9mm
They are
caliber
weird.
firearm. So the firing pin of the hammer is going to strike in the middle. I know it's hard, you can't see it. It's going to leave a unique shape. The detonating charge is going to be somewhere underneath the lip of this casing. And
Like, with the way he's smiling right now, I just want to take a moment to thank the courtroom for not putting a camera under the witness stand, because I think we might see something we might not want to see. I'm glad that they found somebody that is this excited about forensics and firearms, but it's a bit concerning.
the gases are going to shoot through a small hole. This briefly expands, and the projectile, which is the bullet, is what is shot through the barrel. The casing is ejected from here.
Yep.
Now you mentioned that when a firearm, somebody pulls a trigger, that casing will end up around or near where that person shot. Is that correct?
Yes.
So if, for example, I'm standing here, I shoot right here, a casing will fall somewhere around my person?
Somewhere in the vicinity, depending on the power, how powerful the firearm is, and even it can also be determined of how the person is holding the firearm when they're shooting it.
Okay. Now, I know you were about to explain about.
Like, it's weird for him to be so happy yet so monotone at the same time. Pedro all grown up. Pedro for president.
Those casings that you collected. Can you walk us through what you did in this case?
Sure. So again, I was assigned this firearm. I retrieved the container from our secure vault. I bring this property back to my desk. We have an online evidence tracking system. So through each step of the process, I tell my evidence tracking system what step I'm currently at. And then I begin the practical work on this case.
It is like shy, like maybe it's a nervous smile. You're right, Ashton.
Which I will have to refer to my property receipt to tell me, because this case was over 3 years old and I work with a high volume of firearms. So
if it's easier too, I can take that back.
Okay. Yeah, that would be.
If you don't mind just putting it back.
Okay, sure.
Let's mute all that paper rattling. Let's see what. Okay. I don't feel like we need to know a whole lot about firearms. Let's go ahead and skip to the next person. He's just going to tell us about how a firearm works. We know all that. She looks like Elvira.
Raise your right hand.
To
You
me.
solemnly swear affirm this testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Yeah, he was laughing, wasn't he, Kelly? I wouldn't trust him either. We went ahead and got rid of that. We all know how a firearm works. So.
Good afternoon. Can you please introduce yourselves to the members of the jury?
Yes, hi, good afternoon. My name is Cosette, C-O-S-E-T-T-E, Alverez, and I am a forensic biologist with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office Crime Laboratory.
And how long have you been employed there?
It will be 25 years in 2 weeks.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Can you tell us what your duties are at the crime lab?
Yes, sure. So my duties consist of performing DNA analysis on various types of samples for different criminal cases, and as well as performing a peer review of those cases, which basically means making sure that the data obtained is accurate and the results are reproducible and accurate and without errors.
I have a nervous smile as well. I smile when I'm nervous as well. I wrote it down, but I definitely misspelled it. I got the first name, A-L-V-A-R. No, I actually spelled it right. Interesting. Yeah, I have a nervous smile too. But he just seemed really excited. Like Kelly said, he was actually laughing a couple of times. And he was nervous. I get that, but he was a little, I don't know, it was just a little off-putting. Especially, I think the monotone voice made it worse. You know what I mean?
Can you just tell the members of the jury briefly about your educational background?
Yes. I have a Bachelor of Science degree in biology from Florida International University, as well as a certification in forensic science from FIU as well.
And in addition to your education, do you get any specialized education or training in the field of forensic DNA analysis?
Probably.
Yes, so essentially before I'm able to work case samples, I have to undergo a series of qualifying exams to be able to demonstrate that I can perform the tests that are needed to be done routinely and that I can obtain reliable results.
So what she does is gets DNA. She might have gotten DNA from the firearm. She might tell us some more about the victim. Not sure. Kane, be safe getting the grandbabies, and I hope you enjoy them this weekend.
And how do you maintain your education in this field after it's completed?
Right, so to continue performing my duties, I am required to undergo what's known as continuing education yearly, at least 8 hours of continuing education, and that is attending conferences or participating in training within the laboratory.
Now, the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office Crime Lab, is that an accredited lab?
Yes, it is an accredited lab.
Who accredits it?
So the agency is known as ANAB, which, forgive me, because it's an acronym within an acronym. I don't know why they did that, but it basically stands for American National Standards Institute, National Accreditation Board.
Okay, and do you know how long the lab has been accredited for?
Yes, so the lab has been accredited since 1989 by an organization that was called ASCLD Lab, American Society of Crime Laboratory Directors, and then they merged with ANAB back in 2019. So since 1989, basically since the lab has conducted DNA testing, we've been accredited.
And what does it actually mean to be accredited?
So accreditation basically means that the laboratory meets and exceeds basically protocols that are in place for reliable and accurate scientific testing.
Now, is it part of the lab's requirements that each analyst take a proficiency test semi-annually?
Yes, in order to be able to still continue doing casework, performing casework, there has to be a proficiency test done every 6 months, basically.
And where do those tests come from?
There are different agencies that are that can administer it, and the agency that administers ours is called Collaborative Testing Services, and they're accredited and they're known. It's an agency that's known for providing this service to many labs within the U.S.
And when you're doing these tests, do you know the results before you take them?
No.
Have you ever failed a proficiency test?
No, I have not.
Now, when it comes to biology and genetics, are you also including certain statistics in that?
Yes, so part of the training deals with being able to perform statistical calculations after results are obtained, after data is obtained.
And do you get specialized training for that as well?
Yes, it has its own training that includes lectures that were part of my degree in biology, and also training within the laboratory that pertains specifically to performing calculations for different casework samples.
And roughly how many times have you conducted a serological or DNA analysis?
So I have done thousands of tests. So serology, by the way, it's different from DNA testing. That's just preliminary testing for the presence of biological fluids such as blood, semen, saliva, etc. Not every case has that. In fact, this particular case did not have serological testing done. But yes, that's different from DNA testing, and that's considered, serology is considered a preliminary testing.
Okay. Now let's talk about DNA.
Let it plane on
for a
that
moment,
forehead.
and DNA analysis. Can you actually explain what DNA is?
Yes, it's basically the blueprint, genetic blueprint of all living things. It's within our cells, and in this case, forensically, it's what allows us to differentiate between individuals and allows me to make comparisons between data that's obtained in, say, evidence samples and compared to data obtained from like blood or saliva swab from an individual, and try to determine a common origin if there's one.
Okay. And where is DNA actually found in the body?
So it's found all throughout your body, in your skin cells, saliva, blood, biological fluids, hair.
It seems that way, but I mean, I think they're probably trying to explain everything in layman's terms because of the jury, to make the jury understand.
Like I said, skin cells, when you touch things, you deposit DNA cells from the skin. And those are some of the examples.
Okay. And I know you mentioned blood, saliva, skin. Are the DNA that is in my blood, for example, the same that is in my hair?
Yes.
Okay. Now, each person's DNA, is that unique?
Yes, with the exception of course, identical twins who have the same set of DNA markers.
Now, can one person's DNA change into another? For example, can my DNA become your DNA?
No.
Okay. Even if I mix two DNA samples together?
So if you mix two samples together, you'll get a mixture of DNA profiles, but it doesn't morph into one. You have a representation from both sets of genetic markers.
Okay. Now, when you're looking at somebody's DNA profile, can you tell certain things about them? Like hair color, gender, skin color, or not skin color, excuse me, eye color?
So for our purposes, no. The markers that we test in the laboratory, they do not code for hair color or skin color or any of those things. It's basically just data, as if to be able to distinguish between samples. So everyone has their own unique code, and it's basically represented in terms of numbers. It's almost like everybody has their own cell phone number, and that number is unique to the person, so that if I dial a specific number, I should only get that specific person. So that's basically a representation of what we see.
Can you go through the different steps of DNA, the process for DNA analysis?
Yes, so it can.
Okay, so let's go to where she works on this case, and that's because you're really smart, Alverez.
Like a phone number, and it is shown as peaks, and each peak is one number. The data is accurate and reliable, as I said, and there are two different types of reviews. One is a technical review, which in this case, the reviewer will go through the data obtained, and they reach their own conclusions, and then they compare it to what I obtain on my own conclusions. And then there's an administrative review, which is basically making sure that there are no typographical errors, that there are no mistakes with spelling or grammar or things.
Okay, I'm going to try to skip it to where she talks about the case specifically.
So whatever is obtained for that standard gets compared to the evidence data. And if all the numbers line up between the evidence and the standard sample, that's considered a match.
Okay, and if those samples match, excuse me, what is the next step?
So then we would have a statistical calculation performed, basically, like I said before, to determine the probability that somebody else would have that same DNA profile.
What calculation?
are available, whatever data we have, in this case from a standard sample compared to that evidence.
So that was a lot of background about the inmate. Let me ask you, have you received any items in this case to analyze under case number PD 220625210513?
Yes, I have.
What did you receive?
Your Honor, if I may refer to my notes briefly? Yes, I have the report. Yes, so I basically received swabs from a firearm.
Okay. Where were these items located prior to your examination of them?
They were located in our evidence vaults with the evidence custodian within the laboratory.
Okay, when you received these items, were they sealed?
Yes, they were sealed and they had the correct identifier and they were intact.
Okay, any evidence of tampering whatsoever?
No, I would have indicated that in my notes.
Did you personally open the package and remove the components of it?
Yes, I did.
And I know you mentioned a couple of swabs. Did that also include a buccal swab?
There was a standard, that's what we call a standard sample swab present as part of the items.
Okay. Now, what did you do with those items prior to the DNA analysis?
So the items came in the form of swabs, like the cotton tip applicators, and I basically taped them to a 3x5. It looks like a 3x5 index card, and put them in a foil-lined envelope and sealed them, just to retain them to take them through DNA analysis at a later time.
Okay, and I want to back up because we mentioned swabs like buccal swabs, and those buccal swabs were of the defendant. Is that correct?
There were swabs from the subject, yes.
Okay, and were there other swabs that were submitted to the lab as well?
Yes, there were, but only one set was from, like as a standard.
Right. The other swabs, though, where were they from?
They were from a firearm.
On which items exactly did you perform that DNA analysis?
So I performed DNA analysis on 3 items. One which was a swab from the front sight of the firearm. Front sight. Sight.
SIGHT.
Yes. Front sight. Yes. There was a swab from the firearm, all around the firearm, and then lastly, a swab of the magazine of the firearm.
And what analysis did you do on those?
Those had DNA analysis, STR DNA analysis performed on them.
Were you able to obtain a DNA profile from these swabs?
Only from 2 of the swabs. The swab from the front sight of the firearm did not contain enough DNA for me to finish the whole process.
Okay, and after you get those profiles, what do you do next?
Well, the next step would be to interpret whatever data I have. In this case, there were 2 separate samples that provided mixtures of DNA profiles.
Okay, what was the result of that comparison?
Basically, I will start with the first one, which was the swab of the firearm. And that sample generated a mixture of DNA profiles. So it was basically at least 3 contributors, including at least 1 male, but there was a predominant or major DNA profile that was obtained at 18 of the 21 locations tested. And that predominant female DNA profile was found to match, and we call this a partial profile. This was found to match the standard obtained from subject D link.
Now, what was the
So 3 men and 1 female.
statistic that you calculated for matching that?
So basically, the result of the statistical calculation was that the probability of finding a DNA profile in the population matching this predominant female DNA profile was 1 in 28.78 septillion.
Septillion, that's a very big number.
Yes.
Do you know just offhand what the population of the Earth is?
It's now about 8 billion.
Okay. And septillion would be significantly larger than that?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that one swab. What about the other swabs?
So there was another swab, and that was a swab of the magazine. And that swab also generated a mixture of DNA profiles, so more than 1 DNA profile. And that was of at least 2 contributors, including at least 1 male. But that specific DNA sample was a DNA sample with very low-level DNA. And I was not able to make any comparisons because of the type of DNA that was obtained. Again, it was low level, it was not very informative. So the conclusion was that due to the complexity, there were no comparisons made.
Okay. And now, after you obtained that match, what conclusion did you make after all your work that was done?
Well, basically, after performing the statistical calculation, which with the number that I provided, it was determined that because the probability is so rare, it is unreasonable to conclude that somebody else would be the source of that predominant DNA profile found in the mixture of DNA profiles.
Is there
So there, I mean, there's only one option that it's more than likely Daisy.
a threshold frequency that you also use?
For that specifically, yes, and it's 1 in 320 billion.
Why do you use that threshold?
Damn.
We use that threshold because it's an approximation of 1,000 times the population of the US itself, which is a little over 300 million. So this is 1,000 times that. So anything above that, we basically conclude that it is unreasonable that somebody else that's not the individual matching would be the source of that DNA profile.
Okay. And if you know the answer, do you know what the population of Miami-Dade County is?
It's a little over 2 million.
And State of Florida?
It's, I guess, around 20 million, 23 million.
And you mentioned that the United States is about 300 million?
Yes, 340 million.
The entire Earth is 8 billion, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So ma'am, you said that as far as the firearm is concerned, you only found testable DNA on 2 of the swabs, correct?
There were only 2 that had enough DNA present for me to perform the full DNA analysis.
Right. One was the magazine, and the other was just the firearm, correct?
Correct.
Any specific area of the firearm?
The description I obtained was just swab of firearm, no real description as to where.
So we can't say precisely on what part of the firearm the swab came from.
No, I cannot. No.
So you said that there was a mixture of DNA, and I'm focusing on the swab of the firearm right now. You said there was a mixture of DNA, including at least 3 people, and at least one of them is male. Is that correct?
That's right.
Now, did you, from that swab, were you able to obtain that complete male profile?
No, I was not.
So if you were to receive, for example, a DNA swab from a male who may or may not have come in contact with that gun, and you had that swab, would you have been able to test it against this swab of the firearm?
In this case, I couldn't have made a direct comparison because of the complexity of that minor component that I spoke about. The matching profile, the standard profile matched the predominant, what was clear was the predominant DNA profile. That was a female. So anything, including the male, would be part of that minor component that I wouldn't be able to really make any determinations as to whether somebody is included or not.
So even if you had a profile from a male who could have come in contact with that gun, and even though you wouldn't be able to match it, you can, as you sit here, you can tell us, you are able to tell us definitively that at least one male at some point came in contact with this gun because their DNA was on it, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, with major and minor profiles, is it sometimes, not necessarily all the time, but sometimes isn't it common for the major contributor to a DNA mixture to be the last person to have contact with the firearm or with the object that you're testing?
That's very difficult to ascertain. We really cannot, as a DNA analyst, I cannot tell you based on what the mixture looks like when there is no time, really no time frame or how. None of those things can be answered, only the data basically that I obtain.
Yeah, I wish people wouldn't clip or mess with their ears or tails either. I'm completely against that. So we're learning basically it's her DNA. He's going to try to combat her. I wonder what his defense is going to be.
I'll give you an example, and you can tell me if this is reasonably possible based on your knowledge and expertise. Let's say that an individual, a man named Pedro, grabbed this firearm that you tested and pistol whipped somebody with it. Right? Pistol whipped somebody with it multiple times. Then, 5 days later, a female named Daisy shoots that firearm. And then shortly after that, that gun is seized and taken to police and ultimately finds its way to your desk. Is it likely or reasonable that the minor contributor could be the man Pedro, who I just mentioned, and the major contributor could be Daisy because she was the one who most recently had the gun and fired it?
Well, no, we can't really say that because there are so many variables that determine how much DNA is left on an item. People, what we call are shedders, some are non-shedders of DNA. Some people shed DNA cells more than others. It's very difficult to determine really what level of activity or order of activities or anything of the sort.
And I understand that you can't tell us exactly because you don't have all the information. You only have limited information.
Correct.
But based on the information I just gave you, Can you reasonably rule out that scenario that I just laid out for you?
No, I cannot rule out any scenario because I can only tell you what the data says.
Thank you, ma'am. That's all.
Of course.
So yeah, I mean, but I don't. They're not arguing that Daisy didn't fire the gun. They're not. He's arguing that exactly what he just said happened. That he pistol whipped her 5 days before, and that Daisy grabbed the gun and fired it in self-defense. Like they can't argue anything against that, really. We'll see what the rebuttal is real quick and move forward.
To be clear, the majority of the DNA was female belonging to D-Link.
The predominant profile in the mixture, or what we call the major profile, was a profile matching that of subject D-Link.
Okay, I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right, they go to break. No, we're back.
I'm a little confused, I guess, because you couldn't pull the court overrule the objection.
I did.
You did.
Oh,
I think it's entirely relevant to the defendant's demeanor on scene, especially with detectives, which will be corroborated by the robbery video of her being aggressive with other officers as well, specifically Melanie Norris. They're claiming that she was a victim, that she was scared. That they couldn't take her to the homicide headquarters, they took her to robbery instead. Defense is claiming that Ms. Link was acting self-defense, was scared, etc. Her being aggressive to detectives trying to question her is entirely relevant to the determinations that they subsequently make, including bringing her to the scene, placing her in the back of the police vehicle, taking her to headquarters to interview her. It's entirely relevant.
So, Judge.
So they're arguing relevance of Miss Daisy and the way she was acting when they took her to be questioned and she got arrested.
And I know we already discussed this, but my concern is that this witness was teetering on volunteering that Miss Link was refusing to cooperate, refusing to speak to the police, adding issues that he wasn't asked about, saying that she was aggressive or what have you. That's improper. He's trying to inject himself and make an argument to the jury. He needs to answer the questions, and I think he's going to do that now. At least I hope he will. If he doesn't, I'll do something about it.
That's interesting.
So we don't go into areas that we're not supposed to, exactly like the field.
So am I allowed to ask if she was being aggressive?
Yeah, what was her demeanor?
Well, I want
How she
clarity.
acted.
So the prosecution is arguing that he lived there and that she fired. They said in opening statements that the boyfriend lived there with her. He had just caught her cheating. He came home. They got in an argument, said that he told her she was going to have to sleep outside that night, and then she shot him, is basically what the prosecution's arguing. Sorry, I missed some of y'all's comments. That is extremely weird, Abellas. Yeah, like I don't understand why we're letting other countries build bases here. I don't like that idea at all either.
What she looked like, was she red, was she flushed, etc. How was she clothed? Yeah. But it can't just be, did you encounter her? And what was that like? And blah, and you have a narrative with adjectives that are not responsive to the question.
Understood.
I know the defense talked about self-defense in their openings, but what you all say is not evidence. So at some point,
It might not be evidence, Your Honor, but it does open the door to make certain arguments, just like I mentioned that I think it was yesterday too, when I filed a motion for request for judicial notice. It might not be evidence, but it opens the door to certain arguments.
at some point, it may be too much to prove that. So right now, the self-defense claim is there, mostly because of the opening statements, and a little bit based on hypothetical that Jose Alverez answered. Some of it regarding pictures or injuries, those are not evidence yet. But I would just be careful eliciting information at this stage when a full self-defense claim hasn't been laid yet in front of the jury. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Okay, does that make sense, from us? So there may be an opportunity where, unfortunately, if you want to make a call to call back witnesses or call rebuttal witnesses, depending on whether or not the self-defense claim is fully flushed out, that may be the more appropriate time, okay? All right, I think we're on the same page. Just go ahead and bring back the jury.
All right, the jury.
Okay.
And all my jurors are accounted for, lawyers, this link can see it, thank you.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Thank you. So Detective, let's back up a little bit, okay? You've mentioned Daisy Link Miss Link a few times. Do you see Daisy Link in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
Can you please point her out and describe her by what she's wearing?
She's sitting right over here. It's a black floral shirt.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant. Okay. Now, going back to when you arrived on scene, when you first arrived on scene, there were police officers there?
Homestead police officer.
And Daisy Link was on scene. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Where exactly was she on scene, if you remember?
So directly in front of 1237 Northwest 14th Street. Right in
her residence?
The residence, yes, right in front of the door.
Did you approach her?
I did.
How was her demeanor when you approached?
So originally she's sitting down. So, you know, from a distance, you just see a woman sitting down. But once I came up to her, it's when she became a little aggressive, in my opinion.
Okay. Were you concerned with her presence on scene?
100%, yes.
Why?
It's not normal to have somebody sitting in the middle of a crime scene. Regardless, this crime scene was a little larger than normal, and she was sitting right in the middle of it.
When you first approached her, was she a person of interest?
At that point, no. I had just gotten there. All I knew was that she had a relationship with the victim, and that's from what Officer Nicholson told me.
Did you attempt to remove her from the scene so that way you can do your police work?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and what did that entail?
So interacting with her and trying to verify her information, and I like to respect the person I'm speaking to, so I asked her her name and whatnot. That's when she became a little aggressive, ultimately
So before we get to that, tell me exactly what you mean by she was being aggressive.
It was more of her demeanor, just the lack of wanting to cooperate, lack of wanting.
Objection, improper comments, and I'm speculating.
You think he's cute?
To be clear though, she does not have to cooperate with you.
She does not.
Now, moving forward, what, if anything, happened with Miss Link between you and her?
So Miss Link, when I went to detain her and put handcuffs on her, attempted to grab a white chair that was next to me, or next to her, and tried to swing it. That time I was able to detain her, and with the help of Homestead police officer that came and helped me as well.
When you were detaining her, what did you specifically do?
I put handcuffs on her, held her arms as any other arrest would take place.
Why were you detaining her at that point?
At that point, one, she's in the middle of the crime scene. Two, she became a person of interest, and we wanted to just remove that person from the crime scene. That way there's no evidence that was tampered with. That way she would be monitored inside of a police vehicle, and we can transport her to our headquarters for an interview.
Did you also pat her down when you detained her?
I did, yes.
Why did you pat her down?
That's normal officer safety. Make sure she doesn't have any weapons or anything on her that can harm me or herself.
Did you locate anything on her person?
Yeah, there was a cell phone and a car key.
Okay, and did that car key belong to any vehicle in particular?
The car key ended up belonging to a Chevy Trax.
Now, when you found that car key, or if you noticed it at all when you were patting Miss Link down, what, if anything, was the defendant's reaction to you finding that car key?
So the car key was in her pocket, and she attempted to, remember she's sitting down at this point when I go to detain her, she attempted to kind of roll over onto that side to kind of hide what she had in her pocket.
Objection, speculation.
Did you do anything else on the scene?
At that point, we placed her in the vehicle, and I was instructed to author some warrants.
Okay. Before we talk about your warrants and the process for obtaining a warrant, let's talk about if you contacted anybody other than the other homicide detectives. Did you speak to anybody?
Yeah, so there was two children at the residence. I learned that their grandmother was local. I contacted the grandmother to have them come get picked up.
And did she respond to the scene?
She did, yes.
Was anybody else with her?
Crystal Barreto, which ends up being, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Daisy Link's sister, which was the daughter of the grandmother.
The world is going to hell in a handbasket. I don't even know what the hell's going on nowadays. Y'all can tell I'm about done. We're probably going to finish this one, and then tomorrow we'll do the one from today and be all the way caught up for Monday. But I've got some videos I need to get out too that we might be able to discuss. Qatar? Did we? Oh, maybe. Sorry, I didn't see the maybe.
Now, when they responded to the scene, both the defendant's grandmother, Josephine Perez, as well as Crystal Barreto, did you approach them?
Yeah, so they weren't allowed to the immediate scene. Obviously, it's cordoned off the crime scene tape. So I walked to them at the intersection, and at that point, that's when I kind of informed them of everything that was going on.
And what was either of their reaction when you informed them what was going on?
So Crystal Barreto immediately, spontaneously stated the words, "If he is dead, Daisy must have shot him."
Okay. Now, to be clear again, Crystal doesn't have to speak to you.
Correct.
She doesn't have to cooperate.
No.
Did you attempt to gain further information after Ms. Barreto spontaneously stated this?
Object, move to strike as to the hearsay statement. This one is just volunteered.
So it's the same?
Judge, can we go to sidebar?
Sure.
Sidebar. Look at the look on her face. Miss HVAC baby.
It kind of built like a storyline for me.
Miss HVAC baby.
The objection from the last, question and answer is over, if you want to ask it,
Sure.
go ahead.
When you approached Crystal Barreto and you identified yourself and what you were there for, did she do anything in response?
She made a statement to me.
Okay, did you prompt her for a statement?
No, it was a spontaneous statement.
And what was that statement?
If he is dead, Daisy must have shot him.
And he being the victim in this case?
And it is.
Okay. Now, at this point in time, that Crystal and her mother and you were on scene, had you identified any shooters?
No, at that point, no.
Did you have any subjects?
No.
So this was essentially the first information that you're getting that there was somebody who may be a person of interest.
Yeah, at that point, it kind of built a storyline for me.
I'm sorry, at that point,
It kind of built like a storyline for me.
it built like a,
Storyline?
Now, again, Ms. Barreto, her mother, even the defendant, don't have to cooperate with you, right?
That's correct.
Did you seek to obtain any additional information from Ms. Barreto?
Yeah, I attempted to speak to her and figure out what her relationship was and what information she may have to provide us. And at that point, she didn't.
Objection, there's no question pending on that topic.
so the answer is, yes, we tried to obtain information, and now Mr. Fernandez wants to ask any questions.
Did she provide any information?
She did not provide any information.
Did she refuse to provide information?
Yes.
What was her demeanor when you were trying to obtain this information?
Just a normal conversation, but didn't want to provide information.
Now, let's back up. I know you mentioned how homicide works a little bit, but can you explain how homicide teams themselves works in your unit?
Okay, so there's essentially 8 homicide teams, 4 in the day shift, 4 in the afternoon shift. Each team has a supervisor, and under that supervisor, normally 4 to 5 detectives within that team.
And when there is a homicide, is there a lead appointed, or you guys kind of just do your own thing?
No, so there's a rotation of teams, and then within your team, there's also a rotation of who gets cases. So that way, the same detective doesn't get multiple cases back to back.
Were you the lead on this case?
I was not the lead.
Who was?
Detective Joseph Cruz.
Now, when leads are appointed, are you relaying all the information that you learned to the lead?
Yes, we provide any information that we learned to the lead detective.
Are you also given assignments by the lead?
Yes.
Now, what if any assignments did Detective Cruz give you?
I was given the task of authoring a search warrant for the residence.
And the residence being that 1237 address that you mentioned earlier?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's talk about warrants for a second. What actually is a search warrant?
So essentially, it's a document that is requesting to go and receive, obtain property from a location or vehicle, even a device that is reviewed by myself, a supervisor, an attorney, ultimately the judge either granting it or denying it, and allowing us to enter that structure.
Now, I know you kind of mentioned the process in which, whether the judge grants it or not, but I want to back up even further. Is this something that you just write up and then walk into a house, or is there actually a process for that?
No, it's a very lengthy process.
Okay. And you mentioned an attorney. What attorney has to review a search warrant?
The state attorney, whoever's on call for that week.
Okay, and a judge also has to review that?
Correct.
And they have the choice whether or not they can grant it or not?
Correct.
Was a search warrant granted in this case?
Yes.
And that search warrant was for that residence?
Yes.
Was that warrant executed?
Yes.
Okay, what, if anything, let me ask you this, did you execute that warrant?
I was part of the team that executed it, yes.
And what does it mean when you execute it?
So essentially, documentation of that location that we have a warrant for, searching that residence for any items of evidentiary value. That's the gist of it, yeah.
Did you walk into that residence?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you see there?
So the house is, there's obviously children items in there, female items in there, and adult male clothing and shoes.
Was that the only warrant that was executed in this case?
No, there was other warrants.
Can you tell us what other warrants?
I had authored a vehicle warrant for a Chevy Trax, and also a cellular device that I obtained from Ms. Link when I detained her.
Let's talk about that cell phone warrant, and we'll go to the Chevy Trax warrant in a moment, but that cell phone belonged to the defendant?
It belonged to the defendant, yes.
And do you know what number was associated with that cell phone?
Oh, I know it's 786562. I can't remember the last four. I'm sorry.
If your report will refresh your recollection, please refer to your report.
The cell phone number's not on here.
Okay. I'll move on then. Was that warrant executed?
Yes, it was.
And why did you obtain a search warrant for the defendant's cell phone?
So when we were doing the residential search warrant, there was Ring camera, so we believe that there was a Ring camera app on the cell phone.
Now, when you executed that warrant, what, if anything, of evidentiary value did you yourself observe?
I watched Ring camera footage.
Let's talk about that cell phone for a moment as well. Was there also a warrant to further get into that cell phone?
Yeah, so the warrant is to be able to search the device.
And you authored that?
I authored it, and I'm the one that went through the process of getting it granted.
Okay. And do you have to turn that phone over to somebody to actually execute that warrant as well?
Yeah, we provided to a forensics analyst.
Do you recall what analyst received the phone?
Sergeant Sergio Cremacini.
Are you aware if he was able to get into the phone?
He was.
Was he able to download the contents of that phone?
Yes, he did.
Showing defense counsel to previously marked for identification purposes. Yeah. And without objection, moving it into evidence, Your Honor.
That's correct, but if we move my work quickly.
Got a sidebar again.
Norris and detective.
Sergio.
State Exhibit 1F, marked for identification, now becomes State Exhibit 16.
Wasn't it?
Okay, I'm going to skip ahead before we talk about the actual video itself. At the point in time that you're executing those warrants and reviewing this evidence, is the defendant on scene?
No, she's not.
Where was she?
She was transported to the Miami-Dade headquarters, which is where our office is.
Who else was there?
Detective Melanie Janoris and Detective Joseph Cruz.
Okay. Did you relay the information that you learned about the Ring camera to them?
Yes, I did.
And do you know what they were doing at the point in time that you relayed this information to them?
They were attempting to interview Daisy Link.
Okay. Now, what, if anything, did you do next?
At that point, we had already executed the search warrants.
Okay.
I relayed the information to Detective Janoris.
Well, let me ask you this. Did you canvass the area?
So we did an area canvas for surveillance footage, yeah.
What is an area canvas?
So we're essentially going door by door, all the neighbors, trying to see if anybody heard, saw anything, or if they have any surveillance footage at their residence.
Okay. Now, were you successful in locating any additional cameras?
So there was one residence that did have surveillance footage that we observed.
Do you know where that residence was?
So the address is 1300 Northwest 15th Street.
Do you recall about how far away from the incident location that residence is?
It's not far at all.
Like right around the corner?
Yeah, right around the corner.
Did you make contact with the homeowner?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall his name?
Robert or Roberto Cisneros.
Did he advise that he had surveillance cameras?
He did. He allowed us into his residence to view them.
Okay. Now, you viewed those cameras yourselves?
I did.
Before we talk about what you saw on those, was there any evidence that Mr. Cisneros had destroyed, altered, or tampered in any way with those cameras?
No, not at all.
Was there any wires that were cut?
None that I observed, no.
Anything destroyed?
No.
Okay. Did you watch those cameras with Mr. Cisneros?
Yeah, he allowed us into his home and allowed us, essentially they're experts in their own system. So he allowed us and showed us what was on his cameras.
Okay. What did those cameras show?
Judge, I would object if it's cumulative, it's already been presented to the jury.
Or your objection, you can answer.
So the victim is observed on the cameras walking westbound down an alleyway. He appears to be not slumped over, but kind of like dragging himself. He hides in some bushes. At that point, we see a vehicle that drives eastbound in the alleyway. After that, we see the victim come back out of that bushy area of the backyard and eventually collapse on the ground.
Did you said you saw a vehicle. Do you recall what vehicle that was?
It's the vehicle, the Chevy Trax that was initially on scene.
Okay, and that's the same Chevy Trax that you authored a search warrant for?
Yes.
And that same Chevy Trax had a search warrant that was granted and executed on?
Yes.
Did you see anything else on those cameras?
You could see a person, female, who I believe was Daisy Link at that time, to go up to the body of the victim. At some point, she goes up to the body, manipulates the body of some sort, go back to the vehicle, and then come back to the body.
Now, you yourself are not a video retrieval detective, correct?
I am not.
Okay. Now, when you want to take possession of certain videos, certain surveillance videos, do you also call out for those officers?
Yeah, so there's a video forensics unit that will respond, and they are the experts in all types of systems, and they retrieve the footage that we request from them.
The video.
And they made a mistake.
that you just described, was that consistent with anything else that was on scene?
Consistent with the blood trail that we had seen on scene, the vehicle matching the key is all that we had obtained. That was pretty much it. Yep.
Do you know if there was a time delay at all between when a 911 call went out to when the victim may or may not have been shot?
Yes, I believe it was about 10 minutes.
Okay. And are you aware if that footage that you just described also is consistent with a time delay in that?
Yeah, like I mentioned, you can see the female coming out of the vehicle, going back and forth from inside the vehicle into the body. And that's consistent with the 10 minutes of time delay.
Now, I want to go back to the conversation that we had about Detective Janoris, Detective Cruz, and what you viewed on ring camera footage. Now, I know that you said that they were in the middle of attempting to speak to Ms. Link, right?
Yes.
Now, what, if anything, did you specifically relate to them?
So I had watched the ring camera video on the phone that depicted Ms. Link with a firearm and some audio that was attached to that video as well. I asked Detective Janoris to be a text if she was free. She called me. I informed her with that information.
Permission to publish evidence, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Now playing what has been entered into evidence, portion of State's Evidence 16. Just going to skip ahead to around 5 minutes.
I'm going to slow it down and then check your comments. So I think this is the video we've all seen where he says something and she's like, "You'll be fine." Daisy Link, is she related to Dandelion Wine? I think that if the woman whose only job was to extract the video actually deleted it and made no attempt to contact the manufacturer to remedy the situation. Yeah, that's right. Whose only job was to extract the video, deleted it, and didn't even try to fix it. Oh my gosh, Alverez. Thank you so much for gifting 20 memberships. That was so very sweet and supportive of you. Thank you, my love. Thank you so much. Those memberships went to Holly, Shelby Woo Woo, Buffy Daniels, Becky P, Carrie Emmy's grandma, Hobby Farmer MM, Stephanie Fox, Bruce Banner, Cat Reflects, Blue Bella, LJ and Ruler, Harlot Oscara, Safina, All I Need Is Jesus, Coffee and True Crime, Cowgal, Occasionally Classy, Rebecca Ross, Jessica Love, and Sweet Melissa. Thank you so much, Alverez. Woohoo! I will grab the crazy train to pick our new members up. Thank you. That was so sweet of you. Thank you so much. That was so very sweet. Thank you. I'm going to grab our haunted train, to pick our new members up on the way to Speculation Station. Thank you, Alverez. We all go get all there dressed in our Halloween costumes and dance in all the haunted train in our Halloween costumes with all the ghost kitties. There's a ghost dog on there too. The skeletons and the ghosty ladies. I would love that. I would love to take a haunted train ride. I'm not even kidding. Abella said, but Andy and Abraham, you didn't get one. I'm sorry. I wish we could pick who got them. All right. So this is Daisy watching the video of her saying, "You'll be all right." I love it. She said something about an artery, and then she said, "You'll be fine." something, a major artery, you'll be fine. I can't tell if she's saying I didn't hit a major artery or I did hit a major artery. There is a conspiracy against us. There's a conspiracy against us all. Snarky Pants says, "Oh, Abelis, you're the sweetest thing, and it's so nice to see my friend. I'm just kind of in and out today. Will you enjoy your day? We're going to be out here in just a few minutes." I wish that cameraman would show the video. Maybe they're going to tell us exactly what she said. Yeah, don't shoot people is the answer.
Detective, we heard what sounded like a pop. Was that consistent with anything?
With gunfire.
Okay. And to be clear, this is the video that you relate, the information that you watched and relayed to Detective Janoris?
Yeah, it was on the Ring app from her phone. I watched it and I gave the information to Detective Janoris.
And by her phone, who do you mean?
Daisy Link's phone.
Okay. And this video itself, is this inconsistent with anything that officers learned on scene? From the
Objection,
defendant?
calls for a conclusion, debating problems.
It's the same, he's gonna ask another question.
I heard barely something in the beginning.
At this point in time, did you believe you knew who shot Pedro Jimenez after watching
Action,
this?
debating province of the jury.
It's the same, he's gonna ask another question.
Momentary for your honor.
Oh, is it? That's right. It's Columbus Day. Yep.
Ask this. Detective, what did we hear Miss Link say on video?
I mean, it's very grainy in this video. It's a lot more clear when I watched it, but it talks about hitting a major artery. It talks about Daisy Link saying, "You'll be fine," and then asking, "Are you sure you don't want to go to the hospital?"
I have nothing further on.
So, sir, other than what we just heard right now in that video, is there any other audio on that video that's, in your view, relevant or important to this matter?
There was you can hear a male in the beginning of the video. You can't really tell. It sounds very far out.
Can't tell?
I can't tell.
You didn't think that what was in there was important or relevant to your investigation?
It is relevant, yes.
Okay.
Monday is your Thanksgiving in Canada. That's awesome. I hope you have a good Thanksgiving. And Snarky Pants said, "And hello to everyone and anyone I missed. Happy Friday and happy holiday weekend. I hope all my beautiful indigenous people, I celebrate you too." That is awesome. She asked if he wanted to go to the hospital. I couldn't quite hear it. Thank you, Miss King. Our Truth and Reconciliation Day last week, Orange Shirt Day. That's awesome.
You go to the bottom.
He kept looking over at the cameraman like, "Why are you focusing on me trying to rewind this video?" So this is the defense questioning now. Lolas wants to know know if y'all have turkey and stuff too, and how you celebrate.
That sound like, do it, I want to die. Is that what that sounded like to you? Is that what that sounded like to you?
To be honest, sir, the only thing I can hear from here is the word die. I can't hear anything else.
Okay.
Sorry.
Would you agree that that was Pedro Jimenez saying that? Screaming that, actually.
So he was screaming something, and I couldn't hear what he said. And so he's alleging that that screaming that we heard was him saying, "Do it, I want to die." He's over here.
Do it! Just do it!
Almost like that. Do it, I want to die.
It's unknown, but based on the information that we know, they were the only two there.
Sounds good.
It can be assumed that was him, yes.
Okay. So you would agree that this video shows that Pedro Jimenez was screaming, "Do it," or well, something that sounded like, do it, I want to die," shortly before he was shot.
I can say that I hear Pedro Jimenez saying the word die. I can't hear anything else in there.
You can't make out the rest?
I can't make out with this video right now. I can't make it out.
That's all right. The jury probably can.
Okay.
All right. So you were the one who arrested Ms. Link, correct?
The hell?
I detained Mrs. Link
You put cuffs on her?
with the assistance of officers from Homestead Police Department.
Well, who's the one who put cuffs on her?
It was either me or one of the officers that assisted me. I believe it was me or Nicholson.
You don't remember if it was you?
Not 100%, no.
Okay. When you put the cuffs on her, did you do it in front of her 7-year-old child?
Ooh.
Did you do it in front of her 7-year-old child?
I believe the children were inside the residence.
They weren't present?
They're in the residence.
So they were there right in front of you when that happened, right?
No,
So wait a minute now.
no.
All right.
You know that the children were in the residence, but you don't know if you're the one that actually put the handcuffs on her. Okay. So her defense is now that it was a mercy killing? Like, yeah, like where are we going with that anyway? Abella said an indigenous woman was taken to a residential school at 6 years old. Her grandmother gave her an orange shirt before she was taken, but the nuns took it from her. So we wear orange shirts to remember. That's really sweet. Is that your Thanksgiving? She was trying to figure out what you do for Thanksgiving. Like, do y'all eat turkey and stuffing and mashed potatoes and green bean casserole and like the same things we do for your Thanksgiving? Or do you have different foods for your Thanksgiving? Abraham said, and they couldn't have another agency assist in helping clean up the audio. Miami-Dade, what are you doing? Like, really? They didn't do a good job on this case with the woman who later gets pregnant with the vent baby. They're not doing a good job on this one, in my opinion.
Crystal Barreto, you said that on the scene, was it on the scene where you met with her?
Right outside of the scene, crime scene tape, say the intersection.
So you're saying you approached her, and then when you approached her, without you asking anything or saying anything, she spontaneously made that statement to you?
No, there was conversation initially about who I was, my purpose of being there, the purpose of why they were called to the scene to begin with was essentially for them to get the children.
Okay. Now, you mentioned earlier that you were concerned about Miss Link being on the scene. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Were you
Yes.
aware that she was told she couldn't leave the scene?
You eat all that,
I was not
okay.
aware.
Would that change your concern if you had known that?
No, at the end of the day, my job is to maintain and make sure that that scene is taken care of and no evidence is tampered with. And upon my arrival, I witnessed somebody essentially sitting in the middle of the scene.
Well, it sounded like, correct me if I'm wrong, but a moment ago, when you were asked about it, you made it sound like she was there somewhere where she was not supposed to be. Was that your belief at the time?
I'm not saying that she wasn't supposed to be there. At the end of the day, that's her residence. What I am saying is that that is a crime scene and no one other than police officers should be in that crime scene.
Agreed.
And the deceased person.
Agreed, but up until a moment ago, according to your testimony, you didn't know that she had been told that she couldn't leave.
If I wasn't there, I'm not aware of what the officers may or may not have told her.
So you weren't aware of that until a moment ago, is that correct?
I don't understand your question, sir.
You weren't aware that an officer told her you can't leave until I told you a moment ago, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Officer, was there any evidence, let me ask you this, was there any evidence of the victim having a weapon on him?
No, there was not.
Was there a firearm found on him?
There was not.
Was there a knife found on him?
There was not.
So him saying, I want to die, to Daisy, she was pointing a gun at him at that point in time?
Objection, calls for speculation, it's not a video.
Sustained.
Judge, can we go sidebar?
No, we're gonna ask another question.
The point in time that Pedro says that, is there any evidence whatsoever that he was armed?
There was no evidence that Pedro was armed with any type of weapon.
Was there evidence that Daisy Link was armed?
Yeah, the video shows that.
And she's armed with what?
A firearm.
So it'd be a likely conclusion then, we'll actually strike that. And that same firearm was found on scene?
Later on in that day, yes, it was.
And that firearm that was used to kill Pedro Jimenez?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Judge, briefly, just based on your question.
So he's about to redirect to Abella said Orange Shirt Day, our National Truth and Reconciliation Day was last week. It's different from our Thanksgiving, which is this coming Monday. Thank you for that. And I hope that that never happens again. Those damn reservation, like not the schools that they would put our indigenous in and do that. It was horrific. That stuff still makes me sad to think about all the suffering. Miss King of Anything said Florida didn't do a good job with Stephen or Jen Soto or Sarah Boone. If Sarah was not such an idiot, they would have given her a 15-year plea deal. Yeah, I'm getting kind of upset with Florida.
The firearm that was found on scene later on, it was found because Daisy Link told you where to look, right?
Actually, no, sir.
No?
No.
Did you find it?
I was present when it was found.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You can now step down.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, folks, I'm gonna give you an instruction. It's essentially a limiting instruction. This detective testified about steps he took in his investigation. So to the extent that Crystal Barreto made a statement to him, that informs his decision-making as a detective on scene. It doesn't go to the truth of what Crystal Barreto told him, okay? Another limiting instruction. His conclusions of what the video shows and what he believes is said on the video also informs his decision-making as a detective. At the end of the day, what's in the video and what is said on the video is subject to your interpretation and yours alone. You should not rely on any other testifying witnesses' conclusions of that. You are the triers of fact. You review the evidence and you come to your own independent conclusions of what the evidence says and what it shows. Why don't we just take a quick break in the jury room? Thank you.
I think this is about it for the end of yesterday.
She's not either, and I have not.
Does it inform the next steps of his investigation?
It does, but I don't think that is for the court to instruct the jury on. I understand why the court did it, but.
Well, I'd like to do this once, and I'd like to do this fairly once. We should go ask to one access to the record.
No.
Okay. Any objections to giving these limited instructions to the jury?
No.
For what it's worth, it goes hand in hand with jury instructions about how to come to their own conclusions about the evidence. All right, let's take a 10-minute break. How many other witnesses do you guys have today?
I think this is a good stopping point for today.
Okay, so I'm going to stop it here for today as well, as we have been going for 7 hours and 15 minutes as of right now. It was a long one today. We will be back tomorrow. I've got some videos that I've got to get out here for you guys pertaining to my original case, I think I asked for videos on Michelle Martin's, which was the Victoria Martin's case, and it appears the DA might have some evidence that I didn't have already. So if those images or videos are ones that I didn't already have, then we will have new videos to talk review in the Victoria Martin's case. We will be going over today's trial for Miss Thing that got pregnant using the contraband semen in the jail vent. We'll go over today, tomorrow, and then we'll pick back up Monday or Tuesday because Monday is a holiday, depending on what day they come back to court. I want to thank you guys for being here. Yeah, we did. I've got some stuff to talk to you guys about too, but I'm just going to leave the tabs up for right now. And we're going to definitely talk about all of that stuff tomorrow and more. Thank you guys for being here with me. Thank you. A lot of you were here with me for 7 whole daggum hours. That's a lot. Thank you. And I think he was on substances and wilding out too. He went over there, got drunk, did some cocaine, smoking the weed, speedballing, all of the things. Just concoction for disaster. It is gross. Thank you guys for being here with me all day. I cannot express to you guys how much I appreciate it and enjoy going through these things with you guys and looking at them with you guys, because I would be doing it by myself anyway, and you guys keep me entertained. You are very good comedians and you have a lot of thoughtful insight as well. Again, I want to pray for the people involved in the explosion in Tennessee. That's just horrific. Please be safe. Yes. Probably, I don't know. Let's see. We usually start about 1:30. Tomorrow's Saturday, so they won't be having court. I'll say probably about 10 or 11 so that we have time to get through everything. And if anything, we'll just finish a little bit earlier. Y'all have a great weekend. I'll make sure to schedule it beforehand by at least 2 hours. I'll try to schedule it before for at least about 2 hours. So there will be about a 2-hour notice. 19 still missing. Yes. Oh yeah. Please hit the thumbs up, y'all. Twinkle, twinkle, baby. Have a great Friday evening. I hope y'all have a good weekend. We will see y'all tomorrow. Stay safe out there. Yeah. I took a nap and come back. I'm about to I got to cook dinner, but I'm probably going to go to bed early. All right, y'all. Thank you so much again for being here. I love you all very much. I love our speculating family. Please know that you are always enough. You are important. You are special, and you are very loved. Thank you for hanging out with me today. I genuinely hope we get to see each other tomorrow. Please stay safe out there. Those of you that have things going on, I am praying for all of you, and I'm also praying for the families that are involved in the explosion in Tennessee today. I'd ask that you do the same. And please pray for Nova. We're going to talk about that case soon as well. Nova is a young, I don't know how old she is, 14, 15-year-old girl that is running the streets on Skid Row, and people are taking advantage of a child in a very disgusting way. So keep her in your prayers as well. Thank you so much for hitting the thumbs up. Y'all have a good night. Love y'all. See you tomorrow. Bye.